Night Terrors, Volume 8, written by Nika Jupan, Justin Boot, Kisto Healy, Caleb Stevens, Melissa Berkeley, Stephen Johnson, C.I.I. Jones, S.R. Warman, Bryson Tuckerman, S.E. Denton, Irina Slav, J. Herrera Kamen, and Ron Ripley. Narrated by Johnny Raven and Stephanie Shade.
Thank you for having the courage to step into the shadows with us. It's an honor to be your guide through the darkness, where every whisper and shadow holds a chilling story. If spine-tingling tales are what you crave, there's a world of terror waiting for you. Simply search for Scare Street on your favorite audiobook platform and let us lead you deeper into the unknown. Let the nightmares begin.
The Wind Man by Nika Jupan. When I was young, we lived in this old red brick house. It belonged to my grandparents, but my granddad invited my family to move in once my grandmother passed. We were a family of 6, Mom, Dad, my big sister, me, and my little twin sisters. We lived in an apartment in the city, but as we grew, our living arrangement seemed to be getting smaller day by day. And besides, we loved our grandparents' house. It was old but cozy, and it had a big backyard with an orchard. My sisters and I used to climb the trees every day to pick apples and cherries. The house itself was spacious, too. Rooms had stone walls painted white and high ceilings that made us feel so small. It also had a large but very dusty attic where we used to play for hours. Our grandparents stored way too many things, so to us it was like a treasure hunt every time we got up there. I was 6 when we moved to my granddad's house. Mom and Dad took my grandparents' bedroom since Granddad didn't sleep there anymore once Grandma passed. He slept in his study ever since then and said he was fine staying put. The house also had 2 spare rooms. The twins took one room while my sister and I were supposed to take the other room. My sister was about to turn 10 and made a huge deal about sharing a room with a boy. She threw temper tantrums every day, but my parents kept repeating that right now she doesn't have the choice. We sold our place and moved to the house in the springtime, and even though my sister wasn't particularly happy about sharing a room with me, we settled in nicely. The house quickly felt like our home, and soon we forgot about the small apartment in the city. We were very happy. For my sister's 10th birthday, my granddad decided to make her even happier. For her birthday gift, he offered her his room and said he would move to the attic. My sister was ecstatic. She hugged him so tightly, he joked that his bones could crack. My parents weren't too pleased with his decision as they didn't want Granddad to walk so many stairs every day, but they still went along with it. Before his retirement, my granddad was a contractor, so with Dad's help, they shortly had a plan on how to renew the place. But then, almost immediately, they hit a problem. My granddad didn't want to get rid of the junk from the attic. To him, it was precious and priceless. After some arguing, they concluded that the attic was big enough to make a huge room for Granddad to stay in, one small bathroom so he wouldn't have to walk downstairs at night, and one big room for his storage. He still had to get rid of about half his clutter, but both Dad and Granddad felt good about their decision. Following the initial setback, they started to fix the attic. Everything went according to plan, and the place was ready in a few months. It was amazing what they did in so little time. Granddad's room was made entirely from oak wood, which gave it a rich aesthetic. Large windows lit rays of sunshine inside, and that made the room bright and open. Mom and Dad bought him new furniture, but he still insisted on his favorite pieces to be moved from his study. That included his old sofa chair, from which he told his many stories over the years, his mahogany table that he made himself when he was younger, and his extensive collection of plants. Most of his favorites didn't go with his new room. Still, my granddad kept repeating that a person should always prioritize sentiment over style. He insisted that the storage room was always locked and for him to be the only owner of its key. My sisters and I were a little sad we couldn't go treasure hunting anymore. But we weren't too upset, because his room had plenty of exciting items too. After he relocated up into the attic and my sister settled in her new room, we were even more blissful. Granddad looked after us when our parents were at work or busy. He took us to the woods where we helped feed deer and explored nature. We helped water his plants and played in the orchard. He also took us to the city to see our friends any time we asked him. But what we loved most was listening to his stories. He sat in his sitting chair and we gathered around him on the floor to listen. He told us all sorts of tales, from the classics like Little Red Riding Hood to the ones he entirely made up. The most requested stories were about the Wind Man. They weren't exactly stories, but short rhymes that Granddad made up. The Wind Man comes when the wind blows. Once you see him, you are his, and he is yours. The rhymes were always different but ended on the same note. It made us crazy. Who is the Wind Man? We would ask. What does he look like? Is he old? Have you seen him, Granddad? Granddad would smile and say, Oh, he is an old friend. But he never said anything more. When we played in the garden and the wind blew, we ran to him and said, Is the Wind Man near? Should we hide? And Granddad would look around, worried, trying to scare us, and repeat one of his rhymes. Once the breeze blows, the Wind Man is close. Once he sees you, you are his, and he is yours. Then he chased after us, pretending that he was the Wind Man and saying things like, I'm gonna have 2 little kids for dinner tonight. We ran around the trees in the garden, hiding and laughing. We played the Wind Man many times over the years until Granddad couldn't chase us anymore. His legs were old and tired, and even after that we played by ourselves, taking turns as the Wind Man. Granddad sat out in the backyard and watched us with a smile on his face. 9 years later, Granddad died of pneumonia. His passing was hard for everyone, as he was a big part of our family. We grieved for a long time, and he was missed. Even long afterward, it seemed none of us wanted to dispose of his things, so we just left his room as it was. Once a week I would come up to water his plants, and now and again read books in his couch chair. It reminded me of him and the stories he used to tell us. I was 15 at the time, and had long forgotten about the Wind Man. One time when I decided to read Moby Dick, my eyes felt heavy and my mind drowsy. The room was quiet, peaceful, and made me feel completely safe. I put the book on the floor and fell asleep. It was a light and soft sleep. I woke up a few minutes later to the sound of steps. They were coming from the storage room. It sounded like a person walking from one side of the room to the other. The steps were neither fast nor slow. The person walked with a purpose. My blood ran cold. I knew it couldn't be any one of my family members because we never found the key to the storage room. A drop of sweat dripped down my face, and I decided to make a run for it. I swung the door open and sprinted down the stairs to the kitchen. My mom was there making us all dinner, but stopped completely when she saw me. I was in a panic. Mom, there is someone upstairs. What are you talking about, sweetie? My mom replied with a worried face. I was still catching my breath. I heard someone in the attic. I think someone broke into the house. At first, Mom looked confused, but then suddenly her face cleared of all worries. She was looking at me with a patronizing smile. Oh, sweetie, that's just the Wind Man. Her words baffled me. My mouth swung open. Excuse me? Mom started chopping onions again, completely worry-free. It's the wind, Mikey. The whole attic is made of wood, so any time a strong wind blows, everything creaks and squeaks. My mom wasn't taking me seriously, but I was sure the wind couldn't have made those sounds. Mom, I am not kidding. There is someone upstairs. At that moment, my dad walked in. I immediately started yelling at him about the person in our house, hoping he would understand. He looked confused, but his eyes focused on my mom. she said calmly. "The wind man freaked him out." Dad let out a sigh of relief and laughed a little. "Oh, you really scared me for a second." He then explained that because they couldn't find a key to the storage room, they called a locksmith, who opened the door for them. He took me upstairs and into the storage room. I was frightened and worried, but it was true. No one was there. It was just a big room full of my grandparents' junk, covered in a layer of dust. I looked at my dad with a puzzled face. Dad smiled and started talking. "When your granddad first moved into the attic, he heard those noises too. He used to wake up in the middle of the night to the sounds of scratching, scraping, and even someone walking up and down the room. When he went to investigate, he never found anything. He even called us up one time to listen, and we heard it too. I admit it's truly eerie, but we knew the actual cause was the wind blowing through the wood, making it creak. After that, Granddad started joking about the wind man keeping him up on particularly windy nights. It was at about that time he started making those rhymes for you kids. I think he was a little more spooked than he would care to admit himself, and this was his way of dealing with it. He kept the key to the storage to himself ever since then, and on occasion your mom and I found him in the living room, claiming that the wind man was restless that night, or something along that line. My memories started flooding back. Everything from the stories about the wind man to the games we used to play. How could I have forgotten? Nevertheless, I still couldn't believe my ears. I would have sworn the steps were real and not just the wind. But honestly, my dad's words made a lot of sense, so I just left it at that. I wasn't too fond of going upstairs anymore after that. I still came to water the plants, though, but I kept my reading downstairs. When I turned 19, I moved away from the red brick house, away from my family, and even my hometown. I went to live abroad for some time. I worked as an associate at one of those investment banks. I met a girl and married her, but unfortunately it didn't work out, and we got divorced 11 years later. That really tore me up, and some time later, I even lost my job because of it. I was 38 at that time and decided to move back home. When my parents retired, they moved into a lake house not too far away and left our childhood home to my big sister. One of the twins became a model and moved abroad, while the other lived in the city with her boyfriend. Neither of us had a family, but my big sister Sheila did, and it made sense that they lived in the house. Sheila, along with her husband, was raising 3 little boys. I wasn't particularly pleased about disturbing their happy life. Nevertheless, since I was broken-hearted and jobless, I asked Sheila if I could crash at the house for a little while. All of us stayed on good terms, so she was completely okay with it. Sheila offered me Granddad's old room. She said that she threw out most of Granddad's old furniture and other stuff, but she didn't have the heart to get rid of his favorite chair and his collection of books. Otherwise, the room was empty, and she happily offered it to me. After a little bit of cleaning, I moved into the attic and settled in nicely. I moved in with Sheila and her family in July, but soon days passed, and days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, and then came autumn. It was a chilly and long one. Red and yellow leaves fell from the trees, and the wind blew them in every direction. It didn't take long for the wood in the attic to creak and screech when the wind blew, and I heard the sounds that froze my blood when I was younger. It certainly was unnerving and ghostly, but I was older now and didn't scare so easily. Soon I got used to the wind man and his never-ending walks down the attic. On most nights it wasn't even that bad. The sound reappeared and then suddenly went silent. I got used to it so much that I slept through most nights. The worst came on incredibly windy nights. I understood what Granddad was talking about when he said the wind man was restless. You could hear light steps getting heavier, rasping, and even hissing. One of those windy nights, I knew I wasn't getting much sleep, I kept tossing and turning in my bed, and after a while I finally fell asleep. I dreamed about Granddad and the games we used to play when suddenly I heard a loud bang near my head, and then another. My bed's headrest was positioned opposite the shared wall with the storage room, so it couldn't be the wind making those sounds. My eyes blinked open. I haven't heard anything like that before. It sounded like someone was knocking hard on the wall. I thought for a second that I had dreamt everything, but then I heard heavy steps and dragging coming from the storage room. I don't know what came over me, but I decided to go check it out. I switched on the light on my phone and tiptoed to the storage room. I opened the door slowly, and it creaked open. The light on my phone illuminated the room. At first, I saw nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, until the light reached the corner of the room near an old cupboard. Standing next to it was the Windman. He was freakishly tall, and his head just about reached the ceiling. He had long, apish arms extending almost to the floor. He had, instead of hands, rusty steel hooks at the end of each of his arms. But what was even weirder was his second pair of hands growing below the first pair. These arms were shorter, but had unusually long, thin fingers. He was horrifically skinny, and you could see his entire rib cage. When he turned, he showed his jagged spine almost gashing through his skin. His nose was crude, uneven, and pointy, but his eyes were the worst part. They lacked pupils. He only had unhuman white eyeballs. He smiled and showed his small fish-like teeth. My mouth swung open, and I closed my eyes, hoping the image would disappear. When I opened them, he was gone. After that, the knocking and banging became a nightly thing, and any time I went exploring in the storage room, I could see him. He got closer each time. I couldn't tell where he was looking, but his long fingers kept inviting me to come closer. If I closed my eyes for a few seconds, he would always disappear, making me question his existence and my sanity. I stole the other key to the storage room from Sheila because I was worried one of the boys could wander upstairs. I kept both keys to myself and hid them in my room. Next, I decided that no matter how much sound the Windman would make, I wouldn't go exploring anymore. But that only seemed to make things worse. One night, I could hear loud banging and dragging. However, I ignored it. For a couple of seconds, everything was quiet, and I felt relieved. But then I overheard light steps followed by the creaking of the door opening. It was my door. My eyes shot open. I stopped breathing and turned my head slowly in fear. I looked at the door. It was open a crack. My eyes widened. I could see his wide eyes peeking in the dark. They were so white that they shone through the night. And then his slithery fingers poked within the crack. They squeezed tightly around the door. He held it firmly and started dragging his fingernails onto it. I let out a small whimper and closed my eyes, praying that he would disappear. When I opened them, he was nowhere to be found, but the door was still slightly open, and I could clearly see the marks he made with his nails. I jumped out of my bed and rushed downstairs. I stayed in the living room for the rest of that night. I avoided sleeping in the attic for a few days after, but Sheila was getting alarmed by my behavior, and I didn't want to worry her. I wasn't even sure the thing I was seeing was real. And even if it were, I could just make him disappear when I closed my eyes. I encouraged myself, but that night when I returned to my room, I felt extremely uneasy. Lying in bed with the Windman on my mind, I kept my eyes on the door and on the scratches he made. I kept hearing light steps coming from the storage room, and I tried convincing myself that it was just the wind. I wasn't even feeling sleepy, but my eyes involuntarily started to shut. I closed them for just a second. When I opened them, the door of my bedroom was wide open. I slowly looked around and saw him at the foot of my bed. He was crouched down. However, I could still see most of his body due to his height. His bony knees were pointing up, and his skinny body was hunched forward and down. He smiled at me, revealing his ill-fitting teeth. With his hook hand, he reached in the direction of my bed and started inching toward me. The fingers on his other hand began sliding up my mattress as he climbed up at the foot of my bed. With no delay, I closed my eyes. But I wasn't fast enough. He was already on my bed, leaning over me. I could feel his cold hooks over my blanket. A tear rolled down my face as I opened my eyes. There was no trace of the Windman, but I could still feel his presence and caught a light whisper in the wind saying, "Hungry." I bolted up and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I was determined to uncover the secret of the Windman. Granddad had to deal with him for over a decade, so I was sure there had to be something I could do. I searched through every book my granddad left, hoping he left a note or some sort of instructions, but found nothing. It was just an ordinary collection of books. Just as I was getting discouraged, I remembered the old couch chair that my granddad held so dear. I took my pocket knife and started cutting it open. Foam pillow filling covered the floor when I finally found what I was looking for. It was a set of keys. The set had 2 standard metal keys and 1 old-timey key that looked like a key to a safe. The ordinary keys were probably the keys to the storage room, one that we couldn't find when Granddad passed. But what was the 3rd key for? I rushed to the storage room and started exploring. I searched for a long time. Most of the stuff belonged to Sheila, so I found nothing of interest. I kept returning to the cupboard where I first saw the Windman, opening the drawers and searching through the shelves, but there was nothing special about it. I called my dad to ask him about the key, but he had no idea what it could open. However, when I asked about the cupboard, he said it had stood in the same place in the attic for as long as he could remember. They didn't even move it when they renewed the room. That felt unusual to me, and I tried to lift its corner. It was massive, yet with some effort I shifted it quite a bit. Behind the cupboard, I saw a door cut into the wooden wall. It had no doorknob, just a keyhole. I tried the 3rd key on my granddad's set and opened the door with great difficulty. It was open just a crack, so I couldn't squeeze inside. More than an hour passed until I finally moved the cupboard enough to open the door fully. The door was small, about half the size of a regular door, so I had to stoop down and crawl on my knees to enter. It was a tiny passage between the rooms and the roof. I crawled slowly to the other side, where the passage lifted a bit. It formed a small room. I stood up and hit my head on the roof. I scratched my head and looked around. If I held my arms apart, I could just about turn around in the small space, but not much else. Exploring the room, I observed something strange. Everything was covered in dust, but in the corner, I spotted something thick and dirty. It looked like animal bones. I picked one up and looked at it. It felt heavy in my hand. Then, with the corner of my eye, I saw something in a pile, a small human skull. I was holding a human bone. I dropped it in shock and puked in disgust. Sheila and I called the police. They found the remains of 11 children, aged from 4 to 9. The remains consisted of chewed human bones, picked clean, as if someone devoured the flesh on them. But seeing the bones were so old, they never proved the cause of death. They identified all the children. Among them was Stuart Griffin, who was one of my classmates, and one of the girls, Melissa Swanson, attended the same kindergarten as my twin sisters. Mom later told me that they organized large search parties in order to find those kids, but nothing turned up. In the span of 10 years that my granddad lived in the attic, he kidnapped and murdered 11 kids. While most people believe that child killers are some loner creeps pursuing kids in the night, my granddad was a loved family man, and he murdered those children in the light of day. We never found any explanation for it, and seeing that he passed long ago, we never got any clarification or statement. Sheila sold the house to the bank, and since nobody wanted to live there as soon as they heard the horrific history, the bank tore it down. I moved into a condo far away and tried hard to forget about the red brick house and my beloved grandfather, who turned out to be a monster. I understood now that the Wind Man never existed and was only some twisted delusion in my granddad's mind. And the ghost I saw in the attic was my way of dealing with something I already knew as a child, but have long forgotten. Sheila and her family moved into a house not far from me, and from time to time I help her out by babysitting her boys. I take them to the movies, to watch cartoons, to the zoo, to look at different types of animals, on walks in the woods to collect rocks, and even take them to the playground to play with their friends. I couldn't tell you why and what came over me, but the last time I took them to the playground, I started relating the rhymes about the Wind Man, the same rhymes our grandfather used to recite to us. The boys and their friends loved them, the same as we once did. And the strangest thing happened. It was a hot July day, but suddenly I felt a cold breeze on my skin, and I could swear I heard his raspy whisper in the wind, reminding me that he is still hungry.
Meeting Death by Justin Boot. It was shortly before Edna's husband, Dennis, died from a heart attack 5 months earlier that she first saw the shadow. Then she had put it down to early mental or visual problems. At 72, she thought they were more than justified by now. But as the months passed, she began to wonder if this was truly the case. It was always in her peripheral vision, just out of reach, like half-forgotten memories. Standing in the corner, darting past her when she turned her head, hiding behind a door showing one gnarled, bony finger. Never in full view. She had thought of mentioning it to Dennis, but she worried he might suggest it was time to pay a visit to Northgate Hospital for the mentally impaired. A permanent visit, perhaps. Especially when she kept seeing the shadow hovering over her husband while he slept or dozing on the sofa, as if it were Dennis it really wanted. So when Dennis had died, the lingering assumption of fast-approaching senility had taken on a new dimension, a scary one. Maybe it had been death itself that came for Dennis. How long before it came for her? Because now, 5 months later, she was seeing it again. She had awoken in the middle of the night last week and noticed how cold the room was. This was strange because the window was closed. She always closed it when she went to bed. A serious cold could be devastating. Then she noticed the smell. It was of filth, of rotting meat and vegetables. So bad she could not only taste it, but it was as though it oozed from her pores. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was still asleep and dreaming. Yet when she opened them fully, there it was, the shadow, long and terrible, standing over her, and tiny pinpoints of glowing dread staring back at her. A faint chuckle or snicker echoed around the room. She thought she heard her name whispered with gloating malice. And it was death that came for her, warning her that her time was due, that her name was next on the checklist. A scream had risen from the back of her throat, ready to challenge the onslaught of death's mockery. But she had thought of Dennis and how unfair it was that she, too, should be taken so soon. Dennis hadn't deserved it, and neither did she. Not yet. The despair of losing her husband of more than 50 years had almost caused her own heart to melt and disintegrate. But she had battled through it, just as she had battled through another war, seeing their only daughter fall to cancer, and her parents die when their brains had withered slowly away so they couldn't even remember their names anymore, let alone hers. She wasn't going to succumb to this either. "No," she said calmly and forcefully. "Not me. Not now. You have no right." The shadow flickered as if unaccustomed to having its authority questioned. She said it again, louder, and this time it disappeared completely. Until now. Edna sighed, thinking of how quiet it was in the house. No sound of Dennis snoring softly, his cursing when his football team lost again, the soft clink of the beer bottle being emptied into his favorite glass. What was she going to do with herself? She recalled seeing a poster for some charity at the bingo hall she liked to visit once a week. It showed an elderly lady like herself, staring out of a window. Below, the caption said, "I never thought the worst of getting old would be the loneliness." The charity was asking for donations so they could send volunteers as company for them. Perhaps do the shopping or just sit and chat. That sounded nice. Edna loved to chat. Now the only person to talk to was the neighbor in the apartment opposite, almost as old as her, yet suffering arthritis and rarely leaving. If she saw him once a week, it was a lot. She had become like the person on the poster. So, having no one to talk to and finding nothing of interest on the TV, she decided a shower might be a good idea, if only to pass the time and wash off the feelings of guilt that followed her like a persistent odor. Dennis had hardly been ill in his life. She was the one who made the regular journeys to the doctor. Edna shuffled to the bathroom, ran the water to make sure it was nice and warm when she stepped in, and undressed. She really didn't like using the shower. Accidents were so easy at her age. But Dennis had insisted they couldn't afford to have a bathtub installed. Instead, he'd fixed a guardrail they could hang on to should the floor get slippery. It had saved them both from a nasty injury on more than one occasion. She stepped into the shower and smiled when the water ran down her body. It was like being rejuvenated, her wrinkled body smoothing out, washing away the excess of years. She thought of times too long ago when they might have shared a shower, singing together, laughing as they imagined a future when even singing would be a task difficult to accomplish, let alone anything else. She thought of their favorite song now. She could remember the words, but not who sung it. Well, to hell with growing old. Edna began to hum the words, then cleared her throat and sang in her high voice, tears running down her cheeks as she remembered what once was. Edna thought back to old times, to ballroom dancing, even the damned Morse code Dennis had insisted on teaching her. Then it happened. As if the years had indeed been taken from her, Edna swayed and bobbed, imagining Dennis in her arms, when her foot slipped, and she was gone. She tried to grab the guardrail, but failed, instead pulling down the shower curtain with her with just enough time to emit a blunt scream before her back connected sharply with the sink, her head hitting the hard tiles. The world went black. When she opened her eyes, her first thought was how hard and cold the bed was, and that somehow she must have thrown the pillow on the floor. Even worse, she thought she might have wet the bed too. Her arms and hair were soaked. Then she heard the sound of water running. As her vision slowly came back, she wondered if she was still dreaming. She seemed to be in some kind of cloud. It was then she realized what had happened. It wasn't a cloud, but steam from the still-running shower. Edna tried to sit up, but it appeared she was stuck to the tiles. The water may be acting as a suction pad. She tried to turn over, very slowly. Her head was throbbing and there was blood beside her, but she couldn't do this either. Her back refused to budge. It was then she started to consider she might be in trouble. A lot of trouble. She willed her right leg to move. It stubbornly refused, as did the other. Oh, no. Oh, please. She shut up again. Her vision was swimming, and talking made her head throb harder as if the words were being screamed into her ears. Edna closed her eyes, lay her head back down on the floor, and tried to breathe calmly while she considered her options. It was some 2 or 3 minutes later when the first tingles of panic crept up her arms. There were no options. Every possibility received a negative answer. Her phone was in the living room, and there was no way of dragging herself to it. She couldn't even open the bathroom door. The handle was too high for her to reach. The numbness from her legs and back suggested she was probably not going to be doing a lot of things ever again. Dennis wasn't here to help her. No one was. Not a single person in the whole world could possibly know, or even worse, be told the predicament she found herself in. It was in that precise moment the possibility that she might die in there rose to the forefront of her mind. In her desperation, she tried once again to push herself up and open the door. It was impossible. Despite being frail, her weight was still too much for her weak arms to drag her along. She sobbed, gritting her teeth as she attempted to grab onto the sink to gain leverage, but it was tantalizingly out of reach. Edna sank back onto the floor, and the full horror of her situation was finally released. She cried, screamed for help, begged for Dennis to come and get her while the water continued running, now overflowing the shower base and soaking her even further. When she had completely exhausted herself, after a few minutes of miserable praying and whimpering, she fell asleep. As before, when Edna opened her eyes later, her initial reaction was of disorientation. She tried to stand, then remembered why she was lying there soaking wet. She had no idea how long she had been asleep, or whether it was day or night. I could have been in a coma for a week, for all I know. The thought was terrifying. Then she began to wonder, well, I'm not going to die of thirst, so it will be from hunger then. That or a heart attack like Dennis. Starving to death was a bad way to go. How long did it take? Maybe a heart attack would be better. Quicker. Maybe I could try and provoke one. Yet how the hell am I going to do even that? I seem to be paralyzed. And my back's broken. So what? Punch myself till my heart gives up? Under the sink was a small cupboard where she kept her toiletries. She opened it and rummaged around, throwing everything next to her. When she pulled out some small scissors, an idea came to her. What if I stabbed myself in the throat? I'd be out of this mess in seconds. She dropped the scissors in shock. The utter disbelief and horror that she was actually considering ways to kill herself brought her back to the crude reality of things. She knew there was no way she could go through with it, but, and again that constant revolving thought in her mind, what were the alternatives? She chuckled. Edna Jacobs, what have you done, you stupid fool? Just look at the mess you've gotten yourself into. Whatever would Dennis say? She closed her eyes and imagined Dennis telling her how clumsy she was, how she never learned to. Something ran over Edna's face. She jerked, cried in fright, and opened her eyes. To her left, a cockroach, huge and fat, ran under the cupboard. Edna screamed. She hated the things, hated how such creatures could be so indestructible, how they seemed better adapted for survival than she was. Every night before she got into bed, she always checked to make sure there wasn't a nasty surprise waiting for her. If she saw one scurry across the living room floor, she refused to move until Dennis removed it, dead or alive. And now, she was sharing her bathroom with possibly the biggest, most disgusting specimen she had ever seen. She saw it hiding in the corner, just out of reach. If she threw something at it, it might run toward her again, run across her face, get tangled in her long, soaked hair. "Oh, you nasty, horrible thing," she wailed. Once again, she began to sob, never before feeling so desperate and helpless. Another cockroach darted across her hand. Edna screamed, louder and harder than she had ever screamed in her life. The water continued pouring into the shower, the room full of steam, making it impossible to see anything. Despite the immense fear that had now overshadowed everything else, she couldn't help thinking about that running water and how high the next water bill was going to be. "But what difference does that make? I probably won't even be here to pay it," she said, annoyed for thinking stupid things, yet at the same time amazed such a thing should even be bothering her. She had fallen asleep again shortly after screaming and suspected that a concussion might be a reason why. If not, she couldn't fathom how she could have done so sharing a room with 2 giant bugs. It was hot in here now, too, sweltering. She strained a drink from the ever-growing puddle on the floor and almost vomited it up straight away. The warm water did little to quench her thirst, and the idea of drinking directly from the floor like a dog disgusted her. Looking at the constant flow of water made her realize that unless she at least stopped that, she might choke to death on the steam. Then she had an idea. During her tumble, she had torn down the shower curtain and pole. She grabbed the pole and pointed it at the faucet like a swordsman. After several attempts, she managed to turn it off. "There, at least I can do that much," she said, pleased with herself. But then it occurred to her she had just completely ruined her source of hydration. "Damn, that was clever, Edna. Now what?" Edna groaned and rested her head back on the floor. It might be a good idea to drink as much as possible now, then, just in case. She turned her head to the side, began sipping at the puddle, then froze. The bathroom door was open. She stared at it for a while, wondering if she was hallucinating in her fractured state, then grabbed it at the bottom. The door swung easily in her hand, and the steam from the bathroom was already disappearing thanks to a faint breeze coming from the living room. But a more concerning thought occurred to her. Why was it open? Who had opened it? "Hello?" she called. "Is anyone there?" Maybe a neighbor had heard her screaming, tried the front door, and come looking for her. "Please, I'm in here, in the bathroom. I've hurt myself rather badly. Hello?" Silence. She called again, and when no one replied, more ominous thoughts ran through her mind. She strained to listen for voices, perhaps the sound of drawers being flung open and dropped, things being thrown about while someone searched for her jewelry. But nothing came. Then something moved in the living room beside the open door, directly ahead of the bathroom. She could see now through the living room window that it was getting dark outside, and no lights were on in the room, but there, on the floor, was a shadow. So slight she hardly noticed it, until the shadow grew larger, tapering to form a human figure. The burglar, it must be, she thought, until a faint cackling or chuckling sound came from within the room. The shadow twisted and blurred as though multiple shadows were mingling together and separating. It grew to impossible lengths, then shrank before it began to creep steadily up the doorframe and behind. A single gnarled finger, long and crooked, pointed at her, wiggling as if scolding a naughty boy. It was back, here to taunt her in her final moments until thirst or her heart gave in to its call. "Go away," she croaked, her lips now very dry. The shadow chuckled in response, whispered her name. Edna picked up the scissors lying beside her and threw them at it. "You're not taking me yet. I refuse. Not yet." Then it charged, screeching her name, flying toward her, shadowy arms outstretched, an impossibly wide mouth reeking of foulness and death. But just as it reached the bathroom door, it disappeared, howling like a wounded animal. The line on the floor where the light from the bathroom met the darkness outside was scorched somehow, smelling of sulfur, wisps of smoke rising from the cracks in the tiles. Edna brought her arm closer to her, away from the thin line between light and dark, and sobbed. It wasn't fair. Wasn't it enough that she lay here, slowly dying one way or the other, without that thing tormenting her in the process? She closed her eyes, feeling despair and sorrow for her predicament when something ran across her face again. Edna screamed, thrashed her head from side to side, tried to slap and squash the offending bug, wanting to see it suffer as she suffered. Was it one of death's helpers, cruelly tormenting her into madness? She turned her head to look for it. The cockroach sat there, huge and fat, staring back at her, its antennae wiggling like death's fingers, accusing, perhaps. "Die, you horrible thing!" she cried, then thought of the shower pole. She picked it up at one end and tried to angle it so she could smash the creature to death under the sink's cupboard. But the cockroach was too fast and scurried into a small crack in the tiles. "Bastard! Come back and die! Come back right now!" As though one had been listening, something ran down her leg and sat on her foot. She tried to shake it off, wiggle her toes, anything to get it to move, but her legs were dead. Instead, she grabbed the pole again and smashed it down on her foot, killing the cockroach instantly. Ha! Gotcha! Edna dropped the pole and lay her head back, enjoying the small victory. But she was getting hungry. Very hungry now after such exertion. A terrifying, sick thought ran through her mind like the bugs on the floor. I ruined my source of drinking water. What if these bugs have to become my source of nourishment? She was on the verge of panicking. Every idea or thought now seemed to be a carefully constructed test of her resolve or commitment to surviving this, worst-case scenarios a constant. On the one hand, she thought that being with Dennis again in heaven or wherever their final resting place had been designated was something she wanted. But on the other, there was a desire to survive this, fight off death and all its cronies. This wasn't a way to die. As if in answer, the stench of burning flesh wafted toward her, so foul it was almost as visible as the steam from the shower that had smothered her earlier, an almost invisible thing yet palpable and alive. A shadow covered the room. Edna opened her eyes and looked up, staring straight at the monstrosity of death, with only its eyes showing, the rest a mirage of dark flames and shadows. It pointed at her, wiggling its finger again. Edna felt her heart tug in her chest, too fast and too hard, as though death's finger were a magnet trying to snatch it from her. Her breath came in wheezed gasps, each one harder than the last, her eyes stinging, brain throbbing like an inflating ball that threatened to explode in her head. The shadow chuckled, an icy resonance of indifference for her torment. You don't have to struggle. You can go with Dennis now. He's waiting for you. He's sent to say it's so lonely burning alone. Please join him. No, she gasped. A sharp pain as though being stabbed filled her chest, and she knew that it was close. The beating of her heart began to wane, each time weaker, and the room became blurry and distant. Death's hand hovered over her, never entering the room as though afraid of crossing the line that separated light and dark. Edna spluttered, felt the last breath trickle up her throat, and knew that it had all been for nothing. Death had gotten to her just as he had Dennis, and there was nothing to do anymore. Edna closed her eyes and opened them again when there was a knock on her front door. She heard her name being called and briefly wondered if this was another of Death's tricks, cruel to the last. But she recognized that name, and when she looked up, the shadow figure of Death had disappeared. "In here," she croaked. "Edna, you there?" "Here, Peter. I'm in here. Help!" It was her neighbor from across the hall, the one who came to visit her occasionally, the only one. And this was her only chance. The bathroom filled with the putrid odor of decay as the shadow emerged and pointed its finger at her. She felt her chest tighten once more. If she didn't do something quickly, Peter would leave, and it would be all over. "Peter!" she cried again, as much as her dying chest allowed. The shadow chuckled. Then she had an idea, something she had learned many years ago and never thought she might need in this day and age of computers and cell phones. Edna grabbed the shower pole, swiveled her neck as much as possible to see what she was doing behind her, and repeatedly slapped the pole down on the floor in short, fast bursts. Shrieks and wails echoed around the entrance to her apartment as the shadow tried to drown out her calls for help. Using the last of her strength, she tapped again, crying for Peter. "Edna, is that you?" A series of rapid taps on her door told her she had been understood. The front door opened, and tentatively, Peter poked his head around the corner and saw her lying there. "Oh, Christ! Edna, what the hell?" "I'm hurt. I can't move. Call an ambulance." Peter shuffled as fast as he could to the phone sitting by the sofa. dialed for an ambulance, and rushed back to her. "What happened? How long you been here like that?" "I slipped. I think my back's broken. I can't move. I thought I was going to die in here." "Jesus. Well, thank God for Morse code then. I thought I'd forgotten it by now." "Dennis taught me. Back in the war." "Oh, damn." Edna fell asleep. When she awoke, she was being carried on a stretcher by the paramedics, Peter by her side. But as she was taken from her apartment, she saw a strange look on Peter's face. His eyebrows furrowed, and he scrunched his nose as though assaulted by some terrible smell. Then his eyes widened and bulged, and both saw something dark and swaying in the far corner. "Edna? Who's that been here with you?" But Edna was already out the door. The last she heard was Peter crying in what sounded like great agony or terror.
One Ghost Turned Deserves Another by Kisto Healy. Mark stood outside the Asheville Swiss chalet on Bowcatcher Mountain in North Carolina, gazing at the bridge from his cabin. His heart thundered in his chest just looking at it. His boyfriend died on that bridge, and this was the first time he had set eyes on it since that night. Dennis wasn't the first person to die there, and Mark feared he wouldn't be the last. Even being this close to it felt terrifying. He could feel its presence, the weight of it, like a physical force pushing down on him. The bridge had a dark history long before what happened to Dennis. Originally, it was known as Zealandia's Bridge, back in 1909, when it was built as a byway to the Zealandia mansion. It was 2 families, and 30 years later, when Helen lived in the mansion. There was a house fire one night. The flames swept through the mansion like a wild, living beast. Helen was voraciously determined to get her daughter out. She was a single mother, and her daughter was her everything. She lived and breathed for her. Unfortunately, a mansion had a lot of ground to cover in a fire. Helen didn't make it to her daughter before succumbing to smoke inhalation. The fire department arrived and got both women out of the building, but when Helen awoke, her daughter did not. Anguished and unable to continue, Helen went to the bridge and hung herself. After that, the bridge was aptly known as Helen's Bridge. The locals say she never left, that the rope tethered her soul to the bridge. They also say if you went up there and called her name, she would show up. She would scream in agony at the loss of her daughter and then suffer a psychotic break all over again before continuing her endless quest to look for her. When she found the visitors instead, she would punish them by killing their vehicle. Batteries would die, or in Dennis's case, the brakes died. He went right over the side. Mark began to cry as he remembered. He recalled the terrible phone call from the police, showing up to all the blinding, flashing lights of the emergency vehicles, and the horror of having to identify his beloved's body. It was by far the worst day of his life. Dennis had always been infatuated with haunts and paranormal locations. It was exciting for him. He believed in the reality of ghosts and ached to connect with one. Mark didn't foresee that when he finally succeeded, he would become a ghost himself. The crazy part was that Dennis wasn't going there for Helen. Beyond the original legend, there was more, something darker and far more terrifying than Helen herself. People claimed that Helen's grief opened a door and allowed other spirits to come through, spirits much angrier and hostile than the mourning mother. Dennis thought it was all garbage and he wanted to see for himself, so he planned a trip. Ordinarily, Mark would have accompanied him on such getaways, but he couldn't get the time off work. To this day, he feels so much resentment toward that store for making him work, for keeping him from being there for Dennis's final moments. Helen was supposed to be a harmless ghost, a powerful spirit driven by her loss, but one that only ever hurt cars, not people. What happened to Dennis was said to just be a tragic accident, even by folks who believed in Helen. Maybe it wasn't her, Mark thought. Maybe those other ghosts were real, and they had killed Dennis. More likely, what if it wasn't any ghost and the brakes really did just fail? Mark could envision Dennis excited by the haunt and not paying attention, causing him to lose control of the wheel and go over the side of the bridge. That could very well be the whole story. It was certainly the most rational. Unfortunately, Mark couldn't just blindly accept that. It would go against everything Dennis loved and believed in to do that. He owed him as much to come here and find out for himself what happened to him that day. It just happened to take him a year to gather up the money and another year to gather up the courage. But he did, and he was here, standing outside of the adorable cabin he rented and facing the ominous bridge. He felt so afraid, so ready to just turn around and go back home. But he knew that he couldn't do that, not after everything he'd lost. He had been here for 2 days already and still hadn't mustered up the chutzpah to actually head over to the bridge. He just spent hours staring at it. There was something else nagging at him, something that scared him more than Helen. If she really did open a door, if spirits really did get tied to that bridge, what if Dennis was there? What if he had been there for the last 2 years, waiting for Mark and not understanding why he hadn't come? What if he blamed Mark for not being there with him? He didn't know if he could handle that. That kind of guilt would make him follow Helen's lead. The word boyfriend always felt inadequate for Dennis. He and Mark had been together for 12 years. That was longer than most of their married friends had made it before divorce came to visit, and they'd been living together for 2/3 of those years. Mark really believed that they were going to last forever. Not a single moment of a single day did he have any doubts about the fortitude of their love. Then there was that one stupid vacation, and forever was all erased, just like that. Mark's friends had been trying to get him to move on, to date, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Dennis didn't leave him. They didn't break up. He died. He was taken away, stolen. It wasn't his choice, so how could Mark make the choice to move on? Maybe one day he could find the strength to do so, but it definitely wasn't going to be any time soon. His trip was only for the weekend, though, so it was now or never. He couldn't procrastinate any longer. If he didn't make it to the bridge today, then he would have to leave Asheville and head back home without any answers. He had to go. But it was getting dark, and he really didn't want to go at night. Maybe it was for the better, he thought. Ghosts didn't really come out in the light of day, did they? Mark let out a large exhale of trepidation as he headed back into the cabin. If he was really going to do this, then he was going to need some liquid courage. He was telling himself that he was being foolish, and when he went over there, he would find a whole lot of nothing except closure. He didn't believe it, though, and that wasn't completely irrational. After Dennis's accident, Mark had them check the car to see if it was a defect or a recalled part or something technical that could have caused the brakes to fail so suddenly. They thought he was looking for someone to sue, someone to point the finger at, but they had him all wrong. Mark hated court and public speaking. He suffered from anxiety on a regular basis. He didn't want to go through the hell it would cause him to sue somebody. He simply wanted to know if he could rest easy, knowing that there was nothing supernatural behind Dennis's death. But he couldn't very well tell anyone that without them seeing him as crazy. The results of the tests were enough, though, enough to make him come here to find out for sure. They found nothing wrong with the vehicle that hadn't been caused by the crash itself. In fact, they went as far as to say that the brakes looked good, even after the wreck. They couldn't figure it out. It made no sense, they told Mark. He just nodded, his heart in his throat. Now, here he was. Mark didn't bother with the shot glasses. He just drank from the bottle of whiskey. It made him shake his head like a dog spraying water. The burn in his chest felt good, though. He nodded to himself and put the bottle down. He wasn't going to drive over to Helen's Bridge. He didn't understand why so many people did, being as the legend stated that she messed with cars. Dennis was proof enough of that. No, Mark was going to walk, visit that God-forsaken bridge on foot and see what Helen had to offer him. He left then, stepping back out into the chill of the autumn air. Asheville was a cute little city, an artsy, hippie, progressive town, but one of its biggest selling points to tourists was the supernatural elements and locations. It was said to be one of the most haunted places in America. The quaint little city, whose entirety you could walk in a matter of hours, had supposed ghosts everywhere. There was even a haunted tour and books written about it. Mark didn't understand the appeal of something like that, but he knew that Dennis would have loved it, and probably did. What he got to see of it, before the accident anyway. As Mark walked to the bridge, he wondered if the supposed gateway Helen opened could be connected to other haunts in town. If they found a way to close it, how much would that hurt tourism? Was it possible that the city council wanted to keep the ghosts here? They certainly seemed to take pride in them. As he neared Helen's bridge, Mark noticed that the air had gotten colder. It was fall, but it was suddenly starting to feel like winter. He didn't like it, and stopped walking when he realized that he could see his breath. "Dennis?" he said quietly. He didn't want to shout until he knew that he was alone. There could very well be other people around, people like Dennis that came with excitement to see the spirits. Dennis didn't answer him, but someone did. "Come," the voice said, carried to him in a sudden wind. Mark bit his lip, regretting leaving the bottle back at the cabin. Maybe it was another paranormal fan, just trying to mess with him. "Come closer," the voice said. "This is what you're here for," Mark reminded himself. He nodded and took another step, then another. Part of him screamed, "That's proof enough. Just go." But he didn't listen to it. This was for Dennis, for love, for the everlasting fight for the truth. He kept telling himself things like that, building up his personal bravery one brick at a time. Then he was there, standing on the bridge. He could see the mansion in the distance, the giant house that burned Helen's child and made Helen what she was. Was she here with him now? Had that been her calling to him? Like so many other ghost stories, the locals claimed that you had to say her name 3 times and she would appear. Why was that always the way? Mark wondered. He couldn't help but question if there was a connection between the dead and the number 3. It was something for him to look into when he got back. "Are you here, Helen?" he asked, turning in circles on the bridge, not wanting to get caught from behind. Chills danced like scurrying rats over his spine. "Helen! Helen?" A scream coming from his right exploded through the night. He whirled around and saw nothing. Another ear-piercing shriek came from his left. He turned that way, and there was a woman in a white nightgown charging across the bridge toward him. Mark's eyes grew impossibly wide. He froze, the terror paralyzing him. The woman that couldn't have been anyone other than the infamous Helen was running right at him, her arms flailing, her face wild. Mark knew that he should run, but he couldn't. His legs refused to listen to his brain's commands. As Helen drew closer, Mark realized that she was beautiful, mid-30s maybe, blonde and fit, her body showing through the sheer nightie blowing in the wind. Then she was there, right in front of him. Her thin hands grasped his shoulders and she stared into his eyes with her wild gaze. "Where is she?" she asked frantically. "Where is she? Did you take her? Where is my daughter? Where's my girl? Please, where is she?" Mark was so frightened that he couldn't have answered her if he wanted to. But as frightened as he was, he still couldn't help but feel empathy for this broken woman, eternally searching for her daughter. "She's in a better place," he said, in a barely audible whisper. Helen screamed again, right into his face, the power of it, like a wind blowing his hair back. Then she was gone. Mark realized that he was shivering. He sighed with relief that the spirit had left him, but she didn't take his fear with her when she went. He looked at his arms and let out a quiet gasp when he saw the fingerprints that stained his sleeves like burn marks. Something occurred to him then. Helen's voice. It wasn't the same voice that had beckoned him upon his arrival. Either there was, in fact, another spirit or person here, but he was definitely not alone. His heart wished for it to be Dennis. As much as he would hate for his love to be trapped here like the grieving mother, he realized at that moment that he would give anything to see him one more time. Mark wanted the opportunity to apologize, but also just to see his face, to touch his skin one final time. He felt Helen's grasp, so it should be the same if Dennis was here, shouldn't it? Mark walked about the bridge, looking for anywhere that somebody could hide. There was nothing. It truly was just a bridge. They could have been on the mountain itself, or maybe at the old mansion, but he felt like that was too far for him to have heard them so clearly. He heard the sound of something heavy falling, followed by the sound of a rope being pulled taut. His breath caught in his chest. It came from the side of the bridge. Mark knew what it had to be, but he needed to see for himself. Mark walked to the edge of the bridge, holding on to the cobbled stone. He leaned over the side and looked. There he saw Helen, hanging from her homemade noose. She dangled there, swinging back and forth with each creak of the rope, her neck clearly broken. But even in death, her eyes still roamed around in search of her missing daughter. Mark put a hand to his mouth to hold back the sound of his horror. "You need to go. Get out of here. Now." The words were spoken into his ear, and a shiver ran through him at the sound. Mark slowly turned and saw no one there. He had tears welling up in his eyes. The voice was one he recognized. It belonged to Dennis. He was here, on this bridge with him somewhere, but Mark couldn't see him anywhere. "I'm sorry," Mark said. "Dennis, honey, can you hear me? I shouldn't have let you come here alone." There was no response. Even the wind died down. Mark frowned. Maybe he had to say his name 3 times, like Helen's. "Dennis! Dennis! Dennis! I love you. I know you're here with me. I miss you so much. I'm so sorry." Mark still couldn't see Dennis anywhere. He walked further into the middle of the bridge, turning and looking each way. He seemed to be alone, although he knew quite well that he wasn't. Despite the fact that he saw no one on the bridge with him, Dennis's voice still reached him from somewhere. "It's not safe. You have to go. Please, go." Mark turned in frantic circles. "Why won't you show yourself? Please let me see you. I miss you so badly. I need to see your face, honey. Please. Dennis, let me see you." Behind him, Mark could hear the screech of tires, followed by a loud crash. He was truly shaking now, tears streaming down his cheeks. He shook his head. "No, no, no. I don't want to see that. I want to see you," he cried. "That is me," Dennis responded solemnly. Trembling with fear and sadness, his gut twisting in knots, tears staining his cheeks, Mark swallowed the lump in his throat and slowly turned. He could see it from where he was. Dennis's old car, driven nose first into Bowcatcher Road, the wheels still spinning. Mark raised his hands and held them out in front of him, as if someone was there before him to see it. "Okay, wait, please, just wait. I'm coming down," he said, his voice shaky. Mark ran across the bridge. "Just stay there. I'm coming," he shouted, as if the accident had just happened, as if Dennis could be saved. "I'm here, baby. I'm coming." He was headed for the mountain itself, for the fastest way down. Panic made his heart thrum against his ribs like a marching drum. Helen appeared before him, her nightgown whipping around her in a sudden windstorm. "Where is she? Where is my baby?" she screamed, her voice like a blast of wind, knocking Mark backward. "Not yours," he growled as he regained his footing. "Mine!" He ran right through her, and she dissipated like mist into the air, a scream fading into the distance. As he ran through her, a coldness crept inside of him, freezing his bones. He was shivering terribly against the internal cold when he reached the end of the bridge. He climbed over and slid down the mountain, trying not to tumble. Mark was halfway down when he lost his footing and did just that. He hit the bottom hard, but he was so desperate to reach Dennis that it didn't even register to him. He bounded back to his feet. The car was still there, smashed into the concrete, wheels slowly turning. Mark, with his arm and head now bleeding, pants torn and clothes filthy, ran around to the driver's side. "Oh, God, oh, God," he mumbled. There was Dennis, in the driver's seat, head smashed against the steering wheel. There was so much blood. It was all over the wheel, all over his clothes, matted in his hair. Mark was so horrified by the sight, so afraid for the man that he loved, that his heart made his brain forget that the event had actually happened years ago. He dropped to his knees before the open window of the smashed car, kneeling beside the dead driver. "I'm here," Mark told him. "It's going to be okay, baby. I'm going to call for help. Just stay with me." Dennis's head turned slowly on a broken neck, with a squeaking sound, as if he was being controlled by the turning of a crank. Mark fell backward into the street when Dennis stared at him with such intensity, his skull broken right down the middle and caving in above his demanding eyes. "Go!" he screamed. "Get out! Now!" Mark scrambled backward on all fours, putting some distance between himself and his dead lover. "I don't want to leave you," he cried. "I wanted to know the truth, to find out what really happened to you. I wanted to see you one last time, to say goodbye, and to tell you I was sorry. I didn't expect to find you so broken, even still." The crank worked again, and Dennis's head twisted counterclockwise with each squeak of scraping bone and vertebrae, ending with his head upside down. Blood leaked from his open skull onto the car door, where it ran down to a pool on the pavement. Mark covered his face with his hand, his eyes bulging in horror. "You've seen me," Dennis said from his upside-down mouth. "I am broken. I will always remain broken. This is an evil place. Now you need to go before it's too late." Mark nodded. Then, feeling the true weight of the threat against him, he closed his eyes and sobbed quietly, his heart broken, an old wound bleeding fresh blood once more. When he opened his eyes, the car and Dennis were both gone. The street was unblemished, as if an accident had never happened here. He stood and brushed himself off. A girl appeared before him then, out of nowhere. She was a child, maybe 9 or 10 years old. She looked like she was on fire, but there were no flames to be seen. Still, her flesh darkened and flaked, falling away like ash. "Have you seen my mother?" she asked, stepping toward him. Mark shook his head. His mouth fell open and his eyes grew wide. He stumbled backward, wanting to get away from the burning child, but each step he took back, she took one forward, matching him step for step. "Have you seen my mother?" she asked again. Mark realized with horror that he was under the bridge, standing beneath the archway. He looked from side to side, investigating his surroundings. The shadows under Helen's bridge moved like they were alive, making him gasp in terror. When he looked back out at the street, the girl was gone. Then Helen's body fell from the bridge, landing before him, dangling from a rope around her neck. She was grasping at it and kicking her legs. Caught off guard by her sudden appearance, Mark screamed. He backed up more, his breathing shallow as anxiety took over. The darkness under the bridge consumed him. The shadows moved to conceal his view. He could no longer see the street. He couldn't see anything. It was like he was lost in a void of pitch-black darkness. It felt impossible where he was. He was just standing under a bridge, a few steps away from a popular city street, but somehow he felt so far away. He felt far away from everything, as if the world didn't even exist anymore, and all there was this living, breathing darkness. "Welcome," a voice said to him. Mark recognized it at once. It was the voice that he heard when he first came upon the bridge, the voice that had beckoned to him. He knew at once that this was the thing Dennis was trying to warn him of. He didn't know who owned the voice, but he knew it wasn't Helen. This was something else, something older, darker, more primal, and far more evil. Was this the gateway that people spoke of? Had he stumbled through it? Was this what lay on the other side? He had to get away from here, from the darkness, this bridge, these spirits, this city, all of it. He needed to go. He stumbled his way through the darkness, feeling for something, anything to guide him, but all he felt was the chill of the ice-cold air. Then reality returned. He was standing just outside of the bridge. He could see the world, the street, the buildings, even people walking and talking. He was back in the world. It was all real, he thought, every last bit of it. Helen, the gateway, all of it was real. The door was under the bridge, where she could be seen dangling, neck broken. Something indeed saw her. It opened a door and came into our world. Something touched Mark's jaw just below his ear and traced its way down to his neck, causing him to tremble. It felt like the gentle graze of a fingertip. Then he felt another on his other side. He felt hands running gently up his back, caressing his legs. "No," Mark said. He moved to run, to get away, but the hands grabbed hold of him. He struggled and squirmed but couldn't get free. They dragged him back under the bridge, into the darkness, and then he was gone. 2 20-somethings were walking down the road, a man and a woman. The man glanced over at the bridge with concern. "Did you see that?" he asked the woman beside him. She took a drag off a cigarette and looked at him. "See what?" she asked. The man shook his head. "I could swear there was a guy right there, and then he just disappeared under that bridge." "Probably a ghost," the woman said nonchalantly. "Asheville is one of the most haunted places in the country." "Creepy," the guy said, glancing fearfully back at the bridge before they walked on. A Slide Infinite by Caleb Stevens. I'll never walk again. I knew at the moment I woke with the ambulance lights bleeding all over my freshly broken body. Josh's head skewered by a tree limb next to me in the passenger seat. Mom said I was the lucky one because I survived, and he didn't. I'm not sure about that. Josh doesn't wake every night caked in sweat, thinking his legs still work. Josh doesn't have to live with the "I know what you did" looks every time he leaves the house, or the constant guilt of killing his best friend. Not a day goes by that I don't miss him. Here's the worst part about being paralyzed at 16. You remember what it's like to walk, to run. I dream about it sometimes, wake with my heart rampaging through my chest like a runaway freight train. You see, my nightmares aren't like most people's. I don't dream of monsters or falling off cliffs or of serial killers hungry to slit my throat. In my nightmares, I can still feel the ground beneath my feet. In my nightmares, my body still works. But I'm not going to think about any of that today. No, today is about the twins. They've begged Mom to take them to Lagoon Island all summer for their birthday. Begged and begged. 8 already. I can't believe it. They're out in the wave pool with her right now, a bright blue square of chlorinated water boiling with swimsuits and happy chirps of laughter. I watch Mom toss Alex into an oncoming wave. He's all shining teeth and tan, summery skin as he splashes down. Victoria bounces next to him, clapping her hands in delight and begging Mom to do the same. I used to toss them like that, make them laugh. That was my thing. Now I just sit here and watch, and watch, and watch. I groan and look away. Their day, Garrett, I chide myself. Their... A glimmer of light catches my eye. I cup a hand to my forehead and squint against all the glittering concrete. For a moment, I think I've imagined it, gone sunblind. But no, there it is, winking at me from the corner of the park, and it's more than light. It's this thing I can't seem to make sense of, a weird shimmering distortion about the size of a door. Curious, I wheel my way toward it, weave through packs of screaming children and anxious parents, flowing past me like I'm some giant, handicapped stone in the middle of a human river, which, of course, I am. Doesn't matter. What does matter is that no one else is looking at it, not a single person. The crowd abruptly thickens, and the lights wink out. I roll through the dense tangle of bodies a little faster, half expecting the distortion to be gone when I break free. But it's not. It's grown stronger, brighter. This kaleidoscope of color so vibrant, so lush, the air practically drips with it. Waves of gooseflesh ripple down my arms. I've never seen anything like it before. Just the sight of it fills my ears with this strange, honey-warm buzz, something pulling me closer. I need to touch it, to feel it. "You okay, sweetheart?" Startled, I turned toward a woman in a floppy floral sun hat, appraising me, her face cast in shadow, save for a bright pink ring of lipstick glowing out with the force of a cheap neon beer sign. She raises a hand. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you." "It's okay. I was just looking at..." I trail off, glance back, and wave at the patch of light swirling in front of me. "At that." She follows my gaze. "At what?" She doesn't see it either. "Are you here with someone, dear? You look a little pale. Can I help you?" I tune her out and gaze into the soapy mix of light and air roiling in front of me, and roll straight through. A water slide. I'm staring at a water slide. But not just any water slide. This one gleams like freshly polished crystal as it curls down through the cement and into the ground. It's brilliantly clear, chiming with a soft rush of water. It makes no sense, looking nothing like the other slides at Lagoon Island. Its brightly colored PVC long faded by the sun. Lagoon Island. I spin around, and a woozy rush of blood nearly tips me from my chair. The woman in the floppy hat stands with her arms akimbo, her mouth open like she's still talking to me. Beyond her, a boy sprayed in freckles hangs suspended above a diving board, as though someone tacked him there with a giant hammer. His friends looking on with paralyzed faces, jaws unhinged. And they're not alone. The water, the waves, people trapped in idle conversation. All of it, the entire park, frozen in a crush of glistening skin. I blink. Hard. This can't be real. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm stroked out on the concrete somewhere, imagining it all. But I don't think so. It all feels too real. The water spilling invitingly over the edge, the glitter of the slide. I swallow and realize I should be sticky-mouthed with fear. But for some reason, I'm not. I feel good. Great, even. And there's this strange attraction thrumming in my chest, this need to know where the slide leads. I make my decision. There's no easy way out of the chair, nothing to grasp. All I can do is get as low to the cement as I can before thrusting forward, which I do without thinking, breaking most of the fall with my arms, my kneecaps smacking off the concrete a second later. It's hard work, but I manage to ease back over the slide's lip and down into the water, pulling my worthless legs in after me. I rotate toward the mouth of the tube, knowing I should be more worried about this, scared even. But there's an excitement humming in my chest I haven't felt since I lost my legs. I'm trembling with it, barely able to breathe. I can't turn back, not now, not this close. I plant my hands and shove off. Rocket into complete darkness. The tube careens left, right, drops and goes vertical, pulling my broken body with it. Needles of water spray my face, my neck. A scream rips up my throat, only to die on my tongue. I'm moving so fast I can't even open my mouth. All I can do is curl my arms tighter and pray the slide doesn't peel the skin from my bones. My pulse crashes like wildfire in my ears, and I'm suddenly hungry for light, for air. There's none. The darkness is total, a tomb. I go faster still, lose all sense of direction as I whip around corner after endless corner and plunge deeper, the speed flattening my cheeks, my lips. Movement is impossible. I'm a human bullet careening through a never-ending chamber of black. I screw my eyes shut and clench my jaw so tight it feels like my teeth will crack. This was a mistake. A terrible, blinding light cuts through my eyelids. I snap them open to blooms of electric luminescence swirling outside the tube. Colors streak past in contrails so intense they sear my retinas. Breathtaking blues and greens, reds that sparkle like lazy 4th of July fireworks. Glittering clouds of dust shimmer brilliantly around me. Gem-like clusters that blossom and fade, only to blossom again. Entire galaxies born and reborn. I have no words to describe what I'm seeing. It's all so beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And then it's gone, snatched away before I can take a breath as the slide plunges back into a throbbing darkness. Crimson hues paint the tube in bloody tones that pulse faster, brighter as I race through a long series of loops and begin to slow, slowing, until I hit dead air. Gravity. I hurtle from the slide and splash down into a pool of water. My muscles cramp immediately, the water winter cold. Freezing. My clothes devour it and pull me lower, the surface darkening above. A bolt of panic tears at my lungs and my arms come to life in frantic circles. I try to swim higher, push my arms faster. It's not enough. Not even close. I'm going to drown if I... My right quad twitches, contracts. My left. I gasp, nearly suck in a mouthful of frigid water as my legs come to life beneath me. It's all I can do to keep from screaming as I surge upward and burst through the surface with a massive gulp of air. Another, my lungs soaking up the oxygen. My senses come back low and slow, like someone turning up the volume on a stereo. A roar of sound, voices crying out, shrieks, heat. I blink. I'm in some sort of cavern with cauldrons of flame hanging overhead, drenching the pool in warm orange light and illuminating a black stretch of rock in front of me. I swim for it and manage to pull myself from the water a second before a scream splits the air. A girl in a yellow bikini hurtles from a slide to my right. Beyond her, more bodies spit from the glittering slides and splash into pools of their own. At least a dozen, maybe more. They swim for the same stone ledge I stand on now, a long, smooth shelf of rock curving away into the darkness. The girl in the bikini reaches it first, pulls herself awkwardly from the water, and collapses onto her back, flexing her fingers in front of her face like she's never moved them before. A teenager with matted dreadlocks rolls onto the ledge next to her, gapes open-mouthed at his legs, his feet, and not just him, all of them, every single person down the line, gawking at some part of their body like it's the first time they've seen it. Jesus, they're just like me. "Welcome!" The voice booms from overhead, and I snap my gaze up to an elaborately wrought iron cage suspended above the cavern floor by a pair of barbed chains. In it stands this thing. It's massive, at least 10 feet tall and roped in muscle. Its skin a pale, mottled white, with dark globe eyes framing a mouth of horror, a long gash jammed with sharp black teeth. "Welcome, you who are broken, you who are weary and cast out." A forked tongue darts over its lips, its oblong head tilted to the side as it studies each of us in turn. "Each of you has been chosen, each of you remade and reborn by the pool of life." It spreads 4 multi-jointed arms wide. "This is but a taste of the life you once had, a glimmer of renewal. But alas, only one of you may keep this precious gift." The thing turns a slow circle in the cage. "The champion of the gauntlet." A thunderous roar ignites, and for the first time I notice the perfect curve of the chamber, the travertine columns, and the elaborate arches frosted in rows of amphitheater-style seating. Among them I glimpse snatches of rusted skin and arms draped in shining scales. Countless eyes burn out at me, blowtorch bright and wet with anticipation. "Each of you have earned this honor, kings and queens all." A cold sweat erupts from my forehead. What the hell is going on? "Legion, I ask you this. Is salvation given?" "No," the crowd roars. "Can it be bought?" "No." "What then, I ask of you?" "It must be earned," a lone voice shrieks. "Louder!" More voices join in the cry. "Earned! Earned! Earned!" The sound thunders through the chamber and sets me to shaking. I glance at the girl, who is staring back at me wide-eyed and trembling, looking like she's about to cry. The thing in the cage beats its chest and howls. "Competitors, behold your salvation!" Several columns of white flame ignite on the far side of the cavern. Something gleaming in orange responds. A slide. A single, solitary slide. The creature in the cage straightens to its full height and retrieves a giant ornate horn from its belt. "He who reaches the slide first shall keep the gift. 15 must now become 1. It lifts the horn to its lips. "Let the gauntlet begin!" The tone of the horn is unearthly, a terrible pressure that envelops my head and rattles my brain. I manage to lunge forward a few steps before tripping, my forehead cracking off the travertine in a bright shower of sparks. The fall is all that saves me. A man barrels past and impales himself on a series of metallic spikes that piston from the floor with a sudden clack. He seizes and slumps forward, a black sheet of blood pouring down his back. His legs. Time stops, and I forget to breathe. I've seen this before, the concentric rings of flagstone and the marble notched with interlacing grooves. The crowd and the traps, the bloodlust. In history class when we studied ancient Rome. It hits me. This is a Colosseum, and, Jesus, I'm one of the gladiators. "Come on! Come on!" a voice cries, hands pulling me upright. "Let's go!" The girl in the bikini. I lurch forward and try to keep up with her, everything in a fog. A flash of silver cuts through the haze, and I jerk the girl back. A giant circular blade whirs across the floor, buzzing so close I feel it pass in a rush of wind. The man next to us isn't so lucky. It cleaves him in half, along with two others further down the line, who peel apart in a shining mess of intestine and muscle. A dark-haired woman scrambles between them, only to be incinerated by a scorching sheet of fire. The crowd roars. The smell of burnt flesh invades my nose, my mouth. I spit it out and yank the girl onward. We run, weave past more of the pistoning spikes, evade yet another blade that eviscerates the kid with the dreads before a sudden grinding sensation rips us to a stop. I glance left and right in search of the vibration. Count 6, no, 7 others still standing, searching for the sound like I am and afraid to move. The grinding stops. A sweat-stained man in jean shorts bolts forward, makes it 5 feet before a granite column explodes from the ground and launches him whirling into the crowd. His screams are the stuff of nightmares as the creatures tear him apart. Another granite column surges toward the cavern dome, and another, column after column, shearing up to form a narrow canyon of polished stone. "Behold the bloody gorge!" The creatures come to their feet with clawed fists pumping, horrible scaled appendages that flash in time with their chant. "Gorge! Gorge! Gorge!" I take the girl's hand and yank her toward the crevice. She resists, shakes her head wildly. "No! Let them show us the traps first!" It's a good idea. We don't have to wait long. A middle-aged woman in a purple bathing suit runs for the gap, then a kid about the twins' age. After that, it's chaos, everyone surging forward in a melee of elbows and knees. "Now!" the girl shouts. We fly into the crevice. It's dark, the light menacing. The woman in the purple swimsuit is already too far ahead, leaping side to side over something I can't make out, and sprinting on. A sharp click echoes off the walls, a clap of sound like a cannon shot, and several stone buttresses rocket from the granite. The woman has no chance. One slams her sideways, another catching her mid-air and pounding her, screaming into the far wall. The girl yelps. "Don't look," I tell her, choking back a throatful of bile as the click echoes again. Another colossal boom of stone. A quick glance, and I see 2 more bodies pounded into the granite, 2 more shapeless piles of grizzle sliding to the floor. 5 competitors left. Run! We sprint on, something slicing my heel. Ahead, 2 men repeat the side-to-side leaping motion. There's a blast of steam, and one abruptly vanishes. I see why as we near. Alternating panels of marble on the floor offset empty air. Beneath them, 10 feet lower, lies a river of lava belching sulphurous clouds of heat. A hawk-faced woman spots us coming and leaps for the first section, landing awkwardly before leaping again. The boy, close to the twins' age, remains behind, frozen. He takes steps back from the ledge, and several steel-tipped bolts rip from a series of holes in the wall to shred his body. I reach for his shoulder too late, watch him ragdoll through an empty gap. "Make haste, competitors!" the voice thunders from above. "Those who linger will be dealt with unfavorably." "Go!" the girl squeals behind me. "Go, go, go!" I leap, barely making the first section, my legs growing weaker. The girl follows, both of us human frogs, banging senselessly off the alternating marble panels until we clear of the boiling heat and scrambling on. Ahead, the death click sparks, followed by the roar of stone on stone. No bodies this time, no shining piles of human gruel shivering down the wall. The remaining 2 runners in front of us scatter forward and work their way between the horizontal columns as they grind back into the wall. They found the switch. It's what we need to do. I race over the floor, my eyes desperate for motion, for any movement at all. I spot it near the far wall, a panel of rock clicking back into place. "Don't move," I tell the girl as she catches up. She nods, and I slide forward and toe the switch, pressing it, then diving back again. The pillar careens an inch past my face, the earth breaking collision as it slams into the far wall, deafening. A cry of delight rises further down the gorge. The man has cleared the chasm, the woman close behind. Beyond them, glittering wildly, lies the slide. I grab the girl and break into a sprint. I pump my newly restored legs as fast as they'll go and beg them to go faster, my lungs burning, my breath coming in snatches. We barrel past sharp pillars of rock and piles of scree, the girl gasping next to me, my heel so slick with blood from whatever cut it, I can barely keep my balance. Ahead, the man sprints for the slide. My pulse hammers my eardrums. He's so close, too close. We'll never reach him before... "Release the bestia!" Crack. A shearing sound careens through the chamber, and a broad slab of travertine near the slide retracts to an expanse of dust. The man spots it too late and tumbles into the gap with a scream. Something howls in response, a roar of sound like I've never heard. The man's cries turn wet, raw, choked out. I see why as the beast emerges from the freshly formed pit. Ivory horns jut from a body layered in gleaming obsidian scales. It's colossal, moving on 6 legs as if a black widow mated with a bulldozer. Its faceted jewel-like eyes shine as though lit with some terrible torch, and in its immense maw is what remains of the man. A spray of shattered limbs that disappear with a final meaty crunch. Dear God! A blanket of silence falls over the arena. There's no sound, no motion. I take the girl's hand, and we ease next to the canyon wall. Go flat. The thing rotates its head with a guttural growl and snorts. Its demon-like eyes devour the arena. I don't move, don't breathe. The girl is shaking so hard next to me it feels like she'll come apart. I search for the last runner, the hawk-faced woman, and find her crouched behind a shattered stone column, her eyes darting between us and the slide like a schizophrenic set of pinballs. The beast snorts again and raises its head. Light dances over its horns and glosses its armor. It unleashes a haunting shriek, and a murmur of excitement ripples through the crowd. They can already taste the blood. Our blood. It eases closer, sends a wave of panic sheeting through my chest. I can smell it. Hot rot. Death. I nudge the girl and nod toward the slide. She shakes her head, her face tight with fear, eyes wild. I squeeze her hand and will her to understand. If we run, maybe one of us makes it. If we stay here, we die. We have to move. A sudden clatter snaps my gaze up as the woman bolts for the slide. She's fast. The beast is faster. It rotates back and covers the ground with horrifying speed, roars and snatches her mid-air as she leaps for the water. Her bones snap like gunshots. A siren blares through my head. Now! I shove the girl forward, and we're moving, racing toward the slide as the creature attends to its kill. It's back to us. It whips its head back and forth, ragdolling the woman until her torso splashes to the travertine in a sloppy mound of organs and blood. I barely notice, my feet clacking off the stone, my heart clogging my throat. 10 feet to the slide. 8. It doesn't see us. 6 feet. The crowd goes ballistic, wails at the beast to turn around with jabbing, segmented fingers. 4 feet. 2. It sees us. No, it sees me. I push past the girl and reach the slide first. Champion! The thing in the cage booms. The girl leaps for the slide after me, and we skim forward, the slide rushing, pulling. We made it! The girl rips to a stop, and it's all I can do to reach back and seize her hand. She wails, and with a shocked glance, I see the creature has her by the leg, thick gouts of blood shivering black over its jaw, turning the water around me to rust. "Don't let go!" I shout at her. "Look at me!" She does, her face racked with pain, her eyes bright beacons of panic. I grip her hand tighter. Still it slides an inch, two. Water spills past my head, floods my throat, and threatens to drag me lower. The creature snaps forward, and the rest of her leg disappears into a sea of shining teeth. She cries out, and her fingers slip from mine. I keep my gaze on her until she curves out of sight. I fly from the slide and splash down. There's a scatter of motion overhead, lights wheeling over the surface in rapid arcs. Muffled voices bleed down through the water. I surface with a gasp and swim to the ledge where a man in a water park uniform helps me from the pool. "He's over here!" he shouts. More workers rush our way. I ignore them and glance back wildly for the slide, for the girl. It's gone. Now empty air. A dull ache floods my chest. "Garrett! Oh my God!" I turn around and spot Mom breaking through the crowd, her eyes raw, pink. She stops, her fingers fluttering to her mouth. "You're standing!" I look down at my legs and nod dumbly. Yes, I am. With a sob, she crashes into me, the twins wrapping themselves around my legs a moment later, laughing and pulling at my shorts, asking me how I'm standing. Mom reaches up and cups my cheeks with both hands. "How did this happen, Garrett? How?" I can't answer. And even if I could, she wouldn't believe me. Luckily, I don't have to. The man in the uniform takes me by the shoulder and guides me toward my wheelchair, telling me to sit down so he can take a look at my foot. A shudder of revulsion runs through me at the thought. In my wheelchair, I'm broken again. Worthless. But I sit anyway so he can clean the cut with an alcohol pad. It stings like hell. I ignore the pain and stare over his shoulder at the sky. It's nearly dusk, the last bleeding edge of the day streaking the horizon a deep blood orange. I'm too numb to care. He slaps a bandage on my heel and gives it a pat. "You'll probably want to get that checked out. Looks like it might need stitches." "Thank you. We will," Mom says, answering for me. She eases behind the chair, about to push, when I stop her. She pauses, leans forward. "What is it, honey?" The girl floods my mind once more. Her face, those sea-foam eyes, the way she pulled me off the ground and kept me going when she didn't have to, the way the beast took her when it should have been me instead. I pushed her out of the way. I killed her, and I didn't even know her name. But was any of it real? I'm still not sure, still afraid I'll wake, sweat-soaked in my bed at any moment, everything a dream. All I know is that, for the moment, I can walk again, and I won't sit here, won't leave this place hobbled and broken when the price for my legs was her life. So it's with a heavy heart that I grip the armrest and force my quads to contract, the girl's face still burning hot in my mind, and stand. The Culling by Melissa Berkeley. The whole thing started out as a dare, delivered by a psychiatrist of all people. Edgar was having some friends over for a dinner party, though friends was a stretch. These were the types of people who secretly took more glee in his failures than his accomplishments. But they were the only acquaintances he had, and he couldn't wait to show them his latest achievement. Besides, what good were friends if you couldn't occasionally rub their noses in your triumphs? The party had started out nicely enough. His cook prepared a scrumptious 4-course meal, climaxing with a succulent elk medallion Wellington and ending with a creme brulee, made with an ostrich egg custard. Edgar's guests oohed and ahed when he announced that everything came from his private stock, edible souvenirs brought back from his many hunting trips. After the meal was consumed, he suggested they retire to the trophy room for snifters of warm brandy and, of course, the great reveal. Of all the rooms in his estate, and there were many, the trophy room was Edgar's favorite. Sometimes, after a long day spent in surgery, he would retire to the tufted leather chair, brandy in hand, and sit silently for hours. It was the only room in the house that didn't have a television. That included the kitchen and the bathrooms, but it didn't need one. Hanging on the walls was something even better, a lavish display of Edgar's life achievements, a shrine built solely to honor him. The party followed Edgar down the hall, chatting like Nigerian pipits as they went. Each of his guests had visited his estate on more than one occasion, but none of them had ever had the pleasure of being invited into the trophy room. In fact, before this day, not a single person, other than Edgar, had been allowed in this room, except for the maids, to do a bit of dusting. That was because behind that locked door stood Edgar's exploits, his fantasies, his legacy. Letting people into that room would be like letting them traipse around inside his skull. But tonight was different. Tonight, his pride swelled so much he felt it might burst, and he knew he had to share his most recent triumph with the world. Edgar had instructed the help to light the fireplace during dinner so that it would be a roaring flame when the group entered the trophy room. As they crowded into the chamber, they were greeted with wood-paneled walls, each stacked floor to ceiling with mounted heads. Most of the animals were of the big game variety, muskox, moose, cougar. But Edgar held no prejudices when it came to hunting. Along with the big kills were smaller fare, antelope, gazelles. Even the fireplace mantel housed a few stuffed birds and rabbits. The size of the animal was not what mattered to Edgar, nor was its ferocity. Rarity was the prize. The rabbit-like pika from China stood side by side with the mouflon ram and the upright grizzly bear. The Chatham Island raven from New Zealand sat perched on the mantel, just to the left of the mounted hyena head. All manner of animal was on display in the room, all except one. High up in the far corner of the room, just to the right of the entrance door, a white sheet was draped over a hidden occupant. This was the surprise Edgar brought them here to see. This was his great white whale. "Oh, Edgar," Mr. Bowery swooned as they entered. "This room is astonishing." "Yes," his wife added, as she absent-mindedly preened her hair with her fingertips. "Quite impressive." Edgar felt a flame of pride dance in his chest. "Did you kill all these yourself?" Dr. Klein asked, with just a hint of skepticism dripping from his mustached lips. Klein was a psychiatrist by trade, a fairly well-respected one at that, as well as a best-selling author. Of his 8 guests tonight, Klein was certainly the most successful in his field, even more so than Edgar. But which was more impressive, really, someone like Klein who is top in his field, but whose field is a joke, or someone like Edgar, who was not as well known, but whose career was in a respectable trade, like neurosurgery? "Of course I killed them all myself," Edgar replied, balling his hand on his hip. "It has been a hobby of mine for over 10 years now." He detested hearing that word hobby slide off his tongue. It was so much more than that. Scrapbooking was a hobby. Microbrewing in the garage was a hobby. Trophy hunting? That was a life calling. But he had learned over the years that people looked at him quizzically, usually with one eyebrow at a tilt when he talked that way. So he restricted himself to the colloquial term when talking to simpletons such as these. "My guests," Edgar said, his booming voice echoing in all the small quarters, "I ask now that you all turn your attention to the far right corner of the room. Beneath this concealment is a creature that has eluded me for many years, a being that I tried to capture on several prior occasions, but failed. My friends, I bring you here tonight so that I may share with you my most recent acquisition." Edgar walked over to the rope that secured the sheet. With a dramatic flick of the wrist, he gave a tug, and the cover tumbled down to reveal its secret treasure. A massive lion's head. The beast's fiery mane fanned out around its head like a sunburst. Auburn eyes glared down at the audience like that of a demon. Black lips curled back in a snarl, revealing gleaming porcelain fangs. "Ladies and gentlemen," Edgar announced, "I give you the Congo lion from Uganda." Ever the attentive host, Edgar made his way around the room, pouring his guests a second helping of brandy as they chatted away. As he filled their glasses, he wondered if his guests were appreciating his trophies as much as he did. In his eyes, these works of art were just as noteworthy as any museum painting or sculpture. Although Edgar took great pride in his trophies, he couldn't claim all of the credit. The artist who created them was the best taxidermist on the eastern seaboard. Edgar adored the man's work and paid a pretty penny for it, but it was worth it. The old man had a talent for making the beast look even more lifelike than it did when it was alive. He also had an uncanny ability to know exactly how to position the creature to make it look the most menacing. The longer Edgar would sit in his chair and stare at one of his mounted creatures, the more he felt his memories rewriting themselves to fit the trophy's current pose. Instead of the moose sipping peacefully by the river, he now recalled his shot hitting the moose as it charged at Edgar, antlers spread out like that of a hellfire bird. Instead of the bullet piercing the grizzly bear in its side as it ran from Edgar's clumsy stalking, he now recalled striking the beast as it stood on its hind quarters, claws splayed. That was the magic of trophy hunting. Like reading a good novel or watching an engrossing movie, it had the mystic ability to turn fantasy into reality. As Edgar finished pouring the last of the warmed brandy into Dr. Klein's snifter, the shrink spoke. "This is all very animus, Edgar. Do you know what animus means?" As most psychiatrists are inclined to do, Klein suffered from the annoying tendency to pepper his speech with jargon and psychodribble, as if he were the only person on this planet who had read Carl Jung. Yes, Edgar scoffed. "I know what animus means. And yes, this room is very masculine. But what else would you expect from a hunter's trophy room?" He gave a hearty chuckle. "Pink curtains and lace doilies?" "Yes, it is quite manly," Dr. Klein's wife added. Then, under her breath, she said, "And, dare I say, a bit creepy." Her comment took Edgar by surprise. He saw nothing creepy about these trophies. Would she have said the same thing if he had been an actor showing off his Oscars, or a pro golfer showing them his Arnold Palmer Awards? But then again, Mrs. Klein was a woman, and a middle school teacher at that. He couldn't trust someone of her gender or her caliber to understand. Edgar's gaze turned from the wife to the good doctor. "What do you think, Klein? In your professional opinion, would you say this room feels creepy?" Dr. Klein expelled a half-hearted laugh. "Ha! I think the important thing here is what this room makes you feel, Edgar." Edgar paused, feeling as if he were being lured into a trap, but unable to stop. "Well, if I'm being completely honest—" "Please do," Klein interrupted. "We are all your friends here." Edgar nodded. "Okay, then. I would have to say I feel pride when I look around this room." Klein thumbed his mustache. "Interesting." "Does that surprise you?" Edgar prodded. "No, I just wonder if pride is the only emotion you feel." "What other emotion should I feel?" Edgar huffed, frustrated with the turn this conversation had taken. He took a sip from his glass, hoping the feel of warm brandy in his throat would calm his nerves. "Emotions are emotions, my friend. You aren't obliged to feel anything. I just wonder if you have ever felt a sense of shame while standing in this room." Shame? The idea was so absurd Edgar nearly spit out his drink. "Never," Edgar growled. "Interesting," Klein said again. Edgar was starting to seriously question his decision to invite Klein in the first place. "Let me ask you something," Klein continued. "Have you ever spent the night in this room?" What an absurd question. He had a perfectly good bedroom upstairs, 12 to be exact. So, no, he had never spent the night in here. Although he came close once or twice, having fallen asleep in the leather chair after a long day and a few too many drinks. But he had always awoken and retired to bed. "No," Edgar said. "I haven't stayed the night in here." "Well, in that case," Klein said slyly, "care to make a friendly wager?" Edgar was starting to loathe the sound of the head-shrinker's voice. "What did you have in mind?" Klein smiled, all mouth, no teeth. Edgar wondered what would happen to that foxy grin if it were in the sights of his hunting rifle. "I will pay you $1,000 if you spend the entire night in this room, with the door locked," Klein announced. The chatter in the room suddenly stopped. All eyes fell on Edgar. $1,000? scoffed Klein's wife. "Dear, isn't that a bit rich just to have a man sleep in his own house?" "My wife has a point," Klein said. "So there is one more element to the bet. Georgina," Klein called out, referring to Mrs. Tennant, one of the other party guests in the room. Mr. and Mrs. Tennant left their position by the fireplace and approached. "Georgina," Klein continued, "would you be so kind as to lend Edgar here one of your lozenges?" Mrs. Tennant looked as if she was about to protest, but only a croak escaped her throat. Now, Georgina, we are all friends here, and we all know you have a penchant for—" He paused, seeming to search for the proper word. "For edibles. To treat your migraines, of course." The woman's cheeks bloomed crimson. "I just ask that you be so kind as to part with just one of your cannabis lozenges," Klein said, "for the purposes of our little wager." "Let me clarify," Edgar said snidely. "You are going to pay me $1,000, and all I have to do is get a bit snuffed and spend the night in my own study." "That is exactly right. But, dear," Klein's wife tugged on the sleeve of her husband's sport coat, "how will we know if he actually did it? We can't just trust him to tell us the truth. I'm sure Edgar is fine if we all stay the night here, right? Surely you have enough bedrooms in this mansion to accommodate us all? Then we can come down in the morning and check on him. What do you say, Edgar?" The doctor smiled wide, revealing a set of glistening canines that rivaled the hyenas. For a luscious moment, Edgar pictured the doctor's head stuffed next to that very hyena on the wall, his sharp, penetrating eyes gone dull and glassy, his grey moustache gathering cobwebs. "Well?" Klein asked. "Done." Edgar shot out his hand to Mrs. Tennant. The woman eyed him like a dim-witted sheep, then dug into her purse. A moment later, she reluctantly dropped one of her red-wrapped delicacies into Edgar's open palm. Edgar sat quietly in his leather chair, a finger gently rapping against his half-empty snifter. The glass-domed clock that perched on the mantel indicated it was 10 past midnight. 45 minutes had passed since his guests had bid him adieu and retired to their bedrooms. Klein had been the last to leave. "See you in the morning, friend," he said, as he closed the door behind him. Then a loud clangor as the lock slid into place. Edgar realized he had never been in the study with the door closed. He was surprised by how imperceptible the door became, almost disappearing completely into the surrounding wood paneling. As loath as he was to admit it, seeing that doorway dissolve produced a cold crackling in his chest, a sense of claustrophobia he had never before experienced. "Just a side effect of Mrs. Tennant's edible," he thought, "or perhaps heartburn from my still-digesting meal." His finger continued to tap away on the glass as he mused over the evening's events. It had not gone as planned, that was for sure. He had expected them to make more of a fuss when he made his great reveal. Hadn't he explained to them how difficult it was to lure a male lion away from its pack, to isolate it, and then to perfectly land the kill shot before its lionesses were alerted and attacked? Twice before, on prior hunting expeditions, he had tried to acquire a lion. Twice the prize had eluded him. And hadn't he explained to them how rare the Congo lion was? It had already gone extinct in Rwanda, and its numbers in Uganda were quickly dwindling. It truly was a rare specimen indeed, the rarest of his collection by far. But even if their small minds couldn't grasp this fact, surely they could see the significance in slaying the king of all beasts. Even a dimwit like Mrs. Klein should have been able to grasp that. The more he thought about it, the more he realized there was only one possible explanation for their lack of enthusiasm. They were jealous. Who else among them could single-handedly claim such an impressive feat? Of course, he hadn't divulged all of the details to his guests. He left out the part where he paid 2 local Bosongora tribesmen $5,000 to lure the creature across the Queen Elizabeth National Park border, where the lions were protected, and into open land where it could be shot legally. To him, such red tape issues were a mere annoyance. But he understood that for some weak-bellied bleeding hearts it was a moral violation. He'd left out that small detail so as to avoid a war of words about global responsibility and animal endangerment. Had he not, surely one of them, most likely the arrogant Dr. Klein, would have launched into one of those sky-is-falling liberal rants you hear on MSN, claiming the planet is entering its 6th wave of extinction. Of course, those blowhard conservatives over on Fox News were no better, stubbornly refusing to accept the fact that the planet was going through major changes despite all evidence to the contrary. In Edgar's eyes, both sides had it wrong. There was no doubting the fact that the planet was entering a state of flux, but it wasn't a state of extinction. It was a culling. The idea of culling wildlife was not a new one. Humans have been systematically controlling animal populations by weeding out the weak and injured for as long as they had been hunting. The only difference now was that Mother Nature, not us, was now doing the culling. Dozens of species were going extinct each day, but was that necessarily a bad thing? Edgar didn't think so. It was just a basic rule of life. The weak must step aside to make way for the strong. As Edgar emerged from his musings, he noticed his finger was tapping away at his glass in perfect unison with the ticking clock. Suddenly, a flicker of alarm sparkled in his chest. His finger hovered mid-air. In all the time he had spent in this room, never before had he heard the clock tick. He turned his head, focusing on the sound, and noticed something odd. Rather than a steady, repetitive beat, it varied a bit. A few fast taps, then a few slower ones. Staring intently at the clock, he caught sight of movement at the far end of the mantel. There perched his stuffed raven, its feathers glistening in the firelight like freshly poured tar. Its golden eyes seemed to burrow into Edgar's. Curious, Edgar leaned forward. As far as he could recall, those orbs had always been pointed up to the ceiling. But now they were fixed firmly on him, trapping him in their beady stare. The bird slowly turned its head. Edgar's heart stumbled inside his chest. He gripped the chair's armrests with white-knuckled hands. The bird lowered its black head, then proceeded to peck at the glue securing its feet to the wooden base. What in God's name? Then it hit him. Mrs. Tennant's lozenge. That's all this was. The cannabis was starting to kick in. He settled back in his chair. The bird lifted its head, stared at Edgar, then resumed its pecking. With each strike, Edgar's nerves jangled. He screwed his eyes shut in an attempt to block out the horrid hallucination. But it was no use. Behind dark eyelids, he continued to hear the unnerving tap, tap, tap. Only now it was becoming slower, steadier. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythm of a heartbeat. That's all this is, he thought with a laugh. Just the sound of his own heart pumping away in his hollow chest. In his mind, he counted along with it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Silence. Edgar forced his eyes open. The raven stood motionless at his post, its eyes staring skyward. The sudden silence pressed down on the room like a fog bank. Edgar let out a long, deep sigh of relief, but no sooner had he done so than a stirring prickled at the back of his neck. His hair stood erect. He scanned the room. Hundreds of eyes returned his gaze. His eyes darted from one mounted head to another. Every single one of the room's residents had its gaze trained on Edgar. The dancing firelight cast shadows upon the creatures' faces, revealing devilish grins. It looked as if they all knew a secret that he did not. "Just the edible," Edgar said aloud, to no one in particular, then knuckled his weary eyes as if he could rub the hallucination away. Despite what Mrs. Tennant's lozenge wanted him to think, he reminded himself that these creatures looking upon him were just hide, and stuffing, nothing more. And yet, try as he might, he couldn't quite shake that odd sensation of being watched, of being mocked. Suddenly it occurred to him that Klein may have planned this all along, that he had hedged his bet by secretly lacing the lozenge with something more sinister than cannabis. Edgar scanned the room again, and felt his gaze drawn to his latest accomplishment on display, the lion. He'd always imagined that killing the king of all beasts would have been the pinnacle, the end. But, in truth, it had done little to quench his thirst. Already he could feel the dry ache swell inside him, begging for the next big catch to mount on his wall. When he had started this journey 10 years ago, he thought he would just try it out for the experience, and maybe to add a decoration or two to his study. But the second he pulled that trigger for the first time and watched that muscled elk drop to the ground, he was hooked. He wanted bigger, better, rarer. Now, a decade later, he had but 2 items left on his bucket list. The first, to kill the king of all beasts, had now been checked off, which only left one: to kill the last remaining creature of its species. It didn't matter to him what kind of species it might be, though it had to be something big enough to shoot. No 3-toed salamander or titmouse from New Guinea would do. But most important of all, it had to be the only remaining one of its kind. Oh, to single-handedly wipe the last vestige of an entire species off the planet forever. Why, that would be the closest a man could ever get to being a god. He knew it would take time, not to mention a great deal of money, to achieve this final goal. So, for now, he would have to be content with fulfilling his first. Edgar tipped his glass toward the big cat's head and toasted, "To the lion, my greatest pride," then took a final swig. As the last of the brandy slipped down his gullet, the literary irony of that sentence reached his stoned mind, launching Edgar into a fit of laughter. The sound of his amusement ricocheted and echoed off the walls, doubling and tripling his chuckles. But as his snickering eventually slowed, he realized through his delirium that it wasn't an echo. Someone else was laughing with him, or at him. He jerked his head around, half expecting to see Dr. Klein in the doorway. The chamber was empty, and yet the laughing continued. Edgar twisted around in his seat, sending the room spinning. In that vertiginous state, he caught sight of the hyena head perched high on the wall. It was rocking side to side, its mouth wide, its pink tongue walloping in a maniacal laugh. Talons of terror gripped Edgar's heart, then squeezed. He tried to stand, but the room was spinning wildly. He dropped back into his chair as a cacophony of sounds erupted. Birds cawed, a moose whined, wolves wailed. The grizzly in the corner offered a guttural grumble. "I have to get out." Edgar launched to his unsteady feet, but his ankles became intertwined and sent him crashing to the floor. He landed hard on his shoulder, igniting a flare of white-hot pain. He rolled onto his back. Above, each mounted head twisted in his direction, their mouths wide open, crying in unison. "Help!" Edgar called out, but he could barely hear his own voice over the tsunami wave of cries. He sucked in another deep breath, and that's when a flood of horrific scents invaded his nostrils. The musky spray of a feral creature as it tried to flee in fear. Damp fur wet with blood from a fresh bullet wound, the reek of shit from a dead animal's expelled bowels. Edgar's panicked eyes searched the room for the exit door, but it was nowhere to be found among the wood paneling. Then he remembered the window. The trophy room was on the second floor, but if leaping out that window was his only way to escape this madness, so be it. He tried to raise himself off the floor, but his legs were leaden with fear. He rolled over onto his stomach, turning his back to his raucous audience, and elbowed his way across the hardwood floor. 20 feet became 10. 10 became 5, and then he was within arm's reach of the curtains. He grasped for the window-sill to pull himself up, fingers brushing against the velvet drapes, when something yanked hard on his left leg. His world blurred as he was dragged back toward the middle of the room. An aura of body heat radiated against Edgar's back. Hot breath kissed his neck. He froze, unable to move, unable to run, unable to think. A great strength flipped Edgar over onto his backside. Above stood his greatest pride. Its mane was ablaze with firelight. Its eyes were glowing embers. A warm wetness spread across the crotch of Edgar's pants, and for a terrifying moment he thought the lion was marking its territory. But then he realized he was the one doing the marking. His bladder had evacuated its contents in a last-ditch effort to escape capture. But it was no use. The lion paid little notice to this vulgar act. Instead, it lifted its massive paw and lowered it onto Edgar's panting chest. As the piss left Edgar's body, so too did his pride. In its place were emotions he had never experienced before: confusion, fear, disgust. And it would please Dr. Klein to know, yes, even shame. Shame for his dishonesty, shame for his arrogance, and most of all, shame for deluding himself into thinking that by killing the king of all beasts, that made him king. Edgar suddenly comprehended the mighty depth of his delusion. His first encounter with the lion had never been a fair fight. But now that he was thrust into an equitable matchup, now that he was finally given the true opportunity to defend his dominion over the animals as God had intended, his courage ran damp down his pant leg. His crown lay broken at his feet, nothing but a pathetic illusion. "I'm sorry," Edgar pleaded to the lion. The beast responded with a blast of hot, rancid breath. In his mind, Edgar heard his own thought repeated back to him. The weak must step aside to make way for the strong. Edgar's eyes welled with tears. "I'm sorry to all of you," he said, as he cast his gaze to the other victims in his trophy room. But the walls were empty. The wood paneling was now dotted with vacant mountings. The lion wasn't the only creature that had abandoned its post. Beasts of fur and feather, of hoof and paw, of 2 legs and 4, stepped out from the shadows in all directions, straining their heads to get a good look at the pathetic prey trapped under the lion's claws. Dr. Klein came down the stairs and joined the mourning crowd that had gathered outside the chamber door. "Has anyone seen him yet?" he asked. "Not yet," Mr. Bowery answered. "But I checked his bedroom upstairs and the sheets were still made." "Well then," Klein said with a wink, "let's see how his night went." Klein turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The room was pitch black. The fire had long since extinguished, and the curtains were not yet drawn. He slid his hand along the inside wall, hoping to locate a light switch, but was unsuccessful. "Georgina," Klein asked, "be a dear and go open the curtains to let some light in, will you?" Sheepish woman that she was, Mrs. Tennant abided the doctor's instructions without protest. She took a few tentative steps into the room and was engulfed by thick darkness. "I can't see a thing in here," she yelled back, her voice strained and distant. "I'm afraid I am going to trip over a chair, or—" Her voice cut off with a grunt. "Georgina!" Mr. Tennant cried. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, dear," her voice returned. "My foot just got caught on the rug." She reached the window and threw open the curtains. The radiant light cast itself across the stationary heads mounted on the walls. "What is that?" Mrs. Bowery exclaimed, pointing toward the middle of the room. "Oh, God," Mr. Bowery replied. "I think it's Edgar." The group rushed to the body, collapsed on the floor. Klein was the first to arrive and immediately dropped to his knees beside it. Edgar's eyelids were opened wide, his mouth slack, his skin a grayish blue. The doctor knew what the answer would be just by looking at him, but he checked Edgar's wrist anyway. There was no pulse. From the looks of it, there hadn't been for several hours. "I think he's had a heart attack," Klein said. "I'll call 911, Georgina screamed, then ran out of the room. "Good heavens," Mr. Bowery said. "Do you think it was the lozenge?" Klein felt a lump of guilt rise in his throat, but swallowed it back down. "I highly doubt that given the small dose—" His voice trailed off, lost in a miasma of shame-ridden thought. Heavy silence. Then Mrs. Bowery spoke. "What happened to his shirt?" Klein stared down at Edgar's motionless chest. All of the buttons on the man's shirt had been popped off. Through the opening in the fabric, Klein could see a hint of violet. Curious, he carefully pulled open the shirt. Edgar's pale chest was mottled with black and purple splotches. They clustered together in an odd shape. "What is that?" Mrs. Bowery asked. Klein leaned forward. "I'm not sure. It looks like a bruise of some sort. Maybe Edgar tried to beat his chest as he was having a heart attack." "Odd," Mrs. Bowery said, her tone peculiar. "From up here, it looks a bit like a paw print."
The Other Side of the Mirror by Stephen Johnson. The multicolored lights illuminated the carnival and dazzled the drivers passing by on Interstate 55. Although a teenager in the ripe old age of 17, Isabel still looked on in childlike amazement from the back seat of the family minivan, giddy with excitement. Her father pulled off the exit and into the makeshift parking lot that served as a grassy field the day before. A young man motioned with a flashlight and directed them unenthusiastically into a row of cars as they rolled slowly over the uneven ground and came to a stop inside the crowded parking lot. Isabel waited impatiently as her parents fidgeted in the front seat, looking for tickets and giving instructions to her and her brother Logan. Logan was 12, and even though he thought himself old enough to venture out on his own, his parents felt the need for him to stay close to them tonight, and were attempting to give Isabel the same guidelines. "Dad, really? I already told Brooke that we would meet up tonight and go on the rides together," Isabel said. Her father glanced at her mother with a defeated look, awaiting her response. Isabel's mother nodded begrudgingly. "Fine, but you two have to stay together all the time, okay?" Isabel was excited, and the family exited the car and headed for the entrance. After a short argument from Logan describing how life was unfair and never worked in his favor, he agreed, and their family fun night began. Isabel immediately spotted Brooke as they entered the carnival, and the two quickly met each other and waved goodbye to Isabel's parents. The two girls hurried off to the section of the carnival with most of the rides, skipping past the vast array of fried foods that lingered in the endless line of small trailers. The aroma of the corn dogs filled Isabel's nostrils, and it took her back to the memories of when she was younger and came to the carnival with her parents. Nostalgic, she looked back to see if her parents were behind her, even feeling a little sad that she had left Logan behind when Brooke squeezed her arm. "Look, over by the Twister ride. It's Angelia and Dee. Let's go say hello, all right?" Brooke went toward the other girls while Isabel stood for a moment and watched. She noticed as the girls laughed and immediately began looking at pictures from earlier that evening, no doubt showing Brooke snapshots of them on the rides with Sean. Sean was the cutest guy at school, and Isabel was sure that every one of them was vying for his attention tonight. The last thing she wanted to do was hang out with a bunch of stuck-up mean girls on the one night she could actually go out and enjoy herself. Isabel heard a muffled voice behind her, as though they were speaking from another room, and it seemed to be calling her name. As she turned, her attention was caught by the attraction directly behind her. Funny, she had not noticed it before when they were walking toward the section of the carnival rides with long lines. She stared at the rickety attraction and noticed the sign above the metal entrance to the front of the place that was made out to look like a haunted house. The sign glowed in red and featured the title, House of Haunted Mirrors. The sign was obviously weathered and several of the letter's light bulbs were burned out, but there was something about the old attraction that piqued Isabel's interest. She turned and walked toward the front of the old run-down house, ignoring Brooke's distant calls behind her, and entered the booth to the House of Haunted Mirrors. A dubious man waited for her at the ticket booth, barely looking up from his magazine, but extending his hand to accept the 2-ticket entry fee. He nonchalantly waved her through with his left hand, while flipping the page of his car magazine. Isabel shook her head and walked under the half-lit banner into a musty-smelling entrance filled with mirrors on all sides. The mirrors themselves were covered in a nasty film, and several parts were already cracked. Wow, not sure if this is really worth 2 tickets. Isabel smirked as she nearly tripped over the loose flooring and caught herself against the side of one of the full-length mirrors. She scrubbed her hands on her shirt, trying to rub off the greasy film, and then reluctantly continued, determined to at least finish the entire tour since it had in fact cost her valuable tickets. On a positive note, she could maybe catch up with Brooke afterward and skip having to spend any time with the group of mean girls. While the House of Haunted Mirrors was not a glamorous attraction, it was at least a welcome escape from that group. Besides, this was just the entrance to the place, and perhaps it was just dirty from all those people who had gone in. She went around a corner and walked quickly to what looked like a doorway when she walked head first into a mirror. Ow, what the? She brought her hand to her forehead and rubbed it for a few seconds. After the initial pain and shock had left her, she laughed to herself and looked around, hoping no one else saw the embarrassing incident when she accidentally walked right onto a mirror. Her head throbbing from the blow, Isabel rubbed her temple to check for a bump or any blood and noticed a small earring on the ground right where she fell earlier. She picked it up and examined it, and to her surprise, she discovered that it was identical to the pair of earrings she was wearing. She reached up and checked both her ears, relieved to find that her small diamond earrings were still in place. That's too bad. Someone is probably really missing that. Isabel pocketed the lone earring when out of the corner of her eye she saw a figure in a mirror. Someone must have seen me run into the mirror, she thought as she felt her face blush. She looked around to check if there was any other person in there with her. Then she moved to her side to get a better view. She blinked to make sure she could trust her eyes when she saw a girl who appeared to be inside the glass mirror, perhaps in the other room, banging on the glass, screaming at someone. The girl was banging desperately, beating on the mirror with a look of complete fear and anxiety. Isabel looked at the surrounding mirrors, but the girl only appeared in one of the individual mirrors in the room. How strange, she thought. Isabel walked into the room where the mirror was and tried to look closer, expecting to discover an optical illusion that was causing the trick. Still, she found that the girl only appeared in that one mirror pane, and that none of the other mirrors reflected her image. While that was already strange enough for Isabel, she froze and felt the blood drain out of her face as she momentarily caught a glimpse of the young girl, and was shocked to see she resembled herself for a brief moment. She could see the girl's utter distress as she frantically beat on the glass and waved her arms as if she were sending a warning. Isabel noticed that the girl was wearing ripped jeans and tried to look at her face closely again, but the mirror fogged and distorted the view. Then Isabel heard a loud crash from behind the mirror and saw the girl look behind her. Seconds later, there was another loud sound, this time from behind Isabel, and she turned around instinctively to look for the source. She found nothing, and decided to turn her attention back toward the girl in the single mirror. The image of the girl in the mirror was gone by the time Isabel turned around, and the mirror house was once again silent. Isabel stood for what seemed an eternity, trying to make sense of what she had seen. But after a few minutes, she straightened up and figured it must have been a special effect. They must have taken a picture of me and probably had it displayed behind that special mirror. She laughed to herself and walked over to the mirror pane where she had seen the young girl earlier. Maybe this place really was worth the 2 tickets. Pretty good special effect there. She followed the arrows on the floor to the next room, shoving the uncanny incident in the back of her mind, while also anticipating the next attraction. Her adrenaline picked up, wondering what next adventure lay ahead. Isabel went through a doorway with a sign above it, "Caution, enter at your own risk." She hurried into the next room and saw another setup with mirrors all around. Only this time, however, they were clean and pristine. She stepped toward the center of the room and saw her reflection staring back at her from all directions. The effects were dizzying, as only a slight turn of her head produced a multitude of movements from the different reflections in the room. A single mirror in the far corner churned in waves like an ocean's currents flowing through multiple panes. She walked over to the single mirror pane and saw a reflection start to take shape. Instead of a flat reflection of her body, the mirror produced a 3-dimensional image forming out of the mirror's flat glass. She immediately jumped back and gasped, but remained transfixed on the amazing shape that mimicked her every movement. Isabel moved slowly toward the image and reached out with one hand, watching the reflection copy her. She extended her finger to touch the image protruding from the glass and felt a sharp pull. She screamed as the image's hand grabbed her wrist. Isabel felt a stinging sensation like her arm was falling asleep as she was being pulled into the other side of the mirror. She fought against it, but its grasp was too tight, and the strength of the force overwhelmed her. Her arm and then her leg also started to feel the same stinging sensation, after which she lost her balance, allowing the mirror to completely swallow her. The place on the other side of the mirror engulfed her completely. She felt as if she were swimming in a pool with no water. Each move felt like struggling through quicksand. She forced herself to turn and look back through the mirror, but all she saw was the world just as it was a few minutes ago, as though she was never there, and only inches in front of her. Overcome with panic, she whipped about, her body moving in desperation against the seemingly invisible force around her. Eventually, her arms burned from all the exertion and her legs lost their energy from all the kicking as she stopped and surrendered, now floating helplessly. Tired and scared, she tried to relax and compose herself and focus hard on the situation. She found that after she was able to gather herself, her body floated, as if in water, and she could maneuver herself more easily. Her mind went back to her swim lessons at the YMCA when she was a young girl, and she found that the more she relaxed, the easier it was to float and move in this strange new world. As she was able to move around, she looked at her surroundings, hoping to discover some way out or any clue as to how she might be able to escape. She tried to scream, but silence consumed her. Her fear, while struggling to navigate through the void, had prevented her from noticing it before, but the strange absence of sound overwhelmed her senses, driving her back into a state of panic. Drawing on the last bit of will she had left, she ignored the unsettling silence and tried to force herself to move. She noticed what looked like a doorway through the dull gray medium she currently inhabited, and without a better plan, she used her new swimming technique to float toward it. Drifting along closer to the mirror, she slowly positioned herself in front of the pane and peered out, noticing that she had actually moved to a position that was closer to the mirrors in the entrance part of the House of Haunted Mirrors. She floated up to the mirror and straightened herself to peer through, but the view was not as clear as the previous mirror. The layer of glaze and muck on the other side obstructed her vision, but she could somehow make out the room and noticed movement coming through a doorway. She noticed a person walking in, but could not identify it as a man or woman, only that someone was entering this death trap. Isabel summoned all of her strength to try and call the attention of the other person in the other room. She positioned her arms against the mirror pane and started to beat on the glass repeatedly with all her might. She then noticed the person steal a glance in her direction and actually move toward her, so she slammed the mirror harder, quicker. But then, Isabel felt a dark presence beside her and stopped pounding on the glass. Turning around to see if her suspicion was true, she noticed a creature that was like nothing she had ever seen before, or even imagined, start to approach her. It appeared silver against the hazy gray surroundings and moved fluidly in the thick muck that slowed Isabel down. She noticed the thing shimmering as it flowed toward her, with only one color visible: red. The creature with the shiny red eyes continued to approach her, but Isabel noticed that there was another creature beside it, and it appeared to be its mirror image, attached to its right. They looked like Siamese twins. Each one had two perfectly symmetrical red blazing eyes, easily distinguishable from its silvery, wavy form with wispy tentacles for arms. There was a slightly visible line running down the center of the creature, almost like a fracture on a mirror, that formed a clear boundary between the two identical creatures. Isabel froze in place, watching as the creature moved effortlessly toward her, like a shark approaching its prey. A small thin line formed just under the creature's eyes, on both the conjoined twins' eyes, and opened at precisely the same time, producing an unsettling sound that echoed eerily throughout confined space. It reverberated the words, "Alive for life." The echoes filled her with terror. Isabel looked at the twin creature as she covered her ears, blocking out the message coming from the dual creatures' mouths. "Alive for life," it kept repeating. "No one leaves until they fulfill their debt." Isabel struggled to get the voices out of her head. What is this thing? She tried to scream, but she only floated in the void, screaming in total futility. Isabel watched as the creature moved closer and its silvery color faded to a deep crimson across its front surface, the creature's appearance changing. She gazed at both sides of the creature's mirrored body and saw two drastically different views of her reflection. One side showed a smiling face looking back at her, while the other gave a grim reflection of her face, distorted and screaming. Blood flowed from the creature, covering the mirror in a red stream. Isabel screamed and watched her two reflections stop to look back at her with grotesque smiles. The two faces stared back with an absent gaze as the creature began to laugh thunderously. It approached her even closer, and the once smooth edges now became ragged and sharp. The creature's amorphous tentacles stretched out and pointed toward a bluish light, and Isabel forced her body to move toward it. Was this thing helping me? She thought as she inched closer toward the dim light. As long as it lets me get away from it. Unfortunately, she was wrong. She discovered something far worse than the creature when she passed through the blue light. Isabel fell to the ground and lay flat on her back. She coughed and spewed out grayish phlegm. Then she turned her head and got on her knees. It felt as if she had just been rescued from drowning and was starting to clear her lungs of water, except that the strange mucus coming from her lungs burned as it flowed out of her. After several painful coughs, she was able to clear her throat, now left with the uncomfortable feeling of acid reflux in her throat and chest. She was able to stand, though. Her knees ached and her back was tight, but otherwise her body felt normal. Normal enough to at least get out of this purgatory of an amusement ride. She examined the place where she had been dropped and was relieved to find out that the twin creature was no longer with her. But as she looked up to the ceiling, her fears returned tenfold. Above her, the ceiling was covered in mirrors, and when she stared at them long enough, she could see hundreds of other people banging on the glass from the other side, all of them in agony, each of their bodies pressed up against the glass, everyone trying to get out. She could not see any more details of the people who were trapped, and she did not want to. All she wanted to do was close her eyes and cry. The mirror creature from which she had escaped in the other room floated right above all those desperate souls, its twin set of red eyes beaming at her. This time, the thin line under those eyes curled slightly in a manner that resembled a sly grin. A deep roar reverberated from its mouth and echoed throughout. The thin smile of the creature produced rows of jagged teeth, dripping with blood, as it floated effortlessly around the bodies of all those helpless people. Sneering as it glided downward, it engulfed one body and then another, tearing each one apart and consuming the tiny pieces as it laughed and beamed at Isabel, as if taunting her. Isabel cried out and buried her face in her hands, trying to erase the image of what she had just witnessed. Carnival noises and buzzing lights sounded from outside the wall to her right. She moved quickly over to the wall and searched frantically for an opening or exit. She screamed as loud as she could, "Please, help me! Can anyone hear me?" Down the wall, she found a slight indentation that seemed almost like a small crack. It stood nearly 3 feet off the floor, and she leaned down to peer through it. It gave her a view of the front part of the House of Haunted Mirrors, and she could vaguely see the corn dog vendor she had passed before entering the mirrored house. She scanned the entire area and stopped as she noticed Brooke talking to those mean girls. She screamed out, "Brooke, it's Isabel!" She repeated it over and over. "Please, look over here. It's me, Isabel!" She stopped and gasped as she saw another girl turn around. At first, the girl hesitated, but then, upon realizing it wasn't her own name being called, her attention was drawn someplace else. The girl began walking toward the House of Haunted Mirrors and disappeared from Isabel's view. It was then she realized that the young girl walking out of view was her. She covered her mouth in horror. Isabel turned around in the small space, pacing nervously. How could that even be possible? Knowing she had to look one more time, she gazed up at the overhead mirrors. She knew there was something strange about the first time she looked up, but she had dismissed it initially. She was in shock, after all, and hoping for an escape. She now knew what she had seen was real, and there was no way to explain it. In tears, she lifted her head and once again looked up, concentrating carefully on the people staring down at her through the fog. She could see hundreds of eyes staring back at her. All of those eyes, however, belonged to the same face. Her face. The multitude of terror-filled eyes stared down, mirroring the same expression she had on her face. Then a small door in the opposite corner opened, and she walked slowly toward it. She replayed the events in her mind, trying to make sense of what had just happened. She stopped and thought to herself, "Did I call myself into this place?" She walked over to the doorway and peeked inside, knowing that it was she who had brought herself into this unending cycle. She already tried to warn herself after she walked into the mirror. That was why the girl in the mirror looked exactly like her. It wasn't a special effect. It was her. She peeked through the doorway and saw a narrow hallway leading to a circular hatch at the end of it. With all hope lost and nowhere else to go, she continued down the rabbit hole to see what lay on the other side. She reached for the hatch and turned the circular handle counterclockwise, pulling it open. At once, she was immediately sucked out by a vacuum force and back into the same gray space in which she had previously found herself. She allowed her body to drift along toward the glass mirrors with all the other bodies, looking from left to right and seeing hundreds of sets of eyes staring back at her, all of them looking familiar, all of them belonging to her. The sheer sight of it nearly drove her mad, as she found herself succumbing to the force, waiting for the creature to return and take her back. She glided toward the bottom and came to rest on a smooth glass surface. Hundreds of pairs of arms and legs swaying wildly and jabbing at her. She peered through the glass only to see the same small room she had come from. A young girl was pacing around in a fruitless effort, trying to find a way out. She knew very well who that young girl was, and she began slamming her fist frantically against the glass as she tried calling out to herself in the room below. She felt her hold on reality slipping. She closed her eyes and tried to block everything out. The silence had returned, and she could feel the creature entering the room, the echoing sounds beginning to ring in her ears. "A life for a life," it kept repeating. "No one leaves until they fulfill their debt." She closed her eyes tight and covered her ears, trying to force the sound out of her head, but nothing worked. She felt a coldness envelop her, and her body vibrated violently. It felt like all her teeth would break from the chattering. She felt a gust of rancid breath graze the small of her neck, and a sensation of tiny needles prickling her upper back. Isabel looked down from the glass and saw the mirrors appearing below her. She noticed her reflection in one directly beneath her, and the view ripped at her soul in terror. Her reflection showed the mirror creature lurking behind her, with its twin mouths open wide, now encompassing its whole body. The creature's mouth had jagged and deathly sharp shards of glass for teeth. The reflection showed the beast in its full, enormous, and sinister form. It further expanded above her, and the tentacles grew into massive wings, similar to that of a stingray's, hovering above her. Blood dripped from the razor-sharp glass teeth, forming a crimson pool on the glass mirror directly below her. The creature's body was now covered in hundreds of different reflections, each reflecting a different view of Isabel screaming in terror. The creature emitted a high-pitched scream and cackled as it moved toward her. She started kicking and felt something sharp pinch her thigh. Reaching into her pocket, she discovered the small diamond earring that she had found when she hit her head. Isabel focused hard and thought, could I have intentionally dropped it and left it for myself to find? She took the earring out of her pocket and pinched it with 2 fingers, tapping it onto the glass below her, tracing a large oval shape with it. It made a small sound that vibrated throughout the gray space around her. It drew the attention of the creature, causing it to flail wildly. Its flaming red eyes started to change into a pale black color, giving off a look of what seemed like desperation. The creature yelped as shards of glass flew out from the corners of its mouth. Isabel repeated the pattern and traced the oval shape again, this time using her legs to press against the glass. She looked around and noticed that the rest of her other versions were now gone, and only she and the creature remained in the space. The creature approached her at great speed, and Isabel pressed hard on the glass, using both legs to pound against the now weakened mirror. A silvery tentacle with long, sharp nails emerged from the end of the creature's wing, and it reached toward her as the mirror shattered into millions of small pieces. Her body fell through the shattered glass, and she felt the creature's fingernail lightly scratch her cheek as she landed on the floor of the House of Haunted Mirrors. The noise alerted the young man at the ticket booth entrance, and he quickly ran inside to find the source of the loud thud. He helped Isabel to her feet, while also asking angrily about the cracked mirror to her right. "Real funny. I have to clean this all up now. I hope you enjoyed that. You really need to leave. Now." The young man stomped away, looking for a broom and trash can, cursing under his breath as Isabel wasted no time running out of the front of the attraction. Isabel barreled out of the mirror hall and ran into Brooke and her parents as they stood outside talking to a security guard in a panicked state. "Isabel, thank goodness! Where have you been?" Her mom gasped with relief and then anger. Isabel looked over to find Brooke, sheepish and apologetic. "Sorry, Isabel. I couldn't find you after you left, so I had to call your mom and dad." Isabel walked over and hugged Brooke around the neck. "Don't worry. It is so good to see you," Isabel said, repeating the gesture with both her mom and dad, and even followed up with a long hug for Logan, whose face showed his evident displeasure. Later, after Isabel gave a detailed explanation of what she had seen, the carnival security guard rolled his eyes and told the family they would be responsible for the damage to the House of Haunted Mirrors. Isabel's father shook his hand and gave her a disapproving look as he motioned for the family to head for the exit and return to their car. Logan petitioned loudly, but with a quick glance from his mother, he stopped and resorted to a silent pout. Isabel tried to explain to her mom and dad about what happened, but that only made them more upset. Finally, her mother stopped her and gently wiped her tears, falling on the small scratch on her cheek. You said you hit your head, sweetheart. Maybe you just have a concussion and got confused with your imagination. Steve, maybe we should take her to the emergency room." Isabel's father looked back with concern and nodded. "We will head there now." Isabel protested but gave up when she did start to feel a tremendous headache. More than anything, she was just relieved to be out of the mirror hall. Maybe it was all in my head, she thought. Isabel rubbed her head and felt the bump from where she hit the mirror earlier. She scratched her left ear and fiddled absently with her earring as a force of habit. She stopped abruptly when she noticed her diamond earring was missing. "Strange," she muttered to herself. "I thought I had them both the last time I checked." Behind her, she heard a muffled voice calling out. It was difficult to understand what the voice was saying, but it was definitely a young girl, and she clearly made out one word she kept saying over and over. "Isabel." She turned slowly, already knowing where and who the muffled voice was coming from. As Isabel looked back to the side of the mirror attraction, she could vaguely make out someone's eyes looking out from a small crack on the side of the wall from the House of Haunted Mirrors.
A Nice Place for Dogs by C.I.I. Jones. The dog started hiccuping in the back seat. They'd been in the car for 3 hours and covered about half the distance Erin Shaw expected to cover in that time. The new puppy in the back seat hadn't gained her sea legs, or at least her car legs, and had puked twice and shit once in the back seat of Erin's Jeep. Now it looked like they were in for another puking. "Hun," Kathy said from the passenger seat. She sounded exhausted. "She's going to puke again." It was on the tip of his tongue to ask her what the hell he should do about it. "Do you think I should pull over?" "She's already puking," she told him. Not that he needed the confirmation. There was the hick, hick, hick sound of the dog trying to hold down its lunch, the sound of a liquid splatter, and then that rancid smell. "Yeah, can we pull over?" Aaron didn't answer. He looked further up the road for a place that he could stop and cracked the window to let in some fresh air, trying to fight the vomit stench. He was concerned that it would be a few miles before there was a decent parking lot to pull over in. US 258 wasn't exactly a dead stretch of road, but it wasn't filled with roadside attractions. The type of road that you want to make sure your car is gassed up for. Like an oasis in a desert, an old motel came into sight through the late summer haze. "That place look good?" Aaron asked. Kathy shrugged. "I don't care. I just want to get this cleaned up." Aaron nodded. He didn't care either. Didn't care if they left the dog on the side of the road, for that matter. Jasmine, he told himself. Jazz is what he called her, a shortened name that Kathy despised. Stop referring to it as the dog, or you'll never grow to like it. Her. Jazz whined in the back seat, a high-pitched whistle that made Aaron feel like somebody was flicking one of his upper spinal columns. "It's okay, Jasmine," he said, trying to use the same baby voice Kathy used with her. "Gonna pull over here so you can stretch those legs." Aaron pulled the Jeep across the northbound lane of US 258 and into the parking lot of the motel, a super deluxe lodge per the backlit sign planted in the tall grass next to the road. It was a chain Aaron had never heard of. There were a few scattered cars in the parking lot, and not a soul to be seen. "Oh, back there's perfect," Kathy said, pointing toward the back of the lot. All of US 258 was bookended by a swampy forest, and the lot on which the Super Deluxe sat seemed to have a perfect slice out of the woods to accommodate the fine lodging. The parking lot wrapped around the building, and Kathy was pointing to the backmost section, where the woods licked at the pavement like the corona of an eclipse, the thin divide between untamed wild and society. If you could call a Super Deluxe society. Aaron pulled the Jeep around into this secluded area of the parking lot, but felt a pause when he saw an old aluminum-sided camper in the farthest back corner. Maybe someone's staying there, Aaron said. Maybe we should go somewhere else. Hun, no, Kathy said, and she was about to add something else but gagged before she could. The smell of Jazz's puke was too much. Agreed, Aaron said, and parked the Jeep. On cue, knowing that the end of motion inside the vehicle meant it was time for her to get up, Jazz leaped from the back seat into Aaron's lap. Shit! He yelled as he yanked the driver's door open and tumbled out onto the pavement. The pup went with him, and while he landed on his side and had his breath knocked out of him, Jazz landed on Aaron, safe and sound. He could hear Kathy laughing inside the Jeep. Can you grab her? I'll grab the puke, she asked. Sure thing, Aaron said through a gasp of air. Try to get her to use the bathroom, she told him as he walked to where the dog was looking off into the woods. Sure, he thought. Let me just ask the dog to take a big shit so it doesn't end up on the upholstery. Oh, wait, she's already added that touch of character to the Jeep. Maybe she'll just wait until we get another few miles up the road before she needs to take another doggy dump. He tiptoed up on Jasmine, trying to get the drop on her. The little pup always thought that when Aaron was trying to grab her leash, he was actually trying to play, and would take off, running, looking back over her shoulder at him, taunting him. As always, she heard him coming, let out a few gunfire yips, then tried to run. Aaron was on his toes, though, and snagged the dragging leash before she could get too far. The dog froze in mid-stride under Aaron's hold on the leash, then came to rest on her belly. She stood up, shook off the surprise, tried to run again, and pulled the leash tight. Seeing she was caught, she ran over to greet him like it was the first time she'd seen him all day, stretching her gangly hound legs up to his chest and trying to lick his face. Every time she did this, Aaron's icy, non-puppy-loving heart melted, just a little. Puke be damned, he stooped and let her lick his face, just a little bit. All right, Jazz, Aaron said. Let's go take a shit. There was a 10-yard stretch of grass between the back edge of the parking lot and the woods that Jazz could have free rein over. He walked her over to the grass, and she immediately took a dash at the tree line. Aaron pulled the leash tight. Nope, not those woods, he told her. I'm not getting lost just so you can use the bathroom. Now go. The dog looked at him inquisitively, and he rolled his eyes at her. It seemed that Jazz only went in the places she was expressly forbidden to do so, like the back of the Jeep. Instead of doing her business, she rolled around in the untamed grass and yipped, happy to be outdoors. To be fair, Aaron was happy to be outside, too. In the year 2020, there hadn't been a lot of going outdoors unless it was in their backyard. Aaron and Kathy, the little Shaw family, moved into a small ranch-style home only a month before the big corona of 2020 hit the U.S. They were grateful they'd left an apartment before they were sequestered indoors to avoid the modern-day plague that engulfed the entire world. It was about 3 quarantined months later when Kathy decided they needed some extra company, and Jazz came home from one of the local animal shelters. That was May. 2 months later, and Aaron still wasn't much of a dog person, but Jazz was okay, most of the time. Go take a shit, Aaron whispered to the dog. You have the whole world to shit on. Just don't do it in the back of my Jeep. This little outing for the Shaw family was to be their first real loosening of the COVID quarantine. Local travel restrictions had relaxed, and they were just starting to feel comfortable walking outside without thinking that death would come raining from the sky in the form of some invisible germ cloud. Kathy said it'd be good to get the dog out of the house, take her for a hike, something they used to do together all the time, back before COVID and before the dog. Back when life was easier, Aaron whispered to himself. The dog did another toss and turn in the grass and yawned. Seriously, "Let's go," Aaron said. "Everything okay over there?" Kathy asked from the other side of the parking lot. "Fine," Aaron told her. He wasn't feeling fine, though. He glanced over his shoulder at the old camper. It was the type that gets hitched behind a truck, but there was no truck in sight. He didn't mean to peek, but the shades were up on the windows and there was nobody inside. He looked beyond the camper at the Super Deluxe, which looked just as abandoned. There were the marks of aging on the side of the building, as telling as the wrinkles on an old man's forehead. The paint was faded. There was some sort of mold growing on the crevices and corners of the building. He counted 3, maybe 4 cars as he pulled the Jeep into the back part of the lot, but was pretty certain the front desk was empty. Even now, as the sun was beginning to set, there didn't seem to be any lighting flickering into life, neither inside nor outside. It had a sense of the apocalyptic, something that didn't seem too far-fetched for the reality they were living. The whole sight gave Aaron an urge to get the 3 of them, packed off in the car and on their way. "Aaron?" Kathy said from across the way, a hint of worry in her voice. He turned, expecting to see his wife making her way across the lot toward him. Instead, standing a foot directly behind him, was a man. The surprise sent Aaron sprawling backward and onto his backside, his second fall of the day. Catching his breath on the ground, Aaron realized he'd let go of the leash. Jazz had taken off. He was scrambling to his feet to go after her. Kathy was far more likely to kill than this stranger if the dog ran off into the woods, or worse, into the street to get hit by one of the few cars racing by. I got her, the man said. Sure enough, Aaron had rushed for no reason. The man had a grip on Jazz's leash, and he didn't seem to even need that. The dog was jumping at his waist and trying to lick his free hand. Aaron took a step back. He realized that, for the modern day, the 2 of them were standing much too close. Too close for strangers, at least. Kathy had just made the trek across the lot and bent down to pet Jazz and calm her down. "Sorry, mister," she said. "She's just a pup. Still has a lot of that puppy energy." "Pups are good for an old soul like me," the man said. He had one of those country voices that boomed from his chest, powerful yet gregarious.
Let's take a brief pause together to let everything we and Oppos V heard sink in. Coming up is a gentle, relaxing melody. Let your mind loose, breathe evenly, and allow the music to guide you into a state of complete comfort.
Aaron finally took a good look at the man, trying to see just how old of a soul he was, and realizing for the first time, gratefully, that he had a mask on, something that had become a sign of goodwill and humane respect between strangers. Still, the gray hairs peeked out from beneath his ball cap, and there were wrinkles on his forehead and around his deep-set blue eyes. "Sorry if we bothered you, sir," Aaron said. "She's still getting used to the car. Got a little car sick, you know. Wanted to give her a chance to stretch her legs." "Oh, that's all right," the man said. He stretched his hand out with the leash-to-hand control back over to Aaron. Aaron hesitated. He'd heard that maybe surface-to-surface contact was not a huge concern when spreading the virus, but then he'd heard a million different things about what was and wasn't a risk. He decided by way of caution to grab the leash a little lower on the line to avoid the man's hand, and took it from him. The man guffawed at this, puffs of air inflating the front of his blue medical mask with each laugh. "I appreciate the caution, kid, if it makes you feel any better. I ain't sick, and haven't been around anyone that was sick. Ain't been around many people to speak of." Kathy scooted around the man to stand next to Aaron. "Same here," she said. "Again, sorry to intrude. The dog just can't take the car for too long. This is just the first time we've really gotten her away from home. Things being like they are, we haven't had much chance to." The man took a few steps back, past the preferred 6 feet distance, then slid his mask down past his stubbly chin.
"Hope it's okay. I always find it strange to be chatting with folk that come to my hotel with one of these damn things over my face. Feel like I'm about to rob somebody."
"As long as you mind your distance, right?" Kathy said, with a half-hearted laugh. The man laughed again, a full-chested, floor-shaking sort of laugh.
"Right you are. Right you are. We shall mind our distance, then. The name's Harvey Ford."
After introducing himself, he reached out his hand and shook with an invisible hand somewhere in the distance between them. "Did you say your hotel, Mr. Ford?" Aaron asked.
"Well, sure," he said. "And you just call me Harvey, right?"
"Sure thing. So it's your hotel, Harvey?"
"It is indeed,"
Harvey said, then made a sweeping motion with his arm toward the rundown building.
"Welcome to the US 258 Super Deluxe. Maybe the only operating lodge for miles."
"Happy you're open," Kathy said, meaning it.
"And lucky for you, we have vacancies," Harvey said. "Both suites and rooms with twins, whichever you prefer."
Aaron looked toward Kathy, confused and more than a little nervous. How was he going to tell this guy that they'd only stopped to let their dog out for a little bathroom break? "Actually, Harvey, that's kind of you, but we were about to hit the road again." Harvey's smile sagged a little.
"Oh, really?" he asked. "I'm surprised. We actually haven't had a guest in a couple weeks. Thought we were maybe going to have some company."
It was silent for a moment. The cicadas sang in the nearby woods as the world grew darker by the minute. It was Kathy who broke the tension. "Hun, maybe we should stop for the evening. I mean, we still have a couple hours to drive, and she doesn't seem up to it." Aaron felt his blood boil. What was she thinking, taking this weird old man up on... Wait, the dog, his way out. "Really," Aaron said, "we don't want to impose. Plus, we have the dog. I'm sure you can't have the dog staying in the room, and we have nowhere to board her."
"Nonsense," Harvey said, his smile coming back to life. "We have a place to board here in the hotel. The Super Deluxe takes on guests of all backgrounds. We do not discriminate, not even for travelers with 4 legs."
He stooped down, and Jazz walked over, pulling the leash tighter in Aaron's grip, so that she could get a good scratch behind the ear. Aaron glanced toward Kathy, trying to think of some way out of this, hoping that maybe she would help. She didn't meet his eye, just went on staring at her dog and Harvey, smiling as though she'd just made the best decision of her life.
"Well," Harvey said, "let's get you checked in."
He stood back up and started to walk toward the front entrance of the Super Deluxe. Aaron went on staring at Kathy until she met his eye. She shrugged. "Guess we'll just go with it."
"Huh?"
Aaron grunted.
"I guess so."
He handed the leash over to her. "I'll grab the bags." She and Jazz walked off in the same direction that Harvey had, leaving Aaron alone to mutter out all of his frustrations. "Stupid fucking dog," he spat. "Fucking BFE here, and she wants to stay?" And so on, as he dragged the two small suitcases out of the back of the Jeep, then followed along after his wife, dog, and benevolent host. As he approached the faded, chipped orange paint of the building, speckled by brown smudges of mold or something altogether unidentifiable, the place took on a haunted look. It already seemed abandoned, but now, knowing that he would be staying the night, the Super Deluxe looked sinister. He couldn't help but think Kathy was playing the typical damsel in a slasher flick. He, the faithful boyfriend who knows they're making a mistake, but must stand by to protect his girl. That only left one perfect role for Harvey, and Aaron thought he looked the part. The automatic door still slid open on its own. At least it worked, Aaron thought. He stepped through the door and was smacked in the face with a burst of cold, refreshing air. It actually smelled clean. Even in the best of times, at peak season, Aaron never imagined a place like this smelling okay. He dragged the two suitcases over toward the front desk. Aaron," Harvey said, with his arm stretched out from the other side of the desk. "Please, if you will." He tapped the face mask across his own mouth and nose. Aaron looked toward Kathy, who also had a mask on, a handmade one that read Mrs. Shaw across the lips. There was a Mr. Shaw mask somewhere that Aaron Shaw had promptly lost. He pulled a disposable, standard-issue medical mask from his pocket and placed it over his face. "Sorry," he said, feeling more annoyed than apologetic. "Okay," Harvey said. "I got you down in one of the master suites for a single night, room 201. Come off the elevator, and it's the first door down. Left down the hall, on the right. That will run you—" He clacked on a few buttons of an old-school-style register, something lost to time, but out here in the middle of nowhere, usable. "Total of $73.43. All good?" "Sounds good to me," Kathy said. It sounded steep to Aaron, and he was happy the scowl on his face was hidden behind a mask. Shouldn't these shithouses be charging like $30 a night? "Yeah, sure." "Paying card?" Harvey asked, assuming a card payment. At least from these young folks. Nobody carried cash anymore. "Sure," Kathy said, handing the card over to him. "We hold the card until checkout, in case there's other charges to be added. So you take something from the minibar or cause some damage, something like that. Or worse, you skip town on us, go missing. We can usually run the card before it's canceled, get our payment." "That seems perfectly fair," Kathy said. "Is it really necessary to hold it?" Aaron asked. "You'd be surprised what some of these guests try to get away with. I can assure you, it's necessary. Now, you remember where that room is? Second floor to the left of the elevators, first door on the right." "Bingo!" Aaron couldn't help himself from asking. "You keep saying we, Harvey. Where is your staff?" Harvey shook his head, and both Aaron and Kathy could tell by the squinting of his eyes that this was not a happy question. "You know, typically this is peak season. Super Deluxe would be doing fine. Things being as they are out there in this crazy world, well, I had to lay off most of my staff. They do some part-time hours here and there. For the most part, though, the Super Deluxe off US 258 is a one-man operation." He said this last part with a mixture of both sadness and pride. Yes, he had to lay off most of his staff, but he stayed open, damn it. A spit in the eye of the last few horrible months. It actually softened Aaron a little. "That's really quite impressive," he told him. "We're happy to be staying here, supporting you." Aaron thought he meant it, at least a little.
"Okay, then," Harvey said. "We're all set to go. We have the doggy here all tagged up and ready to be boarded, too."
Jazz, Aaron thought. He forgot all about Jazz. "Where will you be keeping her?" Kathy asked, not seeming too concerned. She appeared to have complete faith in this one-man operation, and her blind acceptance of it made Aaron's uneasy feelings start to creep back in. Harvey came back around the desk and stooped to give the dog another scratch, this one on the belly. Jazz kicked her leg with delight.
"There is a boarding room, one of my own design, back that-a-way."
He waved his arm back behind the front desk. "Okay," Kathy said, and grabbed the handle of her suitcase, pushing it toward the elevator. "It was nice meeting you, Harvey." Aaron stood on for another moment. Harvey paid him no mind and went on scratching the dog. She paid him no mind either. Aaron thought that he'd not seen Jazz at such ease since they got her from the shelter. Was this guy a dog whisperer and hotelier? The unease grew into confusion. Aaron didn't like any of this, but Kathy seemed to be just fine. In the 2 years that they were married, Aaron learned to trust his wife's intuition. Usually she had a good eye for good situations. Her trust wasn't something doled out to all on a whim. It was either earned or she had a good feeling about you. Aaron turned and followed in her direction, unable to shake the bad vibes and trying to trust Kathy's good sense.
"If you folks will be needing dinner, there's a couple fast food places up the road. You can always get room service, though."
Kathy stopped mid-step and looked back at Harvey. "You have room service? Here?" Harvey dropped his mask down below his lips, presumably seeing a safe enough distance between himself and his new guests. He was smiling, a wide, toothy grin. Could be toothier, Aaron thought, noticing the gaps and missing teeth shot out of the mouth like shattered windows in an abandoned house.
"Room service of a sort," he told them. "I sometimes start the barbecue pit up back there, next to my camper. Can throw some hot dogs or burgers on the grill if you'd like."
"That would be—" "No, don't worry about us," Aaron said, cutting her off. His uneasy feeling had won the tug-of-war going on in his gut. He didn't want any food this guy had to offer. Suddenly it felt like he should go across the room, social distance be damned, and snag Jazz's leash out of his hand. There was an implication there about the room service that Aaron had to chase away, because surely that was an exaggeration, right? "We'll take care of our own dinner."
"That'll be fine,"
Harvey said, not sounding disappointed in the least. As Kathy turned toward the elevator, Aaron decided to hedge his bets. "Jazz really likes her evening walk," he said. "Really loves walking with me, that is. Mind if I come get her this evening from the boarding room?"
"Not a problem at all, friend,"
Harvey said, showing that broken-toothed smile again.
"What time do you think?"
"Let's call it 8:30. About an hour."
"Seems a bit late for such a young pup."
"We'd like to tire her out." Harvey nodded.
"Very well. I'll be at the front desk at 8:30 then."
Aaron turned and followed Kathy to the elevator. "That's sweet of you, hon, but when these places board the dogs, they take care of everything. It's a really nice service for such a—" She hesitated for a second, searching for the right word as she pressed the button to call the elevator. It dinged, and the metal door screeched a high-pitched whine like a bad note on a recorder being played by a child. She stepped into the elevator, Aaron in tow. "For such an out-of-the-way place like this." "Out of the way," Aaron repeated as the door closed, playing that high note again. "That's one way to put it." The elevator rose to the second floor. "How would you put it?" Kathy asked. "Bass-ackwards," Aaron said. Kathy laughed.
Sorry, this place just kind of gives me—" He didn't have the right word, though. "The creeps? The willies? The shakes?" Kathy said, imitating some long-forgotten monster movie of yesteryear. "All of the above." The elevator opened on the second floor. That clean smell hit Aaron harder than it had when he first walked through the Super Deluxe entrance. He felt a slight sense of relief. Usually these places will doll up their lobbies, but the rest of the motel turns out to be a sty. The smell was chemical-y, like the maid might have gotten a bit generous with a lemon-scented cleaner, but it was better than sleeping in the olfactory equivalent of an ashtray. They followed Harvey's directions to room 201 and unlocked the door. The blackout curtains were drawn so that what was left of the sunlight outside could not intrude on the thick darkness. Aaron reached for the light switch, nervous to flick it on, convinced that he'd be greeted by a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The lights revealed a mundane, run-of-the-mill motel room. 2 queen-sized beds, spaced out enough to fit a nightstand between them, light fixtures in the wall above the headrest for reading lamps. Across the way from the beds, a television set. It was the same room anyone traveling cross-country is familiar with, the same at every stop. "Varly spooky," Kathy said as they walked into the room. This one was easy. It was her Count Dracula impersonation. "I don't know what I expected," Aaron said, feeling embarrassed. "It's okay. It's the first time you've been out of the house for more than an hour in 5 months. Your head is a little cracked. That's all." "Yeah, no big deal," Aaron said. "Turns out quarantining yourself for long periods of time makes you distrust everyone. Not a big deal at all." Kathy flopped down on the bed. "I'm glad we stopped. Not sure how much I could take with Jasmine puking every 30 minutes. "True that," Aaron said as he pulled his toiletry bag from his suitcase. "I'm going to catch a shower." Kathy was already out for a little nap. Aaron smiled and went into the bathroom. It also checked out okay. No bodies hidden in the tub. He showered quickly, wondering if he could run up the road for some fast food burgers and get back for his appointment to walk the dog, an appointment he was hating himself for making. He laughed at himself as the warm shower water ran over him, washing off a day's worth of road sweat. He actually faked like he needed to walk the dog because he thought Harvey was what? "Go ahead," Aaron coached himself. "Say it. You thought he was going to serve your dog for room service, you idiot." When he stepped back out of the bathroom, Kathy was sitting bolt upright in the bed with a look of concern on her face. Suddenly, he didn't feel like laughing at himself anymore. "Shit," she muttered. "What?" "Her toy. Her sleep toy. The baby. She'll never sleep without it." Aaron felt relief wash over him. "Oh, that? I can go grab it right now. No worries." Kathy nodded at him. "That'd be good." A few minutes later, Aaron went out back where they parked the Jeep. The sun was completely set, and the lights for the lot were still not on. Aaron wondered if maybe Harvey and the Super Deluxe had the outdoor electric shut off to save on costs. He shrugged the thought off as he unlocked the Jeep and leaned inside to find the baby. Jazz's baby was exactly what it sounded like, a plush baby doll that she chewed on. It was the only toy out of the dozens she'd been given over the past few months that could quiet her down and get her to sleep. "Finding what you're looking for, Aaron?" Aaron jumped with his body still half in the Jeep and knocked his head on the vehicle's roll bar. He saw stars for a moment when he came out, but ignored it while choosing between fight and flight. He swung around with his back to the Jeep, arms up in a boxer's pose. "Whoa there, son," Harvey said. Aaron's vision swam back into focus from out of the darkness. Harvey was smiling at him, backlit by the nearby camper. "Oh, hi, Harvey. Sorry.
I forgot there's this toy Jazz likes. Helps her get to sleep. Just came out to grab it."
"Uh-huh," Harvey grunted. "Well, you've nothing to worry about there. She's living the life of luxury at the Super Deluxe."
Aaron realized how close Harvey was standing and reached into his back pocket for a mask.
"No need for that," Harvey said. "The mask, that is. I ain't got it. I'm pretty sure you ain't got it."
Aaron hesitated, then left the mask in his pocket. "How can you be sure? Sometimes COVID doesn't show for 2 weeks, right?"
"Sure, that's what they say. But I ain't seen another person in well over 2 weeks, other than you and your wife. Been around more dogs, tell you the truth."
"I guess that's one way to be sure you're okay," Aaron said, "not seeing anybody." He glanced over his shoulder once more and saw the baby out of the corner of his eye, then looked back at Harvey.
"Go ahead and grab it, son, if you think that'll keep the dog happy. We really want our boarded dogs to be happy here."
Aaron did as he was told, awkwardly though, and trying his best not to turn his body too far away from Harvey. He was sure that if he did, Harvey would turn into Jason or Michael Myers and gut him right here in the middle of the parking lot. After a few seconds, he fished the toy out of the back seat. "There she is."
"Ah, yes," Harvey sighed. "It's important to make the dogs happy wherever you can. They're truly special animals."
"That they are," Aaron answered, then expected Harvey to give him a wider berth to pass back toward the entrance. Harvey didn't move, just stood there, smiling, for a long, silent moment.
"You know, they don't get the corona. Immune to it. Ain't that something special?"
"Sure is," Aaron agreed.
"That's why we got to take care of the dogs, you know. Things keep going like they've been. Might only be the dogs left."
Aaron let out a little awkward chuckle, but Harvey didn't. He went on smiling, but it was an earnest smile, not humorous. "Maybe you're right," Aaron said as he checked his watch. "Definitely have to take care of them, that's for sure. Speaking of which, it's a little early, but I can go ahead and take Jazz on her evening walk, if that's all right."
"Gotta take care of the dogs,"
Harvey said, and didn't move for another moment. He finally turned in the direction of the Super Deluxe entrance. Aaron waited a couple of seconds, then followed. Harvey disappeared through a door behind the front desk. A few minutes later, he reappeared with Jazz, jauntily trotting behind him. When he handed the leash over to Aaron, Jazz seemed hesitant to follow him out the door, cowering a little behind Harvey's leg.
Harvey guffawed. "Little girl likes it here."
"Come on, Jazz," Aaron called, patting his leg to beckon her. "We'll come back, I promise."
"All dogs get the upper-class treatment at the Super Deluxe," Harvey said. "Some try to stay forever."
He reached down and patted Jazz's back and gave a gentle shove toward Aaron. The dog complied and followed. Aaron made it a short walk, the whole idea being a ruse to begin with. And what for? The dog was happier than she'd ever been in the time Aaron and Kathy had her. Harvey Ford obviously had a way with dogs. Some folks were just like that. You could tell he loved dogs. All that talk about how we gotta take care of the dogs. Hell, he'd actually suggested that the world may be left to the dogs before too long. Aaron had a good laugh at the idea of a remake of Planet of the Apes, but with dogs. He dropped Jazz off at the front desk with Harvey and went back upstairs, riding the noisy elevator, and feeling much more at ease. Silly thoughts aside, Harvey seemed like a straight shooter. A good old boy, as they say. And Aaron was convinced their dog was in no harm. All clear. The elevator door played its high note as it opened on the second floor, and Aaron walked into his room. Kathy was already in bed, reading, of all things, a dog training book. "Took you long enough?" she said. "Yeah, I went ahead and took Jazz on her walk." He walked over to where his suitcase was, near the window. The shades were only partly drawn, and beyond them, Aaron could see the small fire from Harvey's barbecue pit. The old man was cooking some sort of meat on a spit, his room service of a sort. There was also an open can sitting over the flame. Aaron chuckled. Surely it's not dog food that he was warming up, right? He knew it probably was. Dogs did get the luxury treatment at the Super Deluxe. "Why the hell doesn't he sleep in one of the hotel rooms?" Aaron asked, more to himself than to Kathy. "He seems like the outdoorsy type," she said. "He probably prefers it out there." Aaron shrugged and undressed for bed. He brought a book with him, but set it on the nightstand, unread. He thought about how happy he was to be out of the house, out in the world again. He was even happy to have Jazz with him, no matter how much she puked. She's a good girl, he thought, and Harvey was taking good care of her. Good girl repeated over and over in his mind until he drifted off to sleep. His dream was strange. All of them are, but if Aaron had any time to rank them, this one would be up there with the strangest. He walked out of the hotel, in the direction of Harvey's camper, toward the back of the Super Deluxe parking lot. It was dark, but he could see the fire from the campsite, guiding him in the right direction like the North Star. He walked along and came around the back edge of the camper, expecting to find Harvey. He was there, but he had company. It was a whole pack of dogs, and Jazz was in a lawn chair right next to Harvey. Harvey ripped a chunk of meat off of a spit and chewed, the fat juices driveling from the corner of his mouth. Through a mouthful of half-chewed meat, he said, "Pull up a chair, Aaron. Have a seat." Aaron did. Harvey offered him his very own spit of meat to feast from. All the dogs watched intently as the stick went across to Aaron. Aaron looked at the meat and thought about asking what exactly it was, then thought he didn't want to know, and just shook his head. Harvey shrugged and said, "More for us, then." He tossed the spit over his shoulders, and the band of canines took off after it. All of them but Jazz. Jazz watched the others, looking amused, or as amused as a dog can look, then turned toward Aaron. "Nice place, isn't it?" Aaron, Dream Aaron at least, saw nothing odd about the talking dog, and simply smiled and nodded in agreement. The Super Deluxe, even the parking lot, really was a nice place. "A nice place for dogs, at least," Jazz said. Aaron cocked his head to the side in a questioning gesture. Jazz smiled back at him. Harvey laughed. "Oh, yeah. We got to take care of the dogs around here. They're all that'll be left on this earth when the dust settles. That's right. That's right. Good care of the dogs." Jazz let her tongue loll out and nipped a piece of Harvey's unidentified meat from the stick. Aaron wanted to ask, what about all the people out there? So many of them. Don't we have to take care of them, too? What about the other guests at the Super Deluxe? Jazz looked at him as if she were trying to read his mind, just like Aaron and Kathy had often tried to do with her. "Of course Harvey'll be fine. That's why he takes such good care of us. We love Harvey, all of us dogs, and I bet you're wondering how he runs this place and stays so healthy, far away from that human plague." Jazz stood on all fours and shivered as if the mere mention of COVID caused her distress. "Well, he told you already, didn't he? He hasn't seen another human in well over 2 weeks, right?" Harvey said, "Dern tootin'." Aaron nodded.
What about those cars out there, though? She cocked her head in the direction of the vehicles Aaron had driven the Jeep past when they first arrived at the Super Deluxe. How'd they get here? Where'd they go? A fear went through Aaron, sitting in that lawn chair, talking to his dog, and right through his sleeping brain. In the dream, Aaron opened his mouth, ready to scream at Harvey to tell him where the other Super Deluxe guests had gone. If their cars were here, where the hell were the people? Harvey didn't speak, but Aaron could hear him saying, "I ain't got it. I ain't seen another person in well over 2 weeks. Been around more dogs." All that came out of Aaron's mouth was a bark. He tried again, and another bark came out. He opened his mouth a third time, and on that try, a high, whining sound came out, not of human or creature. It reached down into the unconscious brain of Aaron Shaw and woke him up out of his dead sleep. He was in the motel bed again, the smell of lemon cleaner redolent as ever. That high whine was the unmistakable sound of the steel elevator doors sliding open. "What the hell was that?" Kathy asked, half awake. "Elevator door," Aaron said. "Probably just one of the other guests." He heard footsteps outside in the second-floor corridor. The constant running lights in the hall shone under the slight crack of the door. Aaron's heart pace quickened when the light was broken by 2 feet, coming to rest right outside their room. 3 knocks on the door. "Room service," a voice called, high and sweet. Aaron almost fell to the ground in his efforts to scramble out of bed, but managed to stay on his feet. "Why did you order room service?" Kathy said, still groggy from sleep. "I didn't." 3 knocks at the door. "Room service." This time the voice was not so high and sweet, and to Aaron there was no mistaking who it was. The clock on the nightstand showed the hour. Harvey Ford decided it was time for room service and arrived outside of room 201 at 1:14 a.m. There was a louder set of 3 knocks when Harvey yelled, "Room service! Please open up, Aaron. I made a plate special just for you." Aaron looked toward Kathy, unsure of what to do. Harvey," he said, "we are actually sleeping in here. Not so hungry. You think we can get room service in the morning? For breakfast?" As Aaron said this, he still found himself moving toward the door. Harvey was just weird, after all. He could step out into the hallway and talk him down. The old guy was probably just lonely, maybe a little crazy, but mostly lonely. "Go ahead," Kathy whispered. "Harvey is harmless." Another knock came. "Seriously, folks, I need you to open the door or the food is going to go bad." Aaron groaned and quickened his pace. He slid the chain latch to unlock it, and before he could throw the bolt to let Harvey in, there was a last knock. "Quickly now, quickly," Harvey said from out in the hallway. Aaron rolled his eyes and pulled the door open. "Listen, But he was cut off by a stinging sensation in his neck. His eyes were adjusting to the bright lights of the hallway. All he could see was Harvey's arm extended into the shadows of the motel room. He never saw the needle Harvey stuck him with. Kathy was up then, standing on the far side of the room. Harvey was making a beeline for her, a second needle ready to give her the same treatment as Aaron. All Kathy could do was scream as she saw her husband slump to the ground. For Aaron, still trying to understand what was happening, the room swam out of focus, and the sleep overcoming him was far too deep for any dreams. When he awoke some time later, he tried to sit up, but couldn't. It was dark outside still, but there was some sort of electrical light in the room he was in. The light,
Probably a lamp like the kind in the bedroom he'd been sleeping in was dim enough to reveal that Aaron was no longer in that bedroom. He was in a much bigger room, a long hall, but as boring and nondescript as any room you'd find in a roadside motel. A conference hall? Aaron thought so.
"Sorry for the unplanned wake-up call," Harvey said, still off in a dark corner of the room.
At the sound of his voice, Kathy jerked around and screamed. Not words. Words required a stable mind, and Kathy was far from stable. She was panicked and close to the point of insanity. Aaron looked over at her, splayed out on a table and tied, arms and legs spread, just like him.
"What are you doing?" Aaron asked. "Exactly what I said I'd do," Harvey said, emerging from the shadows appearing at their feet. "We gotta take care of them dogs. All that's left, you know."
"Please, let us go," Kathy cried. "Please, please, please."
"I can't. I told you the dogs receive the best here at the Super Deluxe, and I ain't skimping nowhere. We get them the best toys, the best beds, and all the play in the world. And that tires 'em out, makes 'em hungry."
From out of the shadows, Aaron could see figures forming, ranging in size, most of them from Harvey's shin up to his thigh. All the dogs.
"We make a good place for them here,"
Harvey said as he turned to leave the Super Deluxe conference hall. He could hear Aaron wriggling to get out of his bindings. Sometimes they did that, realizing that talking to Harvey wouldn't do much good, realizing Harvey was a man of conviction, dedicated to providing top-notch service. He left the conference hall, smiling at that thought, hearing the sounds of some of the hungrier dogs growling, licking their chops. He could hear Kathy hyperventilating on her table, and that was probably good. Maybe she'd pass out before the dogs started in. Harvey exited the Super Deluxe and headed back to his camper near the back of the lot, passing the Jeep on his way. He hoped Jazz would get her fair share to eat tonight. But typically, when a new dog arrived, they were very hesitant to join in on the feast. So much like a dog, Harvey thought. That's why he loved them. So loyal. Harvey hoped it wouldn't be too long before a new guest arrived. Jazz would certainly be hungry enough then, and Harvey would make sure she got her fair share. Meanwhile, she might have to settle for the canned crap. He picked up the can of dog food he left warming on the grill top, took a spoon, and ate. It was passable, he thought, but Jazz certainly deserved something better.
Sister Steals Fire by S.R. Warman. There used to be a time when man didn't possess fire. I've already heard this one. I know, just hush, it's a good story, I scolded. There used to be a time when man didn't possess fire. I stopped briefly to see if little brother would interrupt again. Winters were very cold, and many people died. The chief did not know how to save his people. So one night, after everyone had gone to bed, he called out, "Please, Creator, send someone to help me. It is too cold, and I'm afraid we won't survive the rest of the winter." He sat quietly all night, waiting and praying. The next morning, Coyote, the great trickster, was rising from sleep. He thought to himself, I'll just walk down to the village and see if I can cause some mischief. He didn't really think that, did he? Little brother asked. I thought you already knew this story. I asked him, and he stared at me with his big baby-like brown eyes. Okay, where was I? Right, so Coyote walked his way down to the village, but when he arrived, the village was filled with great sorrow. The women wept and the men had their heads hanging. Coyote walked to the chief's home and peeked inside. "What is happening in the village?" The chief turned and looked at him. "Oh, trickster, we need your help. Please, we are freezing and the young and old are dying. I don't know what to do to save them." The trickster stared at him for a moment. "I will help you," he said, and turned away from him. Coyote waited for the night to come again, and he climbed the nearest mountain where he knew 3 fierce skookums lived. "What are skookums again?" Little Brother asked. Skookum are fierce fighters known for their strength and bravery. "Are they bad?" "No. But these ones were, because they didn't want to share with the chief and his people." "Oh," he said, and pulled his blanket up to his chin. Coyote watched the skookum. They were 3 sisters, and they had a great big fire outside of their cabin. 2 of the sisters would sleep, and the 3rd would guard the fire. When they switched places, the sister on guard would walk to the door and say, "Please come watch the fire, it's my turn to sleep." Then one sister would come out and one would go in. Coyote was no fool. He knew that he would not be able to outrun the sisters, so he called out to his sisters. His sisters were 3 huckleberries that lived in his stomach. "Huckleberries?" My story was interrupted again. "Yes, like you would find on the powwow grounds." "In his stomach?" Little Brother asked with a sour expression on his face. "Yes, in his stomach. But that's a different story for a different night," I told him and resumed my story. The Huckleberry sisters came up with a cunning plan. Coyote turned away from the skookum and walked back down the mountain. The next day, he held a council with the other animals of the forest, and he told them the Huckleberry sisters' plan. Again, Coyote walked up the mountain at nightfall to watch the skookum sisters. The first sister was sitting by the fire warming herself. Coyote watched a while longer, and when the sister guarding the fire walked to the cabin door, Coyote ran as fast as he could to the flames and snagged a burning stick. The trickster ran faster and faster, but he could hear the sisters behind him. He peered backward and saw that the sisters had flames in their hands. I pulled my lighter out of my pocket and flicked it on for Little Brother to see. He smiled and his eyes twinkled in the firelight. I pushed the lighter back in my pocket. Even though Coyote was a quick trickster, he was no match for the sisters' speed. The eldest sister reached out and grabbed onto Coyote's tail with her flaming hand, turning the tip of his tail black as night. I stopped my story for a minute and told Little Brother, "That's why coyotes have black tails." He nodded in understanding. I resumed the story again. Coyote put on one last burst of speed and pulled away from the sisters for just a moment. He fell into the thick brush, and when the sisters got to him, he no longer had the burning stick. Out of the bushes leaped Cougar. He ran with all the speed and agility of a wild cat. The sisters were confused, but they quickly chased after him. Cougar raced into the tree line and handed the stick to Fox, who ran until she came to the biggest tree she knew and handed the flaming branch to Squirrel, who climbed higher and higher even when the flames burned a black patch on the back of her neck and made her tail curl. "That's why squirrels look like that," Little Brother said, and I nodded. The sisters almost caught Squirrel, but she was smart and passed the torch to Deer, who dodged between trees and bushes, making the sisters think really hard. The torch was handed to many animals and finally made it to Frog. Frog swallowed the embers of the branch and tried to hop away, but he wasn't quick enough. One of the sisters grabbed Frog by his tail just as he made the biggest leap of his life, and pop! His tail pulled right off. That's why frogs don't have tails. Frog was able to jump into a river and float downstream. He floated until he was too tired to do anything else, and then he spit the embers to Wood, and Wood swallowed the embers whole. The sisters were very confused because they didn't know how to get fire back from Wood. Finally, the sisters retreated to their home on the mountain, disappointed because the fire got away. Oh, Coyote, that trickster. He knew exactly how to get fire out of wood. The chief and his people gathered around as Coyote and all the forest animals brought a pile of wood to the center of the village. Coyote rubbed 2 pieces of wood together, and suddenly a fire erupted. The chief smiled at Coyote as he warmed himself by the flames. From that moment on, Coyote was the stealer of flames, a hero. I finished and smiled at little brother. Do you know why I tell you this story? He shook his head. Go grab your baby blanket. He jumped up and ran to his closet. He pulled the tan blanket out and spread it on his bed in front of us. It had red designs on top, green in the middle, and blue on the bottom. The bottom had a coyote, a squirrel, and a snowflake. The middle had 2 frogs, and the top had a flame, another squirrel, and another coyote. This blanket is the Coyote Steals Fire Pendleton blanket. You've had it since you were born. I tell you this story so often because you're my mischievous little coyote, I told him, and he grinned ear to ear and opened his fist, revealing my lighter clutched between his fingers. When did you get that? He just giggled. See? Always up to some trick. I smiled and ruffled his long dark hair. It was quiet for a long moment, while little brother held his blanket to his chest. He smiled back at me and said, I like that story, but can you tell me something scary? I don't have time for another story. Your mom will be here any minute, but I will tell you about a monster that lives in the woods. Okay, sister, he said and sat straight in his bed. First, you must light a candle, and after, you must smudge to get rid of the negative energy, I told him and handed him the lighter back. He then leaned over to the candle on his nightstand and lit it. Okay, there is a creature called the Wetchuge. They're kind of like a Wendigo. Little brother's eyes widened. I know you know what a Wendigo is, but the Wetchuge is a bit different. They are cannibals just like the Wendigo. They are half man, half beast, and there are 2 different ideas of what the Wetchuge really are. Some say they are ancient ice beings, but most people say that they are people who are possessed by one of the spirit animals. People say that to become a Wetchuge means that you want to be powerful more than anything, and that's how you get possessed. I finished, and he had his blanket pulled around his head. Do they live around here? He asked me. The legend comes from Canada, but you never know what legends could slip down into these Oregon woods. I smiled at him, but he didn't look comforted. Go smudge, I said and stood up. Wait, what do you think Coyote would do if he met Wetchuge? Little brother asked. Well, I don't know for sure, but I think that he would not like Wetchuge. Coyote is a trickster who gets joy out of fooling us humans, but he never means to hurt us. He brought fire down to save us from the cold, so I think he will hate meeting Wetchuge. I believe that Coyote will do whatever it takes to get rid of Wetchuge, because inside he does love us, even when he's tricking us, I said and smiled. Little brother nodded at me, then grabbed his abalone shell, filled with white sage, and lit it with my lighter, then handed it back. I walked toward his bedroom door. Aren't you going to smudge too? He asked me. Of course. I'll do it after I go to the bathroom. As I was coming out of the bathroom, the front door swung open and Auntie Elle walked in. How was he? She asked me. Little brother isn't actually my little brother. That's just what I called him. He was technically my cousin. He was good. I told him the story about Coyote stealing the fire again. At that moment, he ran out of his bedroom and into his mom's arms. She also told me about Wetchuge, he said in excitement and then dropped his arms to his sides. Oh, did she? She asked and gave me a questioning look. Great. It's okay though, Mom. Coyote will protect us from Wetchuge. He loves us even though he plays tricks on us, he jabbered excitedly. Does he now? She asked with a grin on her face. I shrugged and gathered up my things, double-checking to make sure my lighter was in my pocket, and giving little brother a wry smile. He returned it and hugged me. "Go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow," I said and kissed his soft hair. I opened the front door and peered outside. It was dark and only half of the streetlights actually worked on this stretch of town. "Are you sure you can't just stay here tonight?" my aunt asked. "No, I'll be okay. I need to get to Grandma's house and light the fireplace so that she doesn't freeze," I said with a sigh. "I can give you a ride," she insisted. "And that's okay, Auntie. I know you are tired, and I like a quiet walk here and there." "Okay then, Sister Coyote," she said with a small laugh. I hugged her and stepped out onto the cement front porch. Luckily, it was a bright night due to the full moon. I popped a Marlboro Red 100 into my mouth and stepped off the porch. "Take that damn thing out of your mouth before I smack you," my aunt called after me, and I slipped it back into my bag with an eye roll. It had to wait until I was out of her eyesight. I trudged down the road as a light autumn mist formed around me. I passed by cow fields, and the smell of manure and dirt clung to the moist air and invaded my nostrils. It was going to be a cold walk home. The night was quiet until I was a few houses from the main road. A man stood on his porch and stared at me. I tried not to look at him since he was not a man I recognized. He had a thick white beard and a receding hairline. He watched every move I made, and his eyes lingered uncomfortably. Then he said, "What's a young girl walking around all alone at night for?" I ignored him and kept walking. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are your parents? Are you some kind of delinquent? One of those sneaky native girls?" I picked up the pace and paid close attention to my senses as I walked away from him. Every few feet, I'd look over my shoulder to make sure I wasn't being stalked. But the dark closed in around me again, and no one followed. The truth is, I don't have parents. They both died in a car wreck when I was 8, the same age as little brother. For the past 9 years, I've bounced back and forth from my aunt's and my grandma's houses. I would watch little brother every day after school and light grandma's fires during the fall and winter. It was my grandma who would get me the cigarettes. She's old, and I told her they were a good payment for lighting her fires every night. It made my aunt mad, and she fought with my grandma about it every time she caught me. But what grandma says goes. I tried to quit. I just couldn't. I would always tell my aunt, "Well, our ancestors smoked tobacco," and she would shake her head at me. The crickets were loud as I walked out onto the main road. The tiny gas station and mini-mart to my right had just flipped off their open sign, and the small grocery store to my left had been closed for an hour. The street was abandoned aside from the person inside the gas station. I turned left and passed the store, then took a right down the street that would take me to the powwow grounds and the hill. The hill was a chunk of reservation land where our tribe built low-income housing for us. A few of the houses along this road had their lights on, and fortunately, I had the light of the street lamps until I made it to the turnoff toward the hill. I pulled the Marlboro back out of my bag and stuck the cigarette in my mouth. I lit it and pulled a long drag, feeling the buzz of nicotine in my brain. It was a light feeling, and it helped reduce my anxiety, the fear now just an itch at the back of my mind. The tip of the cigarette glowed orange as I continued walking. I wondered if this was how fire looked to Coyote when he stole it. Was it an orange glow or a raging red? I wondered if Coyote would like cigarettes if he were still around. I imagined that he would. I ashed the cigarette on the ground before I made the turn toward the powwow grounds. There was this road that led up past the native graveyard and onto a trail that would lead directly to the housing settlement. And then there was another road that was longer, and I would have been more likely to run into someone. But it offered a tiny bit of light from grounded solar lamps. I chose the road toward the powwow grounds because the prospect of passing the graveyard was far less frightening than a much longer walk. The road up to the hill's powwow grounds was steep and dark, but I knew the way well. I could walk this road with my eyes closed. The moonlight had been just enough to allow me to see ahead and make sure no one was coming toward me. I made it to the top, and the graveyard was to my right. There was a big veterans memorial at the entrance of the graveyard, and the front was illuminated by spotlights. It was not frightening. It was beautiful and sad. There were huge stone slabs with names written on them. honoring the veterans. I had relatives engraved on the memorial stone wall, but I wasn't sure which ones. I'd never looked at it up close, but I stopped to gaze at it now. The slabs were a dark grayish-black, and flagpoles were erected in the center. The U.S. flag, the Oregon flag, and the Confederated Tribes of Silet's Indians flag. Indians. That word always irked me. Hopefully one day it would change, and we could be called Native Americans officially. We were never from India, so it really was a stupid thing to be called. As I was inspecting the stones, something moved behind them. It was quick, and I almost didn't see it in the moonlight, but something definitely moved. I backpedaled quickly away from the memorial, toward the trail that would spit me into the housing settlement. There was a crunch in the distance, and I turned and sprinted to the trail. I emerged onto the worn concrete walkway, and it had one blaring orange light directly in the center. The same light that year after year never burned out. I ran carefully toward the light, making sure that I didn't trip over any of the tree roots that were pushing through the ground. Then I heard more crunching far behind me. I looked left, then right. To my left was a huge cedar tree. I hid behind it just out of the orange hue. There was another crunch, then more. They got louder and louder until they stood where I had just been. The orange light flickered as it passed back and forth. It sniffed the air, and its footsteps hadn't sounded human. They clunked like horses' hooves. I peeked around the corner for a split second and saw antlers, although it couldn't have been a deer. I knew that. I thought that maybe it was an elk, but then I thought to myself, what kind of elk chased people this close to town? My body wouldn't let me risk another look. I could see the warm moisture escaping my mouth as I breathed quietly. Suddenly, the world felt different. The crickets were silent. The stars blazed, threatening to reveal my position, and the cold air had felt much colder. It was like the world I knew was trying to betray me. It wanted me to be found. As quickly as it came, the beast clopped away slowly. I waited for what seemed like an eternity. The footsteps died down, and I was left in the silent world alone. I risked a peek at the trail, and it was deserted. I stepped out onto the trail, bathed in orange light with a sigh of relief. Then suddenly, the world exploded with noise and everything went black. I was dreaming. I knew I was dreaming. I stood in the center of a clearing with a burning torch in my hand. It was dark in the dream, much darker than reality. The stars twinkled above but didn't seem to emit any light. Anything beyond the firelight was total darkness. It was like I was thrown into space or the bottom of the ocean. I was drowning in the dark clearing. I don't even know how I knew it was a clearing because I couldn't see. I just knew. At the edge of my firelight, something had crept closer. It was frost, inching its way closer to me, freezing everything, and consuming the small piece of earth I could see. The grass withered below the cold, and my patch of safety was quickly shrinking. I swung the torch around, and the frost retreated, revealing renewed green grass. I spun in circles, saving my patch of land, saving what I knew. But the frost became more aggressive, and it surged at me without care. I knew that if it closed in on me, I would freeze too. So I spun and I spun until I heard a voice. "Sister Coyote, wake up!" It was my aunt's voice, but it was so far away, just a whisper in the wind. I spun some more and burned the frost as I went. I carelessly swung the torch until all the land around me was burnt black, and the frost retreated. I dropped to my knees and ran my fingers through the charred grass, which was black too, and all around me was black as the torch went out. "Wake up!" I opened my eyes, and I didn't recognize my surroundings. All around me were trees illuminated in the moonlight. I could hear the hooves again and clamped my eyes shut. It was standing over me. I could feel its eyes burning a hole through my face. It walked away, and I risked a glimpse and almost gasped in horror. It stood on 2 elk legs but had the torso of a man. Its head was a bone-white skull shining brightly against the dark woods. On his hands were sharp nails, sharp enough to slash me in half. His breathing was hoarse, and he grunted when he walked. I suddenly knew what I was looking at. Wei-Chuge. I snapped my eyes shut again. Why is this happening? I thought to myself and remembered back to when I was sitting with little brother. And then I realized my mistake. I hadn't smudged. The beautiful sage scent repelled evil. I welcomed it into my body freely by not following the rules. I spoke of it, and here it was, about to kill me. I felt tears burn in my eyes. I had been stupid and forgetful. Little brother reminded me, how could I have forgotten? Help would come. I told myself and instantly knew it wasn't true. Even if Graham reported me missing, the police didn't look for lost native girls on the reservation. Everyone would assume I ran away, or that I was hiding out with a boy. Girls like me went missing every day, and nobody cared. I would end up another statistic, and I'd never see little brother again. He'd always wonder why I left him. Why didn't it eat me? I asked myself and thought for a moment. It must have thought that I was already dead, and it was saving me for later. That had to be the answer. Why else wouldn't it have just eaten me on the spot? Was it going to gut me first? That thought sent a wave of nausea through my body that almost made me retch. I listened as the Wei-Chuge walked around the woods surrounding us. He was doing something, but I couldn't tell what. I didn't care anymore. I had to escape. I prayed to the Creator. I begged him to spare me, to send help. I told him that I'd never smoke another cigarette and that I would never forget to smudge after a scary story ever again. The world around me remained quiet. I opened my eyes again and something pulled my gaze to the tree line, and that's when I saw him. Coyote. It wasn't the coyote, but it was a coyote. His eyes stared into mine as if he were trying to tell me something. I looked at him with my pleading gaze. Please, I mouthed the words at him. I snuck a peek at the Wei-Chuge. I tried to remember what I had read about them. What was their weakness? Fire. I slowly lowered my hand down to my pocket to grab my lighter, but it was gone. I almost swore and looked back at the coyote. He still stared at me. I checked the beast again, and it was trudging around some distance away. I inched my body toward the coyote as quiet as the dead. It took what felt like hours to get close to him. I checked the Wei-Chuge with every inch, and to my surprise, the coyote didn't bolt. I wondered what the point of scooting to his feet was when I saw it. My lighter. I crept my hand up and clasped my fingers around the cool metal when a roar echoed through the forest. I jumped to my feet and the coyote ran into the brush, knocking a branch down next to me. Time slowed as my brain worked out what to do. The branch. I grabbed its wet wooden body and prayed to the trickster. Please, coyote, one more trick. I flicked the lighter, and the branch flared to life just as the Wei-Chuge approached me. I looked up into his bony face and noticed something horrible. His eyes were human. Brown like little brother's eyes, and they pierced my soul. I swung the branch between us, causing the beast to retreat a few steps, and I lunged at it, burning a black mark on its chest, a black mark as what Squirrel had. Then I bolted into the woods after the coyote. Tree limbs slapped harshly against my face, stinging with every step. I heard the beast ripping through the trees behind me. I felt him gaining on me, so I pushed myself harder than I ever had as I chased the lost trail of the coyote. I felt the Wei-Chuge's looming presence behind me when the coyote burst out of the bushes to my right and led me down a crude path. The monster had to stop to turn its bulking body to follow us. The coyote and I veered left and right down the path until I could see lights far in the distance. I swung the torch wildly behind me just in case the monster was gaining on us. 100 yards was all I needed to reach the nearest home. That was when I noticed that the nearest home was Graham's house. How had the coyote known? Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I sped closer and closer to safety. but just when I was about to exit the trees, it grabbed my leg and threw me to the ground. The torchlight flickered, on the brink of extinguishing. I swung it a few times at the Weichuge, but the fire was so small that it burned out, and the beast stood over me. He reached a clawed hand toward my face, grazing my cheek, when suddenly the coyote sprang from the bushes and latched onto the monster's arm. The monster roared in pain and anger as I jumped to my feet. I was at my grandmother's porch when I heard a yelp and a thud. I looked back to see the beast retreating into the woods with the coyote dangling from its mouth, staring at me with its human eyes as it was enveloped by tree limbs. I slammed the front door behind me and locked the deadbolt. "Thank you," I whispered as I walked into my Gram's room and found her asleep under the covers. I grabbed her abalone shell and lit the sage with my lighter. The scent filled the air as I returned to the living room and started a fire in the fireplace. As it blazed to life, I threw the cigarettes in and watched as they all burned to ashes.
Sweetheart by Bryson Tuckerman. She was wailing in the hallway again. He knew he wasn't going to get any sleep tonight. Not the way things were going. Not if she had her way. His only hope was to play along and appease her enough that nothing was broken. If he didn't have to sweep up shards of glass or replace another mirror or window, he'd be thankful for that much. The trick now was to convince his body to move. His mind was aware, alert, but his body was warm, his breathing slow. He dreaded those cold floorboards on his feet. More so, he couldn't shake the exhaustion. He craved sleep more than food, more than air. The unconsciousness of sleep was more desirable than anything he could imagine at that moment. And yet, better a cold floor on bare feet than being wrapped up in his sheet and dragged down the staircase again. He moved slowly, worked his way out of comfort and into melees, listened to the gristle pop of his joints, and became all too aware of his age. At 46, he was too young to be so old. But old he was, worn out and tired. A door slammed in the hallway outside his room. He knew from the sound that it was the door at the top of the stairs. The bare soles of his feet burned with cold when he placed them on the floor, just as he knew they would. He winced, wrapped his blanket around his shoulders, and went into the hallway, walking on his toes. He couldn't find her in the dark, only hear her. "Sweetheart?" he called out. Something creaked near the attic door, and he squinted at it. There she was, materializing out of the dark as if he'd wished her into existence. Her hands were balled into fists, and her arms hung taut at her sides. She glared up at him through dark, dangling bangs. He cleared his throat and tried a patient tone that sounded fake to his own ears. "Sweetheart, I told you, it's time to rest."
"I don't want to rest,"
she growled, sounding very much like the 4-year-old she appeared to be. "I have to get some sleep if we are going to play again. I have to get some rest."
"I have to get some rest,"
she mocked him. He sighed, hung his head in exhaustion, frustration, regret. He'd never wanted to be a father. He glanced back at her and only saw the deep darkness of the hallway again. He didn't even see her move. She was gone. Then he heard the clatter of pans being pulled out of the cupboards and thrown on the floor, the crash of plates chucked against the wall, and the shrill tinkle of broken glass. Wailing and moaning. If she had chains to rattle, he was sure she'd be doing that too. None of the tricks he'd tried earlier in the night worked, putting on music, channel surfing for cartoons, opening the chest of old toys. She wanted to play with him, not by herself. She only ever wanted to play. Several cars had already passed the accident before he stopped. The only reason he did stop was that his niece died a few years back in a similar situation. Single-vehicle accident. She might have lived had someone stopped and helped, but that hadn't happened, and she slowly choked to death on her own blood. Feeling a sense of responsibility, he passed the wrecked car and parked in front of it. He considered parking behind it and throwing on his blinkers, but the trail of debris, broken glass, and black skid marks across the asphalt made him reconsider. The car looked like it had flipped. The hood was missing, and the roof of the little sedan was heavily dented and partly collapsed in the front. It had miraculously landed back on the tires. The maroon paint had scuffed off in long, patchy streaks all the way around it. The motor hissed dangerously. It reminded him of a crushed beer can. He saw the driver and the passenger in a tangled heap in the front. He was unprepared for the mess and quickly averted his eyes with a gasp. They hadn't been wearing seat belts. Most of what he saw up there had red splashed all over it. In order to keep from looking into the front, he inspected the back and was even more alarmed by what he found. A child. A girl. She was sprawled across the back seat. No seatbelt for her either. Her eyes were open, looking at him. His heart leaped into his throat, and he immediately grasped at the door handle, trying to pull it open. It stuck. "Hold on, sweetheart," he said through the broken window. "I'm coming. Hold on." The passenger's side back door was crumpled shut, too. He climbed across the trunk, reached in through the broken rear window, and lifted her out. He knew he wasn't supposed to move her, that he should wait for emergency personnel to arrive, but he'd seen too many dramatic reenactments on television and was afraid the car would explode. She remained silent as he pulled her out, her gray eyes looking up at him passively. Shock, he told himself. She's in shock. He noticed other cars now, pulling to the side and people approaching the wreck. "Call 911, he instructed. He trotted toward his car, not wanting to lay her down on the dirty, hard asphalt. Her limbs flopped with his stride. "Okay, sweetheart, I got you. Okay now, okay," he gasped. She wasn't heavy, but he was out of shape, and his heart leaped against his ribs like they were prison bars from which it intended to escape. Gently he laid her in the back seat. He parted her dark hair and looked for any marks on her scalp, inspected her limbs to make sure they weren't bent or mangled, and noticed she was dressed rather formally, her Sunday best. They had clearly been enjoying the day together as a family. There was no blood or visible sign of injury. "Are you hurt? Can you talk, sweetheart?" Her eyes remained on him, wide, watching, but not scared, simply observing. "Can you say something?" His voice cracked. Her lips moved slowly, and at first it wasn't even a whisper, just her mouth working as she formed the words. Eventually, he heard her whisper,
"I spied the deer."
He looked back at the car and saw the crumpled front end. "You spied?" He took her hand and began to rub it, offering her the best smile he could manage at the moment. "Like I Spy? The game?"
"Yes."
"You were playing I Spy when—" He glanced at the car again. Now he saw the blood, tacky, grimy, and congealed to the bent grille and broken headlights. All that because of a deer? Her eyes were closing. He leaned forward and stroked her hand. "Hey, wait a minute." He was loud, cheerful, or trying to be. Something in his adrenaline-soaked brain told him to keep her awake. "Let's play a game. You and me." Her eyes opened. "There you are. Okay, I will go first. I spy with my little eye something pink." A slight frown creased her face, one that said he couldn't possibly be serious. She tried to swallow, and the frown became a grimace. He didn't give her long to answer. "Your beautiful pink dress, of course." He hoped he sounded genuine, sincere. A small smile appeared on her face.
Mommy let me pick it out.
"You picked the best one. Now it's your turn. What do you spy?" A blankness spread across her features, and her eyes became lidded, far away. He patted her hand harder, faster. "Come on, sweetheart. It's your turn." He stood from the car and searched for first responders. "Please," he thought, "where are you?" Back in the car, her eyes rolled up to the whites. He reached in and shook her, desperately afraid that if she went to sleep, she wouldn't wake up. "Hey, come on. Don't you want to play the game, sweetheart?" To his complete surprise and relief, her eyes rolled back to normal, found him, and became focused.
Can Mommy and Daddy play too?
She whispered. He hesitated, looking back at the car. A brief mental flash of their remains in the front seat made him groan. "I think they are playing with someone else right now, sweetheart. But it's your turn." The sleepiness again, the blankness, the loss of focus in her eyes, the resignation. He was losing her. "Come on," he begged, no longer caring about the game or remaining cheerful, only wanting her to focus her eyes and look at him, wanting it more than anything. "Stay with me now, sweetheart. Stay with me, please. The ambulance will be here any minute." As if in response to his summons, he heard the sirens. "Can you hear them? They're almost here." He still had her hand in both of his and rubbed it furiously. "Stay with me, sweetheart. Stay with me." Her eyes fluttered closed. The ambulance arrived, and he didn't waste any time getting their attention. The paramedics removed her from his car. They checked her vitals. They spoke in medical jargon and put her in the ambulance. More emergency vehicles and first responders arrived. The road became crowded with traffic and curious bystanders. He ended up with her in the back of the ambulance. She wouldn't let go of his hand. They tried to pry her fingers loose, but they couldn't for fear of injuring her further. So he agreed to ride along. He went with her right up to the emergency room, where they were finally parted. He left his information at the nurse's desk before going to the restroom to vomit. Afterward, he washed his hands and wondered how he was going to get back to his car. The digital clock next to the bed said it was 4:25 in the morning. An awful hour, if there ever was one. Too early to do anything constructive, too late to go back to bed. He relented with resentment and descended the stairs to survey the damage she'd made. The pans, though dented and scuffed, could be put back into the cupboard. The glass was easily swept up. A trip to the second-hand store would provide cheap replacements for it all. He'd done it several times before. He'd seen worse. Once she'd emptied the contents of his refrigerator and threw it all over the kitchen. Mustard and ketchup on the walls, broken jar of mayonnaise on the table, leftover meatloaf splattered like roadkill on the ceiling, and a whole gallon of milk dumped on the floor. Then there was the time she messed with the plumbing, burst the pipes in the toilet, and flooded the basement with sewage. That had been an expensive repair, and he was never able to get the stench out. The fires concerned him the most, though. The first one he found was the bathroom rug. It was small, and he'd caught it in time, but it could have easily spread to the towels hanging on the rack, and the shower curtain, and on and on. She'd set others, too, but always he was able to catch them while they were small. He hoped she meant for him to catch them like that. She didn't want to burn their home down, did she? There was always the chance that he wouldn't catch the next one, or the one after that. Not with how tired he was, not without sleep. He'd developed a bit of narcolepsy, drifting off in moments of idleness. If only she would let him get a few solid hours, it wouldn't be so bad. he'd be more alert, healthier, and not feel so damn old, so broken and used up. He made himself coffee, knowing he was going to need it. The cartoons came on, the volume at a near painful level, the way she liked it. He opened the trunk of toys and pulled some out. They were old toys, almost antiques. They'd been his as a child. His parents, rest their souls, had kept them until their own deaths some years back. He wanted to clean the mess in the kitchen, but knew she wouldn't allow it. Not yet. If he played with her a while, appeased her, then, if she got bored of him, maybe he could get it cleaned before work in 4 hours. They played with action figures. He picked up some dolls once, back when she first arrived, thinking she wouldn't want to play with his old soldiers. How surprised he was when she preferred them over the dolls. Now when they played, she controlled the soldiers, and he controlled the princess. They played their game, some variation of the soldiers rescuing the princesses, complete with voices, sound effects, and vast amounts of melodrama. It was always the same. She never changed, and neither did her games. But he did. He'd grown colder, dismissive, regretful. The man he'd become would never stop at a car accident to give assistance. Maybe it was the same toys and the same games and the same cartoons and the same fits and tantrums over the years that had changed him. It likely drove him to insanity. That had to be what happened. He was insane. After all, they say the very definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. This was every day of his life now. He was disappointed. He thought insanity would be much more liberating. She tired of the toys as dawn encroached on the darkness, moved into the room with the television, and stood there, watching cartoons. He kept glancing at her as he picked up the toys, unwilling to allow his hopes to rise. But, by God, it looked like she might occupy herself with the cartoons after all. This left him with a choice: clean the kitchen or try to snatch an hour of sleep. Sleep was always at the forefront of his mind. He crept up the stairs, visions of his warm bed, anticipating comfort, when she called up from the bottom of the staircase.
"Let's play hide-and-seek."
He paused mid-step. The top of the staircase was only 2 steps away. He'd almost made it, but he was fooling himself. Even in the privacy of his own bedroom, she would not leave him alone. He faced her, lips quivering in a practiced smile that he never genuinely felt. "Are you hiding or seeking, sweetheart?" She seemed to think about it for a second before responding,
"Seeking."
He nodded, then descended the stairs, and she hid her face behind her hands and began counting. Tiptoeing into the bathroom, he stepped into the tub and pulled the curtain closed. He stood there and listened to the lull of her counting and the insane noise of the cartoons. After a moment, he sat down and stretched his legs out to find comfort. Minutes later, she was still counting. Sometimes that happened. Sometimes she found herself in a compulsive cycle, whether it be counting or banging things or repeating the same phrases over and over. It was some kind of obsessive compulsion, perhaps some neurological damage due to the accident. It was haunting, and he knew if he went out there, she would still be standing at the bottom of the staircase, hands held over her face, counting.
1,271.
No way he was going out there. Let her count. There was no upper limit. She would count until she stopped. That's all he knew. So now, he surmised, was his chance. The bottom of the tub was dry, thankfully. He was not comfortable, but he'd slept in worse places. His head rested on one shoulder, and he closed his eyes. He was still searching for a return to normalcy 2 weeks after the car accident. He wondered about her almost every day, but didn't know how to go about inquiring after her. It seemed rude and intrusive to pester anyone at the hospital about the poor girl. Her parents were announced dead at the scene, and her own injuries were quite extensive, though all internal. He took a call on his lunch break. It was a nurse from the emergency room. He was fully expecting to hear about the girl's recovery, but the news of her passing rendered him nearly comatose for the rest of the day. He had a good cry in private, a long one, a deep one that came up from his soul, the kind of crying he hadn't done since childhood. It was about the only thing he could do. He got the rest of the week off, too. It was that weekend, after he'd already enjoyed 2 work-free days, that she found him. He admitted she could have been there all along, and he simply didn't know it. Her reveal was gradual, as if she was browsing his life, deciding if she wanted to take anchor in it or not. Window shopping. There were only glimpses of her, at first, that gleamed out of the corner of his eye. Had he seen her standing in the dark corner on the far side of the kitchen table as he crept through, searching for a midnight snack? Was the flicker of movement on the staircase as he watched the morning news and ate his breakfast a trick of his tired eyes? How could he explain away the shuddering suspicion of being watched when he'd caught the quick motions of a small figure darting across the room on several occasions? He chalked it up to guilt, maybe even PTSD. She took shape at her own pace, and eventually he couldn't deny what was happening. He struggled briefly with how to deal with an actual ghost manifesting in his home. Communication, as with all things, seemed to be the way to go. And it was easy. She wanted to communicate with him just as much. It was even fun at first. He never had children. Never even been one for the kind of relationships that made children. But he remained a child at heart. She loved to play, loved cartoons, and, it turned out, didn't need to sleep or rest, ever. In fact, she often seemed restless, in need of entertainment, activity, or his attention. And here he was, her lucky playmate, 6 years after she'd arrived. The icy burst of the shower spraying him caused his entire body to seize up and his jaw to wrench open in a silent, breathless scream. He scrambled out of the bathtub like a soldier fleeing a foxhole with a live grenade inside.
Found you!
Her voice tittered through the house. Lying on the cold floor tiles and shivering, he listened to her, moving like a hurricane, a gust of rushing air and fury. She was wailing again. The entire house shook. There was a loud, floor-rattling thud from upstairs, and he imagined the antique marble-top dresser in his bedroom toppling over. Doors slammed throughout the house, drawers yanked out and their contents dumped. The clatter of silverware sounded like wind chimes in a dryer as they spilled across the kitchen floor. She was everywhere at once, like a horrible stench that couldn't be escaped. He lay there on the bathroom floor and listened to his home being destroyed. How long would it go on? It was hard to say, as long as he allowed it. She wanted attention, surely, but at this moment he wanted more than anything to not have to deal with her. He was willing to sacrifice all of his worldly possessions for a few more moments alone, without her. The wailing was the worst. She really could turn on the despair. It was a long, drawn-out sound, like the high, mournful cry of some lonely creature, heard from a great distance across the countryside. It sounded genuine. As his house was reduced to shambles, he lay on the floor, eyes closed, and impossibly began to drift back to sleep. He was just so damn tired. The smell of burning roused him and finally put him on his feet. He thrust open the bathroom door and stepped into the kitchen. She'd emptied the fridge again. Pasta and various sauces and condiments dripped from the ceiling, and a pool of combined liquids spread like a void across the floor. The cupboards all hung open. The table and chairs were upturned. He'd deal with it later. The fire was more important. He walked, using the bottoms of his wet pajama pants, through the silverware and other assorted kitchen utensils. He feared stepping on a knife or something pointy. The framed photographs of distant family and dead relatives on the wall along the stairwell were all torn down and scattered. The smiles of the departed shimmered absently from behind broken glass. The television in the next room flickered, switching stations of static every half-second, creating a rhythmic pulsing drone like the lo-fi beat of a basement party in a neighboring house. From his position at the bottom of the stairs, he could see the furniture in the living room was also moved around, tipped over. Rips in the upholstery looked like mangled wounds, and the stuffing strewn around the room reminded him of the fake snow used in holiday decorations. If he didn't know any better, he'd say it looked like a particularly bad dog had its way with the room. Another crash from upstairs, and the sudden new noise made him trot up the staircase, moving quickly so as not to feel the tiny lacerations the broken glass would make on his bare feet. The acrid smell of burning hit him at the top, and he saw the source was his own bed, alight with flickering flames. A wave of creeping smoke rolled out of the room. "No!" He leaped into the bedroom. The flames were high enough that the ceiling above his bed was black and scorched. Without thinking, he grasped the edge of the mattress and lifted it. The heat burned his face, stung his eyes, shortened and blackened his hair, and singed off his eyebrows. He flipped it over with a shout. The fire died almost instantly, but a charred black hole, big enough to stand in, was burned through the center of the mattress. It smoked, sizzled, but the flames were gone.
"No more resting,"
she said cheerfully from the doorway. He looked longingly at the burned remnants of blankets and pillows, inhaled the smoky, stinky air, and hung his head. He went back into the hallway, ignoring her. She lifted her head as he passed, expecting, perhaps, some words of reprimand, but got nothing. No reaction.
"Are you mad?"
"I want you to leave," he said calmly.
Her mouth dropped open and she glared at him.
"I want you gone. Out."
He gestured with a stiff, rigid arm, fingertips shaking, but pointed. He didn't care where it was pointing, as long as it was away from him.
"Go back to the roadside where I found you," he said, preparing to descend the stairs.
He felt her little hands on the back of his legs just as he lost his balance. For a second, he had the sensation of flying, and he tensed to prepare for a hard impact. The back of his head struck the first stair, and he plummeted down the rest of the way on his back, knocking his head on each wooden step as he went. He was deposited at the bottom in a heap. Still, quiet, eyes closed, he remained this way for a long time. When he came back, he felt simultaneously ruined and rested. His body lay twisted and unnaturally tangled. It was numb in some areas and stiff with pain in others. He managed to untangle himself and sprawl out, allowing the blood back into places it was cut off from. He wondered how long he'd been out. He could see the fuzzy glow of daylight through the curtains. Was he late for work? That thought was quickly followed by how grateful he was for the blissful unconsciousness. She was nearby, looking at him, a doll and a soldier in each hand.
"You can be the soldier this time,"
she said apologetically. Inhaling sharply, he pushed himself up. He hurt, but he'd hurt before, and managed. He took the soldier, and silently wished the fall down the stairs had killed him, then quickly took it back. He had a sneaking suspicion about death.
"What's the game?"
he croaked, and felt a loose molar wiggle out of his jaw. She considered briefly.
"How about you be captured by the bad guys, and I come to save you?"
"Okay."
They played, and as they did, he knew that some day he would wake up from one of his impromptu slumbers, and his room would be on fire, his bed and sheets consumed, and he would either inhale enough smoke to put him to sleep forever, or the flames would tickle him into oblivion, or perhaps another tumble down the stairs, one in which he ruptured his innards, or hit his noggin hard enough that he never woke up, or simply lack of sleep. How long before exhaustion killed him, wore him down, chewed him up, and spit him out like flavorless gum? He'd long thought death would be a release. Recently, however, he'd begun to have suspicions. He thought it entirely possible that she would be there, still, in death, waiting for him, expecting to play. After all, what else do children do? She'd never age, never change. She'd remain a child, with a child's interests and a child's whims for the rest of eternity, or as far as he could tell. And he would have her whether he lived or died. Either way, she would still make him play. He remembered his final words to her, back on the side of the road, right before the ambulance and the paramedics. "Stay with me," he'd told her. And she did. It looked like she intended to, no matter what. His hope, the most painful of all human concepts, was that he could somehow find a way to rid himself of her. His fear was that he never would, that her terrible companionship would await him even in the unrest after death, where they could continue playing without the hindrance of rest, well-being, and other mortal constraints. Finally, he questioned how long before she discovered this idea for herself. They played, and he gently massaged the swollen lump on the back of his head and wondered if, in fact, she already had. Duplex by S.E. Denton. The landlord, Mr. Grigoroff, let Eli rent the place without a deposit. Considering that Eli was going on his third month of unemployment and had burned through most of his savings, the offer felt like a miracle. Not that the duplex deserved a deposit. 6166 North Anchor Drive, No. 1, had just about every symptom of neglect a house could possess. The duplex's slate-gray paint had started to wrinkle. The screens covering the windows were rusty, and the shingles on the roof were sun-bleached and worn. At some point, a former resident, or perhaps Mr. Grigoroff, had planted 3 rose bushes along the front of the duplex, between the 2 little porches. However, in January, the bushes were dead and twisted, and the sight of them made Eli's heart bleed and his life feel that much bleaker. The branches of a large bare elm tree hung over No. 1, remnants of its rotting autumn leaves still clogging the rain gutters. Even the elm looked sick.
"The other half is empty,"
Mr. Grigoroff told Eli, his accent thick,
"so it will be quiet."
"Is the other side the same as the unit you just showed me?"
"Yes, exactly. A duplicate," said Mr. Grigoroff. "But I need to make some repairs. The one you saw is ready."
A port wine stain blotched the left side of the landlord's otherwise pale face, which he tried to obscure beneath the faux fur trim of his grungy parka. Instead of having bushy eyebrows like most old men, Mr. Grigoroff barely had any at all. His eyes were dark and oily. Looking at him for more than a few seconds made Eli's blood drop 20 degrees. Eli looked up and down the street. Anchor Drive was outside of town in a small neighborhood that a long-ago developer had presumed would take off, but it never did. Across the street, Oklahoma pasture land extended for acres, dead from winter. "Well?" Mr. Grigoroff said, his black orthopedic shoes crunching on dead grass. Eli replayed the tour of the duplex in his mind, the smoky blue carpet worn down to flat, greasy patches in some places, the cheap wood paneling throughout, the yellow refrigerator, the poorly varnished oak cabinets, the cracked and curling linoleum floor in the kitchen, the tight hallway leading back to the hideous bathroom with the periwinkle tiles and glaring brass hardware, the bedroom with more blue carpet, and the stained popcorn ceiling. This is where a degree in English and a furious, fleeting marriage had gotten him, both big life decisions that he had somehow flubbed horribly. "Sure, I'll take it," Eli heard himself say. The week Natalie told him she wanted a divorce, Eli broke down while teaching his sophomore lit class. Although he barely remembered doing so, he'd burst into tears during a lecture on Kafka's Metamorphosis, grabbed his lectern, and flung it at the whiteboard behind him. The explosive outburst made several girls in the class and one boy shriek. Many ran out of the room, and those who stayed evidently reported being paralyzed with fear, as the principal had put it. At first, the school gave Eli a leave of absence, but the parents didn't want their kids to be in the same room as someone so emotionally volatile. So he then felt pressured to accept a severance package. There were no proper goodbyes except from his friend, Corey Gibbs, who taught geometry. So much for teaching. His parents offered to let him live in their guest bedroom until he got back on his feet, but the thought of returning to the small Kansas town where he grew up, crammed into his parents' home, with his mother's hoarding tendencies and his father's turbulent moods, was unbearable. But a divorce lawyer was costly, and his bank account had dwindled quicker than originally expected. The only job he secured was at Don's Used Furniture on 3rd Street. He manned the shop while Don Rogers, a lanky guy with silvery hair and a vast collection of Oklahoma Sooners sweatshirts, visited garage and estate sales, and picked up free furniture off of Craigslist for whatever he could turn for a profit.
"If you hang around long enough," Don told him, "maybe I'll show you the secrets of identifying true bargains."
Sadly, it was the only faintly glimmering promise in Eli's future. He filled his life with additional false hopes. Maybe Natalie would change her mind and let him move back into their house. Maybe he could write his own interpretation of Finnegan's Wake, which he always daydreamed about, or go back to school and learn something practical like computer programming or business. Or maybe he could teach someplace else in the world, in an impoverished village or somewhere fresh and clean, like Singapore. "This place is a shithole," Corey told Eli. Corey grimaced as her gaze bounced from the carpet to the paneling to the stained ceiling. She clasped 2 bottles of unopened Merlot, one in each hand. Everybody on the faculty knew she had a drinking problem. Eli didn't judge. "It was either this, live in my car, or move in with my parents," Eli said. He remained by the front door, hands in his pockets, looking around the place and imagining what it must look like to someone seeing it for the first time. Over the past 2 weeks, he'd busied himself with decorating the place with furniture from his discount at Don's, an old leather couch veined with cracks and tears, a scratched coffee table, an uneven bookcase which he tried to make more presentable by lining Orwell and O'Connor and DeLillo and Shakespeare on its shelves. He hung up 2 framed paintings he'd found at one of the local thrift stores. On one wall, dividing the living room from the kitchen, he'd hung someone's botched attempt at recreating Van Gogh's Sunflowers. On the other wall, above the battered leather couch, was something reminiscent of a Bob Ross painting of a pond with happy trees and a dramatic sunset. Things had lost their overt ugliness and softened into something familiar. He barely noticed the stains on the ceiling anymore. "Does that gas fireplace work?" Corey asked. "I don't know," Eli said. "I'm too afraid to find out." "That's wise. Wait until you see the kitchen." Corey followed Eli past a small breakfast nook into the kitchen. "Jesus," Corey said, her grimace thickening. "Those appliances are the color of piss. How old is that fridge?" "Older than us," Eli said, grabbing a corkscrew out of a squeaky drawer. "Let's open that wine." They settled at the table in the small dining room for a chess tournament. At Jefferson High School, Eli and Corey often spent their lunch break in the teacher's lounge playing a game of chess. It was a tradition Eli hoped to continue, although he doubted Corey would ever want to return to his depressing abode again. Corey's gaze kept drifting up to the elaborate fruit-themed wallpaper, so heinous that it kept stealing her focus away from the game. He wished she'd make some joke about it, the way she had about the refrigerator, so they could laugh about it together. Instead, her silence left Eli unbearably self-conscious and tense. He didn't allow himself to glance at it, and instead kept his attention on Corey and the chessboard. Oddly, he found comfort running his finger along a scrape in the left corner of the dining table. A scar in the wood, but somehow not as gruesome and embarrassing as the wallpaper. More like the blemish served as proof that the table had lived fully. It had survived harsh environments. He supposed that could be said about the rest of his furniture. Like him, it had been through some shit. Hopefully, Corey saw it that way too. After they'd killed the first bottle of wine and were well into the second, there was a thud in the other apartment. "What was that?" Corey asked. "I don't know. I've been hearing noises over there." "I thought you said it was empty." "It is." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I would know if someone moved in." Something scraped on the other side of the wall behind Eli. "What about that?" Corey asked. "Rats?" "Big fucking rats," Corey said, and positioned her queen. "Checkmate."
"Mr. Grigoroff?" "Yes," a raspy voice said on the other end of the line.
"Eli Thomas, the tenant in 6166 Anchor Drive?"
"Yes."
The night before, Eli had offered his couch to Corey so she wouldn't drive home with an entire bottle of Merlot in her blood. Over morning coffee, and in the thick of a hangover, Corey told Eli she'd heard more noises the night before as she was trying to fall asleep. Footsteps. Someone walking around over there. It went on for over an hour. Eli and Corey had ventured out into the frosty morning, the fresh sunlight kindling their hangovers, and attempted to peer into the other side of the duplex, but the blinds were tightly closed. Eli tried the front door, but it was locked, as expected. Although it was quiet throughout the day, he felt it best to call the landlord. "Has anyone moved into the other apartment in the duplex?" Eli asked.
"No," said Mr. Grigoroff. "Why? Do you know someone who wants to rent?"
"No. It's just that, well, I think maybe there's a vagrant living over there. Or maybe some raccoons or squirrels have gotten in there. There's a lot of thumping and scratching noises at night."
"Okay," Mr. Grigoroff told him. "I will check."
The next day, Natalie texted that she had the divorce papers ready to sign. Eli insisted that she come by his duplex so he could sign them in person. She showed up a little before 6 o'clock and brought their black lab, Zeke, whom Eli had not seen for weeks. Eli rolled on the ugly blue carpet with Zeke, welcoming every sloppy dog kiss and scratching Zeke behind his ears. Natalie's attention pinged back and forth between the dramatic reunion of dog and ousted master and Eli's living space. It was hard for Eli to discern which aspect troubled her the most, but he secretly hoped that his squalor would somehow propel her to change her mind about the divorce. He wanted so badly for her to take the divorce papers in her hands and shred them. Let the papery carnage litter his atrocious furniture and carpet. This had all been a mistake, a blip in judgment. Instead, Natalie placed the papers on Eli's ugly coffee table, which Don had given Eli for a mere $5 due to the damage. She also placed a pen on the table. "Let's not draw this out," she said. Eli was still on the floor with Zeke. He looked up at her, his smile dying. "Are you really sure about this, Nat?" he asked. "Yes." "Do I have to sign them right now?" Eli asked. "I would prefer it if you did," Natalie said. "As I said, there's no reason in drawing this out." "How many times do I have to say I'm sorry about it?" Eli said. "It's not something that—" "We've already had that talk, Eli. Many times." "But Zeke, and—" He reached to pet his dog, but Zeke was skulking down the hallway to the bedroom. "Eli," Natalie said, "please." Feeling as cheap and worn as his surroundings, Eli crawled over to the coffee table, picked up the papers, and did his best to read and compute the details. Although it was bone-numbingly cold outside, and the duplex had only an ancient wall unit to combat the winter, Eli felt sweaty. He adjusted his glasses. Natalie perched on the edge of the used sofa, hands clasped. Eli couldn't bring himself to look at her, not so much as a glance. Her breathing sounded strained, as if her asthma was flaring up. The words in the documents didn't register. Some seemed misspelled, or not even words. He blinked repeatedly in fluttery attempts to thwart panic and correct his vision. In the bedroom, Zeke made whimpering noises that didn't stop. He barked several times. "Maybe he has to go to the bathroom," Eli finally said. "He went outside when we got here," Natalie said. Eli made another attempt to read, to make sense of things, but stopped after only one befuddling sentence. "Can you explain what this says to me?" Eli finally asked. "I don't understand." "You're a literature teacher," Natalie told him, not coldly, but more perplexed. "Yes, but I'm just not understanding this." Natalie picked up the papers and read through the document, breaking each paragraph down into words that Eli could digest. It wasn't a bedtime story. It wasn't like when they used to read passages out of a Cheever or Carver collection on Sunday mornings. His wife was reading him divorce papers, her lungs making faint asthmatic whistling noises as she breathed in between passages, while Zeke continued to whine and bark at something in the bedroom. Eli kept his attention on the mediocre country landscape he'd hung above the sofa, just behind Natalie's head, and tried to imagine painting the picture himself, applying each brush stroke, pushing something from his mind onto something blank. Had he ever done that? Truly put his mind onto something blank, something more than the stark white word processor screen to analyze the work of some other writer, or to write an obligatory term paper on the allegory of the cave? That was only some intellectual form of regurgitation. That was only an analysis of someone else's brain matter on canvas. What had he ever truly painted with his mind? What had he ever put on to blankness? Zeke began another barking fit, and Eli realized he'd unintentionally tuned out Natalie, who was still reading him the divorce papers. "Hold on a second," he told her, and got up from the floor. He walked to the bedroom. The room was dark. He flipped on the light switch and saw Zeke sitting just outside Eli's open closet door, barking into the dark closet. "What is it?" Eli asked. He stepped into the closet and tugged the old string attached to the bare overhead bulb, and the closet lit up. The pale light buttered his hung khakis and button-ups, his old teaching outfits, and a half-dozen pairs of shoes tossed at the bottom of the closet. There were also boxes of sentimental things, like photos and collectibles. He hadn't bothered to unpack. Nothing looked out of place. "What is it?" Eli asked again, looking around for a mouse or something that could spook a dog, but there was nothing. When he turned back to the closet door, looking into the bedroom, Zeke was gone. Eli pulled the light string and left the closet, closing the door behind him. He hurried back down the hallway to the living room. "Everything all right?" Natalie asked. She was still seated on the couch, now petting Zeke's head. "I don't know what he was barking about," Eli said, and gestured for Natalie to hand him the divorce papers. Fresh sweat oozed all over his body, and he suddenly wanted to be left alone. He made one more attempt to read the rest of the document on his own, but his mind wouldn't cooperate. Unwilling to ask Natalie to continue the excruciating task of reading the end of their marriage out loud to him, Eli snatched the pen off the coffee table, flipped to the last page, and filled the blank spots with his scrawled signature and the date. "There," he said, handing the document and pen back to her. "Did you read all of it?" Natalie asked. "No." "Do you want—" "It doesn't matter," Eli told her. "Nothing matters." His last two words sparked something inside Natalie that made her green eyes ignite with concern. "What do you mean by that?" Natalie asked. "I'm sorry for everything," Eli said, his heart twisting in his chest. "Please leave." Natalie stood, not taking her eyes off him. "Eli," she told him, "are you okay?" "I'm fine, really. The Thunder game starts at 7. I don't want to miss it." He hadn't watched a Thunder game all season. He also had no clue if there was even a basketball game on the television at all. Natalie glanced at his TV and shifted her worried eyes back to him. "You're like 2 people," Natalie told him. "I'll never understand you." By the time Natalie and Zeke and the divorce papers left, clouds had rolled in and blotted out the moon. It was full dark. He stood in the door and watched the taillights of Natalie's SUV bleed away into the night. After midnight, Eli woke to sounds coming from the other side of the duplex. He'd fallen asleep on the couch, where he'd collapsed after Natalie left. It took him a moment to figure out what had woken him, but then he heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture scrape across the floor. If the other side of the duplex was a mirror image of his own, then the kitchen and dining nook would be on the other side of the wall. The noise happened again. It was the sound his own kitchen table made when he moved it across the linoleum in his kitchen area. Eli sat up on the couch, shifted, and put his feet on the carpet. Another thump, as if someone had knocked the furniture against the wall where his kitchen table sat. Slowly, Eli rose from the couch, walked softly from it, and stopped at the cusp of where the grimy blue carpet met the yellowing linoleum. He listened. The floor creaked on the other side, a perfect match to the sound Corey described to him. Someone pacing. Eli crossed the threshold into the small dining area. The linoleum felt ice-cold and brittle beneath his bare feet. He walked over to the wall, curled his fingers into a weak fist, and knocked. The footsteps stopped. He stood there in the dark, frozen, waiting for someone to knock back. No one did. After 5 minutes of utter silence, Eli walked back into the living room, down the crusty hallway to his bedroom. He buried himself beneath cold sheets and a worn comforter and tried to convince himself that old places talk to themselves.
"No raccoon, no squirrel," Mr. Grigoroff said over the phone. "I check." His voice sounded scratchy, as though crumbling plaster lined his esophagus. "Something was definitely moving over there, pushing furniture around," Eli told him. I think someone is living there." "There is no one there," Mr. Grigoroff told him. "The other half is empty." Eli clenched his jaw. The man was lying. He'd heard noises 2 nights in a row. "Whatever is over there is keeping me from sleeping at night," Eli said. "Nothing is there," Mr. Grigoroff said, his tone now noticeably unsettled. Rather than argue, Eli hung up on his landlord. He couldn't win an argument with a liar. Maybe the old man was letting someone live there who was in hiding, an illegal relative or nefarious comrade. Maybe it was even a legitimate reason to let someone live there off the grid, but lying about it infuriated Eli. Why not make up a lie or an excuse about who was living there, rather than deny what Eli was experiencing? Someone was living in the other half. He was sure of it. There were no sounds during the day from the other side of the duplex, not so much as a soft tap or a creak. At night, it was different. Someone was pacing back and forth through the place, moving furniture, nocturnal disturbances. The night before, Eli had gone outside in the freezing temperature and tried the front door again. Locked. Pounded on it. No sounds from within the place, no lights bleeding through the closed blinds, no explicit signs of anyone living there. It was his day off from Don's used furniture, so Eli sat around, listening in silence at his kitchen table, hands folded in his lap, eyes closed, waiting for noises on the other side. In the afternoon, Eli drifted back to his bedroom to nap, only to busy himself with going through the boxes he had yet to unpack. In one box was memorabilia going all the way back to high school, his yearbooks, the tassel that hung from his mortarboard, photographs of him and his friends, a mixed CD from an old girlfriend entitled Eat the Stars, whatever that meant, now scratched all to hell and unplayable. Moving into his college years, there were more photographs of parties and drunken tailgating, a fading collection of concert ticket stubs in a plastic baggie, college essays, Mardi Gras beads, and a framed photograph of his pet cat, Jethro, who was run over by a car. The nostalgia filled his insides with fresh bruises. He packed the box back up, pushed it aside, and moved on to the large box nestled up to the back wall of his closet. He lowered himself to his knees in the middle of the tiny walk-in and pulled the unopened box toward him. When he did, he saw that the box had been hiding a square of worn plywood, approximately 2 feet by 2 feet, screwed into the wall on each corner. Eli stood and hurriedly retrieved a Phillips screwdriver from his junk drawer in the kitchen. Back in the closet, he inserted the tip of the screwdriver into the upper left screw of the plywood covering and worked the tool feverishly in a counterclockwise spin. The screw spiraled out of the wood and thudded softly onto the carpet. As he set to work on another screw, Eli suddenly felt an inexplicable horror open inside of him, its jaws seizing and swallowing him entirely. He'd had enough panic attacks to be able to identify what was happening, although he didn't know what had triggered it. The box of nostalgia? The noises on the other side of the duplex? Signing the divorce papers? All of it? He sat on the floor of his closet, gasping, waiting for the panic to pass. His pulse blared inside his skull, his heart painfully contracted with a fear so fierce it felt electric. When he finally could open his eyes and take a nourishing breath, Eli stood and stumbled out of his closet, slamming the closet door behind him. Eli awoke hours later, in the dark, sprawled on top of his comforter. He rolled onto his back, feeling the depth of cold all around him. His bones felt frozen inside him, and his skin prickled and tingled with chills. At first he thought he was being eaten up with fever, but his mind felt fine. Groggy, but otherwise alert. Something had woken him. He reached for the lamp on the bedside table,
Jaundiced light bled through the nicotine-stained lampshade, another discounted piece from Don, since the lamp's glass base was cracked. He crawled beneath his comforter, still fully clothed, and tried to warm himself. The insides of his ears were itchy and expectant. The thud came sooner than expected, like someone slamming a cabinet. Eli sat straight up in bed, trying to pinpoint where the thud had happened on the other side of the duplex. If he had to guess, somewhere in the kitchen's vicinity. Definitely the sound of someone closing a cabinet, then. He scrambled out from beneath the comforter and hurried to the kitchen, his socks making static sparks as they mated with the carpet in the darkness. When he reached the threshold into the dining area, he stopped and listened. Something scratched against the shared wall directly in front of him. Then a muffled cough. Human. Eli thought again of his phone call with Mr. Grigoroff. The liar. Anger flooded him. He started toward the front door, intending to go out into the cold to pound on the other front door, but he knew no one would answer. Instead, another idea possessed him. Eli hurried back down the hallway, into his bedroom, into the closet. He picked up the screwdriver from where he'd left it on the floor. Quickly but quietly, he removed the screws, gently pried the plywood away from the wall. In the pale light of his closet, he could study the hole, uneven edges as though a giant rat had chewed through the wall. Pure darkness in the parallel closet on the other side. The hole was barely big enough for Eli to crawl through. He stared at it for almost a minute, fear holding him back, and the sickening sense that he was about to invade someone's privacy, whoever the bizarre resident might be. The person was hiding for a reason, although doing a terrible job at it, making all sorts of noises during the night, keeping Eli from sleeping. His anger rekindled as he thought about Mr. Grigoroff's lies. The flare of emotion was enough to bring him down face to face with the hole, enough to make him slither slowly through it, like a snake, into the pitch blackness on the other side. He stood slowly, trying not to breathe, not to make a sound. He did not turn on the closet light. Instead, he waited quietly in the dark, listening. There were no sounds beyond his own pulse. Time passed, although he didn't know how much. Eventually he reached his hand out and found the knob. Carefully, he turned it, pleased that it didn't make a noise at all. Completely silent. He spent another minute or two, possibly 5, gradually opening the closet door so it didn't make any noticeable movement or squawks. The bedroom was dark. He was unsure if it was empty. But someone was responsible for the noises he'd heard coming from this side of the duplex. There was no way of knowing where the person was, although the bedroom was too quiet. He took a chance and stepped out of the closet. Eli's eyes adjusted to the dark. There was definitely a bed against the wall, in the same spot as his own bed on the other side. The faint outline of a dresser. Proof that someone was living there. His side hadn't come pre-furnished, so that didn't explain the furniture. If both units were completely empty, why hadn't Mr. Grigoroff given Eli the choice of which unit he wanted? Because someone was already living in number 2. The door to the bedroom was open, the hallway thick and inky with darkness. Slowly he moved to the bedroom door. Across the way was the bathroom, completely dark. Eli peered out into the hallway. There wasn't a single light on in the place, complete and inexplicable silence. It occurred to him that whoever was dwelling on this side knew he had breached their space. They were hiding in the darkness, perhaps ready to attack. Eli continued out into the hallway, creeping toward the living room. His senses were painfully acute, the stench of his own fears seeping out of his skin and subtle foul odor beneath it. Too faint to be wrought, but strong enough to suggest disease. Shifting shadows in his eyes, iciness eating into his skin, the pounding of his pulse drowning out a deep, unbearable silence around him, the acrid flavor of terror spreading like bacteria across his tongue into the back of his throat. He waited for something to pounce from the darkness, for pain to enter him, for a heavy object to bludgeon the back of his head, or the sensation of teeth on his throat or nails against his skin. Excruciating expectation in every second, and yet not so much as a hint of presence around him. Despite his fear, it felt necessary to continue, to verify Mr. Grigorov's lies, to prove his own sanity. Inch by inch he crept toward the dining area. Far enough into it he was now facing the kitchen. Eli's hip grazed a chair. He reached out and found the back of the chair, moved his hands around it, and felt a table pushed up against the shared wall. He took a moment to steady his mind in the dark. The touch of the table added enough stability for him to take a breath. His throat made a dry, clicking sound as he swallowed. Too loud. As he stood there, his fingertips still pressed against the small dining table, he gradually became aware that the sensation was familiar, the texture of the varnish. He let his fingers glide over the table, inspecting its smooth edge, the grainy underside. He had felt all of this before. He was sure of it. In the darkness, he moved his fingertips back over the lip of the table, toward the left corner, and found what he was looking for. A deep groove, a gash in the wood. It was the blemish on the table that awakened a new horror in him. He stumbled backward and spun toward the dining room wall, searching for the light switch. The room flooded with blinding yellow light. He was staring at the same antiquated fruit-themed wallpaper and the same table that sat in his own dining area, identical down to the 4 chairs and the thick scrape on the worn oak surface. Eli lurched into the kitchen and turned on the light. A replica, a ratty maroon dish towel discarded on the counter, the chipped blue coffee mug, a spaghetti sauce stain on the linoleum, crusted and dark. Eli went to the living room and turned on a lamp, knowing exactly where it would be. He saw the battered leather couch and the green accent pillows, the scratched coffee table, the pretentiously stocked bookshelf, the painting of the pond and happy trees on the wall above the couch, and the sunflowers recreation on the other. He thought of Mr. Grigorov, strained to understand. If the landlord had checked this side of the duplex, he would have seen the furniture. So Mr. Grigorov had definitely lied about checking. Otherwise, he was the one responsible for the bizarre duplication. Was that it? Was his landlord psychotic enough to decorate this side of the duplex identical to Eli's side? But Eli also knew that was impossible. The pieces of shitty used furniture from Don's couldn't be easily replicated, not like IKEA furniture. The paintings alone were one-of-a-kind, pathetic creations. The furniture had all the same scratches in all the same places. As he stood at the edge of the living room, there was an electrical hum from the kitchen. Out of the corner of his eye, Eli saw the light in the kitchen flicker spastically, then die. He took a few steps into the dining room and glanced into the fresh darkness within the kitchen. There was enough light bleeding over from the dining room that only the far half of the kitchen was dark. Eli saw something move in the far corner, near the fridge. It took a few steps and stopped, remaining within the dark half. A black, shadowy mass. He could feel it staring at him. The hairs on the back of Eli's neck prickled. The outline of the form was familiar to him. Its height, the width of its shoulders. He heard it swallow, its throat making the same parched clicking sound his own throat had made minutes before. It was him, or a dark duplication of himself. He thought of what Natalie told him. You're like two people. I'll never understand you." The dark form sucked what little energy Eli had from its place in the shadows, feeding. It took another step toward him. Eli ran, back down the dark hallway, back into the bedroom. He didn't turn on the light. He didn't want to see the same bed with the same tattered sheets and comforter and the same lamp and dresser. He dropped onto his stomach in the closet, shoved himself into the hole in the wall, climbed back into the light of the other side. Eli smashed the plywood against the wall and fumbled to shove a screw into a hole in the corner of the wood. He failed several times, until finally replacing one of the screws, and picked up the Phillips screwdriver. His lungs felt as if they were closing up. His hands shook as he screwed one screw back into place, then another. Every movement felt like he was in reverse, backward, or mirrored. He didn't know which. He dropped the Phillips on the fourth screw. His hands went numb, and his vision blurred. In his chest, his heart felt like it was eating itself. Another panic attack, he tried to tell himself, but it was worse than anything he'd ever felt. Eli scrambled out of the closet and slammed the door shut. Sitting on the end of his bed, he stared at the closet door, straining to breathe. He remembered Zeke barking at the closet, barking at something on the other side, a darkness that the dog had sensed beyond the wall. It was very clear to Eli now. Zeke had been barking at him.
Dendrites in Her Eyes by Irina Slav. Okay, there is no retinal damage that I can see, and that's the good news. Dr. Stevens pulled back from the autorefractor, and his face flushed in front of Andrea. She was blinking fast after staring at the eye of the machine for what felt like hours. It had, in fact, been a couple of minutes at most. "What's the bad news?" Andrea asked and cleared her throat. Her voice had come out raspy. She was coughing out the last remains of a nasty flu. "Well, the bad news seems to be that you are experiencing some real problems. The blurriness, the double vision, and the halos are all serious symptoms. So you did the right thing when you called me. However, Miss Layton, as I said, I can't see the cause of these symptoms, which might suggest either it's too early to spot them, which is highly unlikely based on your accounts, or—" "I'm imagining things," Andrea said. She cleared her throat again. She wanted to cough it all out, this mucus blocking her throat. But she was embarrassed to do it here. There was nowhere to spit it out. Dr. Stevens looked away and down. He was too polite to tell a patient they were hallucinating. Andrea sighed and stood up. "I could suggest a treatment, Miss Layton, whatever the cause of your complaints. There is a supplement containing hyaluronic acid that has a very good effect on what we call eye floaters, those dark ringlets and waves we all sometimes see. It's completely harmless, and it might alleviate your symptoms. If it does, this would also tell us more about their cause. It might, just might, be some rare sort of damage to the vitreous." Dr. Stevens was clearly hard at work trying to explain things to himself, and Andrea felt a spark of sympathy for him warm her. "That would be great. Thank you," she said, and shook his hand as she always did after interactions with strangers and people she met in her line of business, a habit that had remained from her motivational speaker days that were now over. Dr. Stevens brightened up and sat at his desk to write the prescription, which Andrea then filled at the nearest drugstore right next to the clinic. "Hyalite," it said on the pack, which contained 10 white plastic vials. Dr. Stevens had prescribed 3 packs to be taken at the rate of 1 vial a day, and if the symptoms persisted, Andrea was to call him and come back for another try at diagnosis. 1 month would do just fine as far as Andrea was concerned. She had a deadline for a book, and this deadline was in 2 months. 1 month to finish the manuscript and 1 month to revise. The luxury of letting the draft sit for a month or two to give her perspective when she started revising was no longer within her reach. People read her books and wanted more, so she'd outsourced a lot of her own work to the editors at her publisher. As she drove back to her house, a former ranch that was both close enough to town for things like grocery shopping and doctor's appointments, and far enough for Andrea to fill the seclusion she needed to write, she tried to remember how long ago the halos and the waves and the blurs had begun bothering her. She'd told Dr. Stevens it had all started a couple of months ago, but she suspected she had lied. The halos were older, so was the double vision. The first time it had happened was probably a year earlier. It was on the day after an outrageously late night with her agent that had ended with Andrea on the bathroom floor with her cheek pressed to the tiles, too weak to drag herself to the bedroom. When she had woken up with her head pounding, her eyes burning and a foul taste in her mouth, in the best tradition of hangovers, she had seen her bathroom double. She had thrown up one last time before finally crawling to her bedroom. There, for some reason, Andrea had thought not about the alcohol she and Susan had consumed the previous night for no other reason than it was Friday after an exhausting week, but about the sushi dinner they'd had before they'd hit the bars. She'd lain there, hoping for death, certain that it was the sushi's fault she was feeling so horrible. "Oh, who cares?" Andrea said to herself in the empty truck and grabbed for a tissue to spit another portion of mucus. There were already 3 tissue balls on the floor of the passenger seat, and Andrea was still hacking away. She hadn't eaten sushi since that night. Not that there had been anything seriously wrong with it. Just a piece of futomaki that had tasted weirdly sweet, heavily sweet, the way Andrea imagined rotting plants might taste, or rotting flesh. "Stop it," she snapped, glaring at the road until the hairs on her arms and the back of her neck settled back. That couldn't be it. Rotten food gave people upset stomachs and diarrhea, not double vision. And it definitely did not make them see halos around other people and objects months after ingestion. It could be the flu. Flu season was in full swing, and Andrea had gone into town to restock on groceries 2 weeks ago. Of course, she had caught it, just like she caught it every year since she'd moved here, including the year she stopped eating sushi. According to Dr. Stevens, the flu had nothing to do with her eyes, but he had said this without total conviction, leaving Andrea in doubt. As she replayed the appointment in her head, once again the world in front of her blurred, and she stepped on the brake, swerving to the right into the soft shoulder. Her heart pounded so hard it echoed in her ears and thumped in her temples when she turned off the engine. Andrea blinked hard and almost collapsed into tears of relief when her vision cleared. The blurring had lasted just a few seconds, but in them, Andrea had managed to see her future as a blind woman, struggling to learn to cope with everyday tasks so easy for seeing people they never thought about them. She saw herself lonely and bitter because of her condition, refusing to hire a caregiver even though she could afford one, because that would seal her fate as a cripple. All because of a rotten futomaki. "Shut up," she said, and shook her head once, hard. Not that this would settle her brain or her eyes in a more comfortable position. She had no illusions about that. But the shake usually helped silence the voice in her head that had been Andrea's constant companion since her divorce and the end of her public speaking career. She raised her left hand, palm down, and watched it for a few seconds. It wasn't shaking as badly as it had a minute ago, so Andrea revved the engine back to life and drove on. By the time she reached her house, Andrea had almost convinced herself the blurry vision was a one-off occurrence, a glitch in the system of her brain that had auto-corrected and would not make another appearance ever again. Michael, an elderly neighbor who helped around the place for free because he could afford it and because, he said, it was great exercise, was there again, raking in the dry leaves the aspens had shed around the house. He raised a hand to greet her when he heard the car. Andrea drove it into the garage and got out. There was something wrong with Mike's face. "Hey, Mike," she said when she walked out of the garage and pushed the button to close it. "How is it going?" As she approached, she saw there was something dark on the old man's face. It covered the forehead up to the retreating hairline. It looked like a shadow, but Andrea couldn't see anything that could cast it. A veil of darkness. She blinked fast and hard several times, but the shadow remained. "It's going fine, Andrea. We're going to have the neatest lawn in Michigan, and you've got me to thank for it." Mike beamed and brushed his forehead. He was 75, but very active. He'd moved here after his wife's death 5 years previously, and had repeatedly told Andrea he planned to live to be 100 and never become bedridden. She admired the ambition, but this shadow worried her. It didn't disappear when Mike brushed his forehead, and it did not show on his palm while it was there as a shadow would. "It looks great, Mike. And you look well, too," Andrea said, straining to get a closer look at the shadow without staring. "Yeah, I'm good." He didn't sound like he believed it, and he looked down when he said it. "Is something wrong, Mike? Something bothering you?" "Nah," the man said, waving away any possible concern Andrea could have about him. "It's probably my blood pressure again. Nothing to worry about." "Well, you should have it checked," Andrea said, and continued to the house. "My lawn and I couldn't do without you," she called over her shoulder before stepping into the house. Mike laughed, but she didn't. Her smile, wide and forced, disappeared the moment she turned her back on the old man. She headed straight for the kitchen, set her purse on the counter, and, hands shaking, tore open one of the Highlight packs. She fumbled with the vials and managed to claw one out of its plastic bed. She shook it as it sat on the box, tore off the cap, and gulped the contents. The liquid was sweet with a peachy flavor. It tasted a lot nicer than most supplements, in fact. A lot sweeter, too. Almost too sweet. Andrea lifted the empty vial and smelled it, her mouth twisting in a grimace of disgust even before the smell reached her sinuses. For a fraction of a second, she smelled rotten flesh and almost dropped the vial. Then, the real smell hit her. Synthetic peach. Willing her legs to carry her and her hands to stop shaking, Andrea went to throw the empty vial into the trash can. She hoped like hell the supplement would cure her, because that shadow she'd seen on Mike's head wasn't really there. It was a trick her eyes were playing on her, she was sure. The fact she didn't keep on seeing the shadow in her field of vision registered, but Andrea ignored it. There was no other reasonable explanation for the thing. It was either a supernatural shadow, which couldn't be, or it was the latest symptom of some visual impairment whose cause was a mystery for her doctor. Andrea forced herself to breathe deeply and evenly. After a while, her heart rate slowed down enough that she could go out and offer Mike a beer, or at least a glass of water, without looking like she was having a panic attack. Although he had been taking care of her lawn and the place as a whole for 3 years now, she still wasn't used to his refusal to accept any payment for it. "I'm totally happy with my pension," the retired accountant said every time she suggested it, which still shocked Andrea. "Mike," she called as she opened the door. "How about some—" Mike was on the ground, sprawled on his back with the rake still in his hand. "Mike!" Andrea rushed to him, knelt awkwardly by his shoulder, and tried to feel his neck for a pulse. She got one, weak and irregular. "Mike, can you hear me? Mike?" Even if he could hear her, he did not react to her words in any way. "I'm calling an ambulance, okay? You just... She gave up on that sentence and ran back into the house to get her phone. As she dialed 911, she remembered the shadow. It had disappeared from his face. It looked like a stroke, the paramedic had said. Andrea had thanked her and had gone back into the house when they loaded her neighbor into the ambulance. The shadow she had seen on his face, on his head, scraped at her mind. She was going to call the hospital later and find out if it really had been a stroke she had seen coming, or she had been hallucinating. Andrea filled her kettle with water and set it on the stove. A cup of tea would help her cope with the shock. Good thing Mike lived alone, though. Nobody would grieve for him, Andrea thought as she took out the tin of herbal tea she enjoyed having in the afternoons. She was putting the second spoon of tea in her pot when a pair of white-hot, sharp rods pierced her eyes, bringing her to her knees screaming, trying to claw her eyes out. The pain made her cry and choke on her own spit. It made her writhe on the floor in agony, whimpering, praying to die so the suffering would stop. But she didn't die. After an eternity that Andrea's watch later told her had lasted all of 5 minutes, the pain disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving her exhausted, dangling off the edge of a nervous breakdown. She cautiously got up on her knees and stood on all fours for a while, panting, sweating, trying to regain control of her body. Then she started coughing. She coughed and she coughed until she threw up on her kitchen floor. This went on for a while, and when the spasms, mostly dry now, finally subsided, Andrea raised one hand off the floor to wipe her sweaty face. Her hand came back bloody. Andrea whined like a dog in distress and scrambled to her feet, grabbing drawer handles in the countertop to pull her suddenly too heavy body up. She lurched out of the kitchen, leaving a puddle of vomit on the floor. It had a heavy, sweet smell, the smell of rotten flesh. A moment later, a scream pierced the quiet house. "I need to see a doctor. It's very urgent," the short, dumpy woman with the very dark sunglasses told the receptionist at the Eaton Rapids Medical Center's emergency room. "I need to see a doctor right now." Her voice trembled, but she stood on her own feet and she didn't have any visible bleedings, so the receptionist was leaning toward letting her wait for a while. There were a dozen people in the waiting room already. It was flu season, and the current strain was particularly malevolent.
"What seems to be the problem?"
The young woman, who had started at the medical center only 2 months earlier, asked. "It's my eyes," Andrea said. She took a deep breath before she continued. "There is something horrible going on with my eyes, and I need to see a doctor now. Please." The woman looked and sounded deeply distressed. Andrea herself had no doubts she had almost stepped over the brink of insanity and was now falling fast into an abyss of shock and horror. She could see the insides of the young woman and those of every single person in the room. Beating hearts, blood coursing through veins and arteries, pulsing brains and muscle bundles, and the fat under the skin. She saw these layers of human body all at the same time. She saw the viral infection that had brought more than half of them here, the ear inflammation of a 12-year-old girl huddled into her mother, and the heart tissue damage a middle-aged man was developing because of the flu. She saw the mucus in their lungs and the discolorations in their throats and tongues. "Please," she whispered, curling her hands into fists to keep the panic in. The panic and the urge to just scream the terror out, to alleviate the pressure that had built up in her brain, which no doubt pulsed just like all the other brains around her. A bout of nausea struck, and Andrea doubled over. Luckily for the receptionist, her stomach was empty. There was nothing more to throw up.
"Ma'am, could you please take off your glasses?"
The receptionist, whose name tag said Sarah, asked. This woman, trembling all over, sounded like a disturbed person. A deeply disturbed person. Or she was simply on drugs, and a look at her eyes would confirm it. There was no full-time psychiatrist at the clinic, and it looked like the woman wasn't going to stop pleading. Yet it also looked like she wasn't going to take her glasses off either. Sarah was at a loss. While the two women stared at each other, a nurse emerged from the hall that led to the examination rooms with a patient and called the name of another. It turned out to be the girl with the ear infection. Andrea caught a glimpse of her when she walked by with her mother. "I can't take my glasses off. Not here," she whispered. Sarah sighed.
"Look, we are really busy today, as you can see. I want to make sure I call the right doctor for you." Sarah was getting curious. If it wasn't psychological or a drug problem, it was probably a bad case of pink eye or a sty. People tended to panic about the most ridiculous things. Andrea nodded to herself as if she were listening to a rhythm. A few seconds passed, and Sarah began wondering if it would be best to simply call security. But Andrea stopped nodding, looked straight at the receptionist, and took off her sunglasses with a flourish.
Sarah jumped back with a shriek, tripped over her own feet, and fell to the ground whimpering. "Get me an eye doctor," Andrea said, propping her hands on the receptionist's desk. Sarah's muscles spasmed faster and faster as she scrambled to her feet, her heart beating frantically, pumping blood faster around her body. Her lungs worked harder, too, as the shock made her brain thirstier for oxygen. Andrea heard shuffling behind her as the occupants of the waiting room tried to see what had startled the receptionist without being too obvious. And for a moment, she had an urge to simply turn around and glare at them with her eyes, her new and improved eyes. The urge passed before she acted on it. Sarah grabbed for the intercom and hit a button.
"Dr. Jameson, please come to reception as soon as possible. We have an emergency. It's an eye emergency, please," she said almost in tears, keeping her head down, staring at the desk and Andrea's hands that gripped the edge.
"Yes, thank you."
"The doctor will be here in a minute," she said in Andrea's direction without looking up. "Could you please put your glasses back on?" she added in a shaky whisper. "We don't want to scare the other patients."
"Of course," Andrea said and put the glasses back on. Only then did Sarah raise her head. "No, I'm not sitting down," Andrea added. Sarah dropped her head and swallowed hard. Less than a minute later, the door to the hall with the examination rooms opened. "Where is the eye emergency?" a tall, handsome man in his 50s said. Andrea turned and raised her hand. "Come with me, please," he said and gestured to the hall. His name tag said Jameson. Andrea entered the hall and he followed her. "What seems to be the emergency?" the doctor asked as he pointed to an open door. There was no ophthalmological equipment in the room, only a cabinet and an examination table opposite a desk with a chair behind it. "Please take a seat, Ms." he said, gesturing again, this time to the table. Andrea perched on the edge. Andrea Lighton. The emergency is with my eyes," she said. Her hand hovered by the left handle of the glasses, but she didn't take them off. "Something happened to my eyes today." "I'm listening." The doctor did not ask her to take the glasses off, and this gave her some more courage. He sounded like someone who could help her, as all good doctors should sound. But how exactly he would do this was beyond her. "First, my vision suddenly got blurry when I was driving back home from a visit to my eye doctor. He said there was nothing wrong with my eyes, nothing he could see. Then," Andrea took a deep breath before she continued, "then my eyes started hurting like someone was piercing them with hot skewers. And then I saw they were bleeding, so I went to the bathroom, to the mirror." A quiet sob escaped her lips despite her best efforts to keep the terror in. She dropped her head and touched the edge of the glasses above her left eye with a trembling hand. "Would you like to take the glasses off?" Dr. Jameson asked. He had propped himself on the edge of the desk instead of sitting in the chair and had listened to her story without moving, arms crossed casually, the way people who don't know where to put their hands do, while they talk to other people. Now he uncrossed them and rested his hands on the desk. "You don't believe me," Andrea said. Her voice changed, became deeper and steadier. So did her hand on the left handle of the glasses. She looked up and tipped her head to the side. "You think it's a mental problem." "Ms. Lighton, I don't rush with my conclusions," the doctor said, and this time his tone of voice annoyed her. It was condescending and too self-confident. "But you did," she said. "I can see it in your brain." "You can what?" A slight frown puckered his forehead, and he crossed his arms again, this time in a clearly defensive gesture that made Andrea smirk. Despite her fear and discomfort, she liked to see she made him uncomfortable. She liked to see the way several areas in his brain lit up at the same time, signaling his embarrassment and confusion. They looked pretty and calmed her down. Andrea put both her hands on the handles and slowly took the glasses off her eyes. "I can see inside your head," she said, and her mouth twitched into a smile as she saw the doctor's face turn from tanned to ashen. He tried to fight it but couldn't. His hand flew up to his face and rubbed his mouth, then his forehead, back to his mouth. The doctor's body displayed the same signs as the receptionist's: the pickup in the heart rate, the burst of adrenaline, the lung work, and the flashes. So many flashes in the brain. "I can see inside your head and your body. I can see everything," Andrea said. "And I'm not sure I like it." She blinked, slowly, because blinking fast was impossible with her new, bigger eyes that bulged out of the sockets. "Is this some kind of a joke?" the doctor asked, the initial shock subsiding, morphine into suspicion. "I believe there are laws against it." A joke? Andrea felt her own adrenal glands dump more of their load into her bloodstream, and her heart responded with a faster rate. Her face flushed with the heat of anger. A joke? She stood up from the table and covered the few feet to the desk in 3 strides. She pushed her face into the doctor's. "Does this look like a joke to you?" She snapped and pulled her lower eyelid down. She had done the same in her bathroom. She had done it several times, and she had touched the eyeball under the lid to make sure her eyes, how funny, were not deceiving her. "Does it?" She placed a finger on the eyeball and pressed, wincing. The doctor drew back, and so did Andrea. Touching the eyeball hurt. The tissue was extremely tender, and it pulsed gently in the sockets. Excuse me a minute. I need to get some tools to examine your eyes." There was no trace left of the confident doctor ready to handle any situation. What stood in front of Andrea, or rather, stumbled to his feet and walked to the door, was a man in shock. A man who wanted to get as far away from her as quickly as possible. But he would get a handle on himself, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had seen this part of his brain light up as well. He could have his name in books as the first to discover a whole new condition. Or a mutation? Cancer? Andrea smiled bitterly at the thoughts that were already displacing Dr. Jameson's shock. Not a single one of these thoughts was about helping her. Andrea waited until Jameson closed the door and then another minute before she slipped out of the exam room, put her glasses back on, and headed for the exit. She caught Sarah's eye as she passed by the reception desk, but didn't turn. Sarah thought about asking her if everything was okay, but Andrea's determined expression stopped her. Andrea congratulated the receptionist in her head. Smart girl. A feeling was growing inside her that soon she would be able to do a lot more than see people's insides and their thoughts. With her new eyes, she could do things too. Because even though it had horrified her earlier, at home in her bathroom, where she had collapsed on the floor and wept for half an hour before she had run out of tears, her new eyes were not eyes at all. Andrea had tiny brains in her eye sockets, and these brains now told her things were about to change. Everything was about to change, but she wasn't going to become anyone's guinea pig. She had listened to her old brain when she'd come here. The new brains now told her this had been a mistake. No more mistakes, Andrea told herself. There was a world of opportunities out there, and she had every intention of grabbing as many of these as she could. Her new brains were hungry for things to do.
The Cat and the Crawl Space by J. Herrera Kamen. "Daddy, let me in." Raj shakes his head. His lips quiver. There's a lump in his throat. "Daddy!" He sits on the sofa in the living room, sipping tea. The TV's turned on, the volume turned up, but he can still hear the pounding on the front door, can still hear the voice. "Daddy, it's me. It's Kira. Please open the door." He strokes the cat sitting in his lap. Whiskey purrs soundly, but this no longer reassures Raj, not since his wife told him that cats sometimes purr because they are distressed. It's not that they're happy, It's that they're trying to calm themselves down. The plump orange-striped cat stares suspiciously at the foyer, peering into the patch of darkness hiding the front door. Raj continues to stroke him, hoping Whiskey will look in any other direction. He tries not to follow the cat's gaze. He moved to the big city a few days ahead of his wife and daughter to settle into his new job and start getting the house ready for them. They got a deal on the house, spacious, cozy, with a ground floor and basement, and a second floor consisting of a single bedroom and half bathroom. The ground floor has a full bathroom, small living room, kitchen, and dining room. The back porch has enough space for a barbecue. Out front, there's a tidy, grassy yard lined with currently empty flower beds and a few scraggly bushes. There's even space to put up soccer nets. The house is tucked neatly between two nearly identical suburban homes. There's a park just 5 minutes away with a pond and a botanical garden. It'll be good for Kira. The only thing Raj doesn't like about the house is the crawl space. It's accessible from a small door in the basement, one of those funny little 3-foot-tall doors that an adult would have to get on their hands and knees to crawl through. Raj could do without the crawl space. Other than that, though, the house is perfect. Yesterday, his new boss asked him how he likes the neighborhood. "It seems nice," Raj told her. "Quiet, at least." "You should have consulted me before you bought the place," Alida replied. "In this city, it's better to rent an apartment downtown." A kindly, gray-haired woman, Alida is an old family connection, a friend of Raj's mother, and the only familiar face in this strange new city. She's given Raj a job at her office downtown, a favor to help ease the move. "But we wanted the suburbs," Raj said. "What's wrong with Cauldron Heights?" It's a funny part of town, Raj." "Funny? Funny how?" "Well, just funny. You hear stories." Alida pursed her lips. "You said Suri's joining you soon?" "That's right. She's driving over tomorrow. She'll be here in the morning with Kira and the rest of our stuff. I came first, with the cat. You know, to get established." "Okay, Raj, listen to me." Alida's voice lost any semblance of warmth or humor. "Make sure you know the exact time your wife and daughter are supposed to arrive. Keep it in your head and don't let anything else fool you. And don't ever answer the door when you are not expecting anyone. I know it sounds weird, but look after yourself, all right?" She paused. "Oh," she added, "and don't let your cat outside. Call me if you need any help." Raj remembers opening his mouth to protest the inexplicable strangeness of what Alida said to him, but he had too many questions, all trying to force their way up his throat at once. They all got jammed. "Thanks, Alida," he ended up saying. "Look after yourself. All right?" Raj snaps back to the present. The TV's still blaring at high volume, a bizarre drama unfolding on the screen, involving an arguing couple and a house on fire. And beneath the din, he can still hear the voice crying outside. "I think there's someone out here with me." Bang, bang, bang. "Let me in." Don't let anything else fool you. Raj's hand spasms against Whiskey's fur. The plump cat jumps, startled, and descends from Raj's lap. "Hey," Raj protests faintly. "Come back." But with typical feline stubbornness, Whiskey ambles out of the living room and into the foyer. He skirts the patch of shadow surrounding the front door, hackles raised, tail puffed out. Then he skitters down the hallway and vanishes. Raj glances at his cell phone screen. June 20th, it says, 9:42 p.m. His wife and daughter won't arrive in town until tomorrow, sometime between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. on June 21st, Suri assured him last time they spoke on the phone. Bang, bang,
Bang! "Daddy, please! Why won't you let me in?" Raj stands up. He shuts off the TV, then walks down the hall to the kitchen. He makes sure the back door is locked and the kitchen windows are latched shut. They are, thank God. Then he grabs the bag of cat treats from the top of the fridge. "Whiskey?" he calls. He shakes the bag of treats, but Whiskey doesn't make an appearance like he usually would. "Whiskey?" Raj peers into the hallway but doesn't spot the cat there. He shakes the bag of treats again, louder this time. "Come on, buddy. Where are you?" This isn't like Whiskey, missing out on treats. "Come on, you stupid cat." Raj crosses to the basement door, flicks the light switch, and walks slowly down the steps, shaking the bag of treats. He scans the cramped, dingy basement, but there's no sign of the cat amid the clutter. And on the far side of the basement, the little door to the crawl space is firmly closed, just the way Raj likes it. Whiskey must be upstairs. Raj's stomach swoops as he emerges from the basement steps into the kitchen. The only other place in the house to check is the upstairs bedroom. Did I close the window up there? It's a sweltering weekend in June. Raj slept with the window open last night. He rushes back into the hallway, up the stairwell to the second floor, through the doorway at the top of the stairs, and into the master bedroom. He groans as he spots the window flung wide open. He crosses the room and pokes his head out the window, but there's no sign of Whiskey on the sloping roof. Raj sticks the treats bag out the window and shakes it vigorously. He waits. No sign. No, no, no. For a moment he stares out into the night. The stars flicker weakly overhead in the blackness. A dense cluster of lights shimmers on the horizon. The distant downtown area, which is several buses and a train ride away. Like some jealous monster stealing stars out of the sky, the city's light pollution blots out most of the constellations above. Even the near full moon looks dimmer than it ought to. Raj's gaze falls to the dark winding alley that snakes by the back of his new house. My family's new house. He stares at the convoy of dumpsters and recycling bins, stares at the storm drains and potholes riddling the half-paved lane. A gust of cool wind teases his hair. In the distance, somebody laughs, a hoarse, sadistic giggle. Raj pulls the window shut. He scans the room for Whiskey, but the cat's nowhere to be seen. Raj checks under the bed, in the closet, on top of the shelf, all the usual places. No cat. His gaze drifts back to the window. Please, no. He goes to the window again, cracks it open, just wide enough for a cat to slip back inside. Then he fumbles in his pocket for his cell phone, but it's not there. He left it on the coffee table downstairs. Of course. Raj turns off the light in the bedroom and goes downstairs. He checks the kitchen cupboards for Whiskey. No luck, and then makes his way back to the living room, again steering clear of the front door. Whatever was banging on it seems to have stopped for now. So, too, has the voice. Raj picks up his cell phone. He starts dialing his wife's number but stops halfway when another sound drifts through the front door. His heart skips a beat. It's Whiskey, meowing, and a frantic scratching, feline claws raking the wood of the front door. Whiskey, crying to be let inside. Raj stares at the front door, shrouded in its patch of darkness. Then he looks back at his phone. He backspaces his wife's phone number and dials his new boss. "Raj?" Alita demands, her voice sluggish with sleep on the other end. "What's going on? It's really late. Is everything okay?" Alita." Raj stumbles into the living room and collapses onto one of the couches. "There's something outside. It's... He breaks off, the words drying up in his throat. It knows how to sound like the people I love. "I'm sorry. I I dunno what I... Alida interrupts him with a crackling sigh on the other end of the line. Raj, she says, listen to me now, very, very carefully. Nothing it shows you is true. All right? You're going to have to get rid of it tonight, I'm afraid. Raj breathes heavily. He can't bring himself to speak. Raj, did you hear me? Tell me what I just told you. I need to know you understand. Raj closes his eyes, sucks in a deep breath. Nothing, he manages. Nothing it shows me is true. That's right. And? Raj sways on his feet. And? He demands. What the hell are you talking about? Help me, please. The cell phone slips from his hands and bounces on the hardwood floor. Alida! Raj scrambles to pick up the phone, but it's lying screen down on the hardwood, and when he turns it over, it sports a web of fresh cracks. The image on the display strobes and glitches. All the icons have disappeared. Hello? Raj mutters, holding the phone up to his ear. Alida? Alida? Can you still hear me? I dropped the phone. He breaks off. There's nothing on the other end of the line, not even static. Bang, bang, bang. That knocking again on the front door, and Whiskey's frantic, urgent meow. Nothing it shows you is true. Raj tosses his broken phone aside and goes into the kitchen. Opening the cupboard under the sink, he retrieves the fire axe that came with the house. For Surrey. With the axe in one hand, his keys in the other, and a flashlight gripped between his teeth, he opens the back door, steps out, and closes the door behind him, locking it firmly. His heart beats rising, his pulse quickening in his ears. Relax, Raj, he whispers to himself. For Kira. He stuffs the keys into his pocket, takes the flashlight in hand, and descends from the back porch. Slowly, cautiously, he advances along the narrow pathway that snakes from the back of the house to the front yard. The warm June night hums and buzzes, enveloping him in a daze. He's sweating by the time he reaches the front of the house. He flicks off the flashlight and peers around the corner. He can just make out the front steps and the front door. He squints. The porch light is on, but no one standing there. Not even a cat. Whiskey? Raj calls hoarsely. He regrets it instantly. At the sound of his voice, the summer night seems to pause, like it's holding its breath. A nearby bush rustles. He flicks the flashlight on again and points it at the bush. An orange blur bolts out of the bush and races across the ground toward him. Raj yelps and stumbles backward as Whiskey rushes by his feet and scampers down the pathway, leading around back. Raj leans against the side of the house to catch his breath. His heart rate slams in his ears, his breathing ragged and uneven. God damn it, Whiskey, he mutters. As if on cue, a reply comes, a warbling feline yodel that reaches Raj's ears from around the front of the house. Raj's breath catches in his throat. But Whiskey just ran around back. He switches off the flashlight and walks into the front yard. That warbling meow reaches his ears again. He looks up and spots a cat perched on the peak of the house's roof, a feline shadow silhouetted against the silver moon. There's no way Whiskey could have gotten up on the roof that fast. It's hardly been 30 seconds since Raj saw him emerge from the bush. The silhouetted cat meows again. Then it vanishes, ducking down to merge with the darkness of the roof. I left the upstairs window open. Raj squeezes his eyes shut. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He breaks into a run back along the pathway. Whiskey! He calls hoarsely, no longer concerned with keeping quiet. Whiskey, buddy, where are you? But the stupid orange vagabond has thoroughly disappeared again. Raj scans the back porch and the alley,
But his frantic roving flashlight beam finds no sign of the cat. A glacial chill runs from the base of his neck to the bottom of his spine. Raj shudders, turns slowly on his heel, pointing the flashlight up at the window on the roof, the window that looks in on the upstairs bedroom. He knows he only left the window slightly ajar, just wide enough for whiskey to slip back inside. He knows he turned the light off. Now the window's flung wide open, and there's a light on in the upstairs bedroom. The kitchen light's on too, shining through the window next to the back door. Raj shuts his flashlight off and tucks it into his waistband. With the axe still gripped tight in one hand, he rushes up the porch steps. Pausing before the back door, he fumbles in his pocket for his keys, but then he sees something through the window next to the back door. The axe falls from his hands and clatters on the porch at his feet. For a moment, he stops breathing altogether. His heart can't figure out how to get to the next beat. Please, no. It's Kira. Little 7-year-old Kira, with her black pigtails bouncing, her cheeks all rosy, giggling merrily. And sitting next to Kira is her mother, Suri, with her arm draped around the back of her daughter's chair, smiling happily. It's them. It's really them, in the flesh. It can't be, though, because the real Suri and Kira are both hundreds of miles away, in another city. Nothing it shows you is true. All Raj can do is stare through the window at the people who look unmistakably, undeniably like his wife and daughter, and at the man sitting across the table from both of them, sitting with his back to the window. Raj stares at the back of the man's head, at his short black hair, at the familiar checkered pattern of the bathrobe he's wearing. That's mine. Crouching down, Raj picks up the fire axe from where he dropped it. My family. He watches through the window as Suri says something. He watches her lips move, but he can't hear her voice through the glass. Whatever she's saying, though, it makes Kira burst into laughter. Raj watches the thing that looks like him, keeping its back stubbornly to the window. Nothing it shows you is true. Then suddenly, the thing that looks like Raj turns in its seat, turns to look straight through the window next to the back door, straight at Raj. And though Raj can't hear what it says, he can read its lips this time, his own lips. Look, it says, and Suri and Kira turn, too, to stare at the man standing at the back window. Raj staggers back as though he's been punched in the gut. He tries to turn, tries to throw himself from the porch, but his feet lock into place, and he freezes. A soft scuffling, the sound of footsteps approaching the back door. Then the door opens, and Raj's wife emerges, her green eyes gazing wide and deep, her smooth dark skin, her curly black hair tumbling in that familiar cascade, her coy smile containing all their deepest secrets. Raj still can't move. I'm sorry, sweetheart, the thing that looks like Suri murmurs. She's close enough that he can feel her warmth. Her hot breath grazes his cheek. You're not our Raj anymore, she says. Raj's teeth chatter, despite the heat of the June night. His cheeks are wet with tears, though he can't remember when he started crying. Nothing it shows you? Oh, sweetheart. Suri frowns, her green eyes shimmering with sympathy at the sight of his tears. Take a look for yourself. She steps aside and Raj stares at the man standing behind her. It's the man he sees every day, in the mirror. Same face, same body, same posture. But it's not me. Not Raj stands exactly 6 feet tall. He's dark-skinned and clean-shaven with a head of short, neatly cropped black hair. He's wearing Raj's favorite checkered bathrobe. See? Not Suri whispers. We've got Raj here already. So you must be someone else. Raj remembers what he's holding in his hand. He spits at the feet of the man ripped from the wrong side of the mirror. Then he turns to face the thing that looks and sounds and smells exactly like his wife.
I know it must be confusing,
Not Suri says softly, her voice ripe with compassion and understanding.
I wish there were another way. I really do. But you have to leave now. This is our family's home. We have our daughter here to look after. Now, please, go.
Not Suri moves to stand in front of her husband again, then reaches over and shuts the door in Raj's face. At the same time, the light flicks out in the dining room. Raj can no longer make anything out through the window next to the door, only darkness. For a moment he just stands there on the porch, swaying on his feet, his soul flickering, his mind stuttering like a glitched-out computer. Then he turns and shuffles down from the back porch, gripping the axe to his chest. He staggers toward the front yard, discovering only then that he's incapable of walking in a straight line.
Whiskey,
he calls, his voice emerging as a shaky, high-pitched warble.
Is that really what my voice sounds like?
More like a cat's meow than a human voice.
Whiskey, are you there? That's not really my goddamn voice.
A stranger's voice.
Who am I?
Reaching the front yard, he comes to a halt on the grass. There's a black van parked right in front of the house. Now, that definitely wasn't there before. Raj squints.
I am Raj Aniran,
he says to himself, but it's still that high-pitched trill emerging from his mouth.
What's happening to me?
He warbles.
Raj!
Raj barely manages to suppress the shriek. Spinning on his heel, he spots a stooped shadow on the front porch. He squints.
Alida? Raj! There you are!
Alida descends from the porch and walks across the lawn toward Raj. She's not as tall as he is, but she's broader, brawnier. She has short gray hair and a lined, tired face, and she's wearing pajamas. She stops in front of Raj.
I knocked, but...
She frowns.
On the phone, you sounded...
She trails off. Raj shivers violently, the fire axe gripped tight in his hands, shivering with him.
Raj, you're shaking, man.
Alida reaches for the axe.
Maybe you should give that to me, huh? Nothing it shows you is true.
Raj winces away from Alida's outstretched hand. He pulls the fire axe to his chest.
Are you...
He breaks off, trying not to focus on how wrong his voice sounds. Alida reaches again for the fire axe, and Raj jerks it away once more.
What? Am I what, Raj? Is it really you, boss?
Alida frowns.
Of course it's really me, she murmurs. You called, didn't you?
Suspicion flickers across her face.
Didn't you? And I told you not to call me boss, remember?
Raj wavers for a moment longer, then lowers the axe and hands it to Alida.
Right, she says. Okay, you've got an infestation. If you don't take care of it tonight, you'll lose the house. What?
Alida sighs.
The house, she says. It will turn into a... Well, let's just say it will become uninhabitable to humans. It'll have to be demolished.
Raj swallows loudly.
But Raj, come on.
Alida brandishes the fire axe.
I need you to keep it together. For your wife and your daughter, all right? Now, let's go in. I don't have all night.
All Raj can do is nod along numbly.
Keep it together.
He closes his eyes, draws in a deep breath.
For Suri, for Kira. Okay,
he says, opening his eyes. He leads Alida around back, up onto the porch, and fishes his keys out of his pocket. He unlocks the back door, throws it open wide. For a moment, he and Alida stand side by side, staring into the darkness beyond the doorway. Raj reaches around the corner of the doorway and gropes for the light switch on the wall. He finds the switch, flicks it. Nothing happens. "Power's out," he grunts. Alida nods. "They are known to do that." Raj fights the urge to back away from the doorway. "So what? What are they?" "I don't know," Alida shrugs. "Whatever they are, they like it out here, in the suburbs, where it's nice and quiet and everyone minds their own business. I told you, it's better to rent an apartment downtown." "But, look, Raj, I don't have any neat answers for you. Maybe they come from another galaxy, or maybe they've always been here. Maybe they've already taken over the entire planet, and we just haven't noticed yet. All I know is the people who encounter them tend not to like talking about those encounters. It's hard to believe stories like that until you experience it for yourself. So these things stay secret. Personally, I think they've always been with us, among human beings. But none of that matters now. All that matters is if we don't get rid of this one tonight, you're gonna have a whole colony living in here before long. We don't want that, do we?" "No," Raj mumbles. "Definitely not." Alida holds up the axe in one hand and a flashlight in the other. She chews her lip, then proffers the flashlight to Raj. Raj takes it, flicks it on. The beam is bright and blue-tinted. "Stay close to me," Alida mutters. "All right?" And before Raj can protest, she advances through the doorway. Raj tries to follow, but his feet are stuck fast as though they've melted into the porch. All he can do is watch as Alida is swallowed by darkness. "Alida!" he calls hoarsely. No answer. He's all alone again. He squints into the darkness, but it's like staring at a black wall. He still can't move his feet, but he manages to raise the flashlight Alida gave him, pointing the bright column of blue-tinted light into the darkness. Raj thinks of Suri, his beloved, the woman who's always there for him, who always knows exactly what to do and what to say to make things okay, and Kira, their little Kira. "Keep it together," he growls. Finally, his feet kick into gear and he stumbles forward through the doorway and into the gloom of the house. "Alida!" he calls again. The darkness swallows the sound like a sponge soaking up water. He points his flashlight straight ahead. "Alida! Wait for me! Raj!" To his relief, he can make out her voice, and it's coming from the hallway that leads to the front door. Good. She's near. "Come on, Raj. I told you to stay close." "Sorry," Raj replies. "Coming." He advances across the dining room, keeping the flashlight beam trained on the hardwood floor in front of him. Alida's voice drifts to him again from up ahead. "I told you, Raj." And again, coming from his left this time. "Yeah, Raj, I told you, didn't I?" And again from his right. "You never listen, Raj. You never listen." Raj freezes again. Then he straightens his back, clears his throat, and turns off the flashlight. Squinting into the darkness, he casts about for anything that looks familiar, any recognizable shape or shade or shadow, but there's nothing to grab onto in the gloom. Turning on his heel, he realizes he can't even find the outline of the back door. The floor tilts under his feet like the deck of a ship. He turns the flashlight back on and makes his way down the hallway that leads to the front door. Reaching the end of the hallway, he turns into the living room. Suddenly another flashlight beam gouges holes in his eyes, jagged scars glowing green and purple slashing across his vision. "Alida?" Raj gasps, blinking rapidly. She stands there before him on the far side of the living room. Her flashlight points at the floor now, illuminating her shoes and the head of the fire axe, which she grips in her other hand. "But she gave me her flashlight." As though to prove this, Raj raises the flashlight in his own hand and points it directly at Alita's face. "Alita?" he mumbles numbly. His new boss's face stares back at him from the other side of the living room. She squints against the glare of his flashlight. "Get that out of my eyes," she snaps. "You were supposed to stay close, Raj." Raj lowers his flashlight, its beam trained on Alita's feet now. Did she have 2 flashlights to begin with? Then, in Raj's ear, a whisper. "Raj, don't panic. Don't move. Don't react." Raj's heart leaps up into his throat. She's standing right behind him. Alita, or... He keeps completely still. He's petrified, in fact, rooted to the spot again. "That's not me," Alita whispers in his ear. "I'm me." Something brushes Raj's free hand, a wooden handle, the fire axe. "Take it." Raj can hear the tremble in Alita's whisper, her breath grazing his ear. "Get her." Raj nods. He squeezes his eyes shut. "This is my family's house," he reminds himself. He opens his eyes, raises his flashlight to point it once more at the face on the other side of the living room. "Go," Alita whispers behind him. "Kill her. For Surrey. For Kira." Raj starts walking across the room, gripping the flashlight tight in one hand, the fire axe in the other. "This is my family's house," he says, coaxing the flames of rage into life. "You have to leave. Now." He raises the axe higher, higher as he advances across the room, each measured step echoed by a squeal from the hardwood floor. He makes it halfway across the room, then he halts in his tracks and blinks. In front of him, Alita has her back up against the wall. She brandishes her axe in one hand, her eyes wide with terror. "Raj," she sobs, "what are you doing?" Behind him, "Kill her, Raj," Alita screams. The freeze starts to creep in again, Raj's limbs frosting over, the petrification seeping into his bones. "No. Come on, Raj. Chop its head off. Now." "Chop its head off." Raj stares aghast at the woman pressed against the wall. She sinks down to a crouch before him. "Please, Raj," she gasps. "It's me. It's Alita. You've got it wrong." Raj turns to the woman standing behind him. "Alita?" "Raj," she shouts. "What are you waiting for? Kill her. Now." Raj lets the axe drop down by his side until the axe head drags on the floor. He squints at Alita standing in the living room entrance, then turns to gaze at Alita pressed up against the opposite wall. "Raj!" screams Alita in the doorway. Then, under her breath, she growls, "Fine, I'll do it myself." She walks over to Raj and reaches for the axe. "Give that to me, now!" she snarls, her fingers clasping the axe handle as she tries to pry it from Raj's grasp. "Raj!" Raj jerks the axe out of Alita's grip. Wait! Give that to me!" Alita shrieks, reaching again for the axe. "Raj, we have to kill her!" "No." Raj throws the flashlight aside. It clatters against the floor, its beam swinging madly. Alita grabs his wrist, and Raj wrestles out of her grasp. "Stop!" he roars. He swings the axe upward, swings it hard, straight into Alita's neck, through her neck, dragging it deep into her flesh until it lodges into the bone, silencing her stunned gasp. Blood sprays into the air. Hot blood spatters Raj's face. The force of the blow shakes the axe free from his grip, and for a split second, Alita remains standing there, staring at Raj, her eyes bulging in shock, with the axe head lodged in her neck. Raj's jaw drops, his breath emerging as a drawn-out gasp. No, 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 no. Alida! He screams as she collapses to the floor at his feet. Behind him, the thing standing against the far wall of the living room laughs. It laughs in more than one voice, a cackle at once guttural and shrill. It laughs so loud the wooden floor shakes underneath Raj as he falls to his knees next to Alida, cradling her head as blood spurts from her mouth and from the axe wound in her neck. Within moments, she goes completely still. Alida, Raj manages, a shattered croak. I'm a murderer. The thing standing against the wall laughs and laughs and laughs. Raj Aniran is a murderer. No, no, that can't be. Alida, am I Raj Aniran? He sits there in the living room entrance for God knows how long, cradling Alida's lifeless body, soaked in Alida's blood. He closes his eyes, pictures Suri and Kira arriving the next day, opening the front door, and there's Raj standing in the lobby, waiting to greet them with a big golden smile on his face. But as he conjures the scene in his mind's eye, he realizes that he's watching it play out from afar, like a scene from a movie. Wife, daughter, and husband reunited. How he wishes he could swap places with that lucky, lucky man. Raj, his insides knot up with envy at the thought of that name. His eyes snap open. Gingerly he lowers Alida's body into the pool of her own blood. Then, moving slowly so as not to slip in the blood, he retrieves his flashlight from where it landed and rises to his feet. He points the flashlight at the monster standing against the far wall. Its appearance has changed again. Now it's a black furred jackal standing on its hind legs, with eyes glowing like fresh embers and a mouth full of fangs hanging open hungrily. You can have me, Raj whispers. Just leave Suri and Kira. I already have you. The shadowy jackal speaks in a guttural whisper. You have nothing to offer me. I have, Raj breaks off. Nothing at all. He wavers. The jackal gestures to the body lying at Raj's feet, at the blood spreading over the hardwood floor. You, my friend, it growls, have a lot of cleaning to do. It starts to laugh again, and this time it doesn't stop. It laughs as Raj drags Alida's body down to the basement, to the little 3-foot-high door that opens in on the crawl space. It laughs as he stashes the body and the axe that killed her in the very back of the crawl space. It laughs as he returns to the living room to mop up all the blood. It laughs as he burns all his blood-stained clothes in a garbage can out back. It even continues to laugh as, finally, it assumes Raj's shape. The sun is rising by now, golden light shining through the windows. Once more, Raj finds himself gazing at the man stolen from the other side of the mirror. The creature stares Raj down with his own brown eyes until he scurries back into the basement and through the little door, into the crawl space, to hide with the axe and the rotting corpse. The creature still hasn't stopped laughing, not even as it padlocks the little door shut, sealing Raj in the pitch darkness of the crawl space. He crouches there in the mildewy dark with only the stench of blood and the cold, clammy flesh of Alida's body for company. His breath rattles loudly in his ears, hoarse and ragged. Who am I? He whispers experimentally. He doesn't recognize the sandpaper rasp that emerges from his mouth. Really? Who am I? He can still hear the creature laughing as it paces about the basement. He recognizes that laugh. Raj's laugh. That's Raj out there,
So who am I? Later that morning, under a bright, cloudless sky, a battered brown car pulls up in front of the house in Cauldron Heights. Surrey parks, gets out of the luggage-laden car, and opens the back door. Little Kira scrambles out onto the sidewalk, her black pigtails bouncing excitedly as she stretches after the ruthlessly long drive. "Come on, Kira." The woman with dark hair and bright green eyes grips her daughter's slim little hand. Together they approach the front door of their new home. "What is that?" The front door is ajar, and something's sitting on the doorstep. Surrey frowns. "Whiskey?" she murmurs. "Whiskey?" Kira squeaks in delight. "There you are." The plump orange cat squints up at them, slit-eyed in the afternoon sunlight. Surrey feels her daughter's little hand tremble against her own. "Whiskey," Kira says again, softer now. Whiskey meows up at them, then turns and ambles through the open front door, vanishing into the darkness of the house. Surrey shivers despite the late afternoon heat. She glances down at Kira, who stares in bewilderment at the place on the doorstep where Whiskey was just sitting. "Raj," Surrey calls, pushing the front door open wide. "We're here." Sunlight spills into the lobby of the house. Surrey and Kira step over the threshold, still hand in hand. Kira looks for Whiskey in the dark hallway, but she can't see the cat anywhere. "Raj?" Surrey spots her husband standing down the hallway, his back to both of them. Together there in the doorway, mother and daughter freeze, hand in hand. Raj turns around. "Welcome home," he says, and he laughs. Elsbeth's Promise by Ron Ripley. Jimmy Sue sat on a large flat stone and drank from his bottle of water. The sun was warm on his face, and he wondered if the weather forecast would be correct. New England weather was, to say the least, unpredictable. He had watched the news with interest, the weatherman in particular. His parents had agreed to allow him to go to the end of the street and hike into the woods surrounding Anger, New Hampshire. His mother had purchased a compass for him, and his father had given him a machete, much to Jimmy's mother's disgust. But Jimmy had put his mother's mind at ease. He had read everything he could find about the proper way to use a machete and the way to ensure he was using the compass effectively. Jimmy, who had a photographic memory because of his high-functioning autism, had been able to recite chapter and verse to her regarding his new tools for exploration. Only then had she relented and allowed him to hike out to the woods. He was over an hour into his hike and had stopped to eat and drink. The weatherman had said there would be no rain. It was, according to WMUR Channel 9, supposed to be a sunny day, absent of anything remotely resembling clouds or dismal weather. Jimmy didn't believe the weatherman. From his seat on the rock, Jimmy saw a bank of dark gray clouds rolling toward Anger from the west. There had been heavy storms in the south, and some of them were rolling toward New England. The forecast had declared that these storms would travel north, and they would avoid the southern portion of New Hampshire altogether. "Weathermen," Jimmy decided, replacing the cap onto the bottle, "do not know what they are talking about. It seems to me that they are guessing more than anything else. That is not good." Jimmy stood up and looked at the clouds. They were undeniably storm clouds, and he suspected it would rain soon. "I did not pack a poncho," he observed. "I put my faith in the forecast. This was wrong. Next time I will bring whatever I think is necessary." He put his water away, slung his pack onto his back, and adjusted the straps. In silence, Jimmy crossed a small field of overgrown grass and re-entered the woods. He listened intensely to the birds and other animals in the forest, matching the songs and calls with those creatures he knew of. Other noises were unknown to him, and to those he listened closest of all.
Jimmy had been reading an old fairy tale book about a variety of monsters and creatures said to inhabit the woods and backways of New Hampshire. He had found, near the end of a small chapter titled The Earthen Folk, a story about a giant who lived on the outskirts of the town of Anger, New Hampshire. Jimmy's town. After reading the story, Jimmy had spent a significant amount of time at the Anger Library, researching places where a giant might be able to hide on the outskirts of town. The librarian, Mr. Tate, was extremely knowledgeable and always happy to see Jimmy. Despite the friendship the two of them enjoyed, Jimmy did not inform the librarian of his intent to search out the giant in the book. It seemed that such a quest would be asking for Mr. Tate to intervene. Jimmy did not want that. He had gone several hundred feet into the new stretch of woods when the soft thrumming sound of rain upon leaves reached his ears. Soon Jimmy knew the water would travel down the branches, falling from them to strike the forest floor and himself as well. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the ground began to slope down. In the gloom of the forest, Jimmy could see that the land curved upward on the left and on the right. The difference between the center of the ground and that around him became more pronounced, and there appeared to be a rough path in front of him. Large, smooth stones were laid out. Jimmy stopped, tilted his head to one side, and stared at them. His heartbeat slowed as he focused on the stones, and then, without knowing why he did it, Jimmy went to the nearest tree, shed his knapsack, and climbed the tree until he could see a longer section of the path. The stones, long and smooth, made what he knew to be a herringbone pattern, the colors deftly woven together before they vanished beneath a pile of crushed and broken trees. Jimmy lowered himself to the path, put his knapsack back on, and followed the path. When he reached the barrier, his eyes picked out the easiest route, and he made his way across it with ease. Jimmy reached the forest floor, and he found the path again. He heard a deep, raucous cry and looked up to see a trio of large birds perched on the low branch of an ancient elm. Jimmy did not recognize the birds. He had not read many books about them, and therefore his knowledge base was lacking. The three looked at him, tilting their long, beaked heads, dark eyes glittering as if to ask who he was and what he wanted. Jimmy answered their unasked questions. "I am looking for the giant," he informed them. "I would like to know the creature's name and why it is here." The birds screamed at him, and it was a sound closely akin to laughter. They took wing and flew off into the darkness, calling out to one another and filling the stillness of the forest with their noise. Jimmy watched them until he could no longer see the birds. Then he walked along the path again. He followed it as the stones curved around small hills and over wide streams where the stones had been fitted in such a manner as to create a bridge that was free of any mortises. For a moment, Jimmy paused and marveled at the structure, and his curiosity about how such a bridge might be built was piqued. "I will need to read about stonework," he decided, and he made a note to begin research upon the subject as soon as he was able. Jimmy stepped onto the bridge and crossed the stream. When he reached the other side, the world was silent. If the temperature had not remained pleasant, he would have suspected the presence of a ghost, for the dead were the only creatures he knew that were capable of silencing the world. But the air was warm. Jimmy listened and tried to notice any indication of sound. "I hear nothing. Why?" he wondered. "Are there no noises? This is strange, and it should not be this way." After a moment, he started along the path again. The stillness of the forest had piqued his curiosity, and several times he stopped and tried to see if there was a sound to be heard. There never was. Finally, the stone path reached a large opening in the woods. It was, Jimmy saw, a perfect circle, and the oaks around it were tall and straight. He sat down on the rocks at the edge of the glade, and he peered at the world around him. "Something is off about all of this," he thought. He understood what it was a moment later. None of the trees had branches that extended into the glade. Jimmy knew that they should. Every oak should have had branches stretching out toward what would be unhindered sunlight on a cloudless day. He let his gaze travel up, and he saw that each tree appeared to have been trimmed. There was an uninterrupted perfection to the oaks, and Jimmy felt his eyes widen. No, they are not trimmed. They are woven. Like the path of smooth stones, the tree branches at the peaks were woven into a herringbone pattern. The sight was stunning, and it took his breath away. He sat in silence, admiring the beauty of the work, and wondering who it was who might have done this. While he contemplated the artist, his eyes picked out shapes in the tree branches. He saw the horns of deer and skulls of the same. They had been woven into the weft of the work. They were not the only skulls. His mind raced along, identifying and cataloging what he saw. Squirrels, coyotes, bears, mountain lions, birds, and humans. Multiple skulls of each, and many others he could not identify, were represented in the weave, and he knew he had found evidence of the giant. "Where is it?" Jimmy wondered, and stood up. As if in answer, the earth trembled beneath his feet. A sense of caution caused him to step off the path and to settle into the shadow of one of the trees. He kept his eyes focused on the glade, waiting to see what might come out and into the sunlight. A tall, thin section of the wall of trees shimmered, freed itself, and stepped into the glade. The giant was nearly as tall as the oaks, its skin the same delicate mottled brown of the trees. After a heartbeat, Jimmy understood he was looking at a female, her long, green-tinted hair braided in a matching herringbone pattern, each braid held in place by a different animal's skull. Her nose was broad and flat, the nostrils widening as she tilted her head back slightly to sniff the air. The giant's clothes were fashioned from a variety of materials, all of which were painted and decorated to match the trunks of the oak trees. The wind shifted slightly, and her attention focused on the path Jimmy had followed. "She knows I am here," he thought, and he stepped silently off to the left. When she stepped again, the earth did not so much as quiver, and a thrill of fear raced through him. She is silent when she wishes to be. How many have died because of this? He asked himself. She moved a little closer to the path, pausing every few steps. Does she eat humans? Jimmy looked closely at her. He found it difficult to focus on her face. The sunlight and the shifting pattern of her camouflage made it a challenge to see if she was young or old. Because of the way her clothes were painted, Jimmy could not quite make out her actual size. He knew she was tall, but he did not know if she was thick or thin, healthy or ill. I suppose I will find out soon enough. Jimmy watched and waited. Again the wind shifted, carrying his scent. She remained in place, her eyes fixed in his direction, the rain running in rivulets down her hair. A smile spread across her face, revealing great black teeth the size of headstones. Slowly the giant lowered herself to the ground. He knew she couldn't see him, but his heart still skipped a beat, and his breath caught in his throat. His hair stood on end, and he waited. She sat, cross-legged, adjusted one of the skulls in her hair, and sighed. A fetid stink issued forth from her mouth, and, despite the distance between them, Jimmy had to bite back revulsion, his eyes watering from the noxious stench. I know you're there, she whispered, and the leaves on the trees shook. Her accent reminded him of someone from Britain. Why don't you come out and see me? She continued. We could have a pleasant conversation. I do not get nearly as many visitors as I would like. Jimmy fought the urge to step out into the glade. It was a strong and powerful desire, one that sprang from his stomach and sought to drag him out of the relative safety of the forest. Strange, he thought. How can I have this desire, knowing that she is dangerous? A frown settled on her face as she seemed to be wondering about his hesitation as well. The rain increased, and a rumble of thunder sounded. When it did, Jimmy took the opportunity and moved a few steps back and to the left, further from the path, as the giant glanced up at the sky. After a moment, she focused on where he had been. The frown was smoothed away, and her words were filled with gentleness and kindness when she spoke again. "You must be cold and wet," she said. "I have a fire, and I was preparing the dough to make some bread. It is wonderful to have freshly baked bread, is it not?" There was a flicker of light as a bolt of lightning lit up the sky. "The storm will be worse soon," she informed him. "It gets very bad out here. Terrible. You should come with me." A peal of thunder shook the earth, and again Jimmy moved under the cover of the sound. An irrational, feral portion of his mind wanted to run, to try and make the safety of the path. That would be a foolish decision, he chided himself. She would hear me. More importantly, she would see me. Yes, that would be terrible. I would be unable to get away from her. The rocks are wet. I would slip on the path. Then there is the distance home. It is too much ground to cover. Jimmy kept his attention focused on her, and he caught sight of the giant creep forward a bit, though she didn't get up. The bones and skulls in her hair clattered, and she let out a pleasant laugh. "Will you hide from me all day and night?" she asked. "How uncomfortable you will be, how hungry and thirsty you will become." "No," Jimmy thought. "I have eaten recently. I will be quite fine without any sustenance for some time." "Do you know what I am, little one?" she asked, her voice becoming stronger. "I am a giant. Do you know what this means?" Once more he heard the tone of command in her voice, and yet again he was forced to struggle against responding to the question. "So strange," he mused. "How is she capable of doing this? I do not remember reading of such a trait." Then his eyes widened slightly. "A witch or sorceress. She might be a seer. She could command then, but only the weak, only those who want something from her. I want nothing." With that reminder to himself, the desire to obey her vanished. "I know you're there," she snapped, and the anger rolled off her and shook the trees. "Do not think that I do not. You'll do as I say, or suffer." The giant's expression was one of rage and hunger, and then the smile had returned. But Jimmy had seen the hunger. He remembered her speaking of fresh bread, his eyes fixed upon the skulls in her hair and in the trees, and a nursery rhyme leaped into his thoughts. "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." Does she really? Jimmy wondered. Is it only a man's bones, or will a woman's bones serve the purpose? What of animals? Remaining hidden, Jimmy called out, "Is it true?" The pounding of the rain upon the leaves disrupted his voice enough to hide him from her, but still his heart thundered as she sprang to her feet, head jerking to the left and right. He watched her fingers move nervously as she asked, "Is what true?" "Do you grind the bones of men for your bread?" She turned partially toward him, then back in the other direction. "Come out, little one," she cooed. "It is hard for old Elsbeth to hear you.
The rain. It makes your little voice hard to understand." "No, it does not," Jimmy thought, frowning. "If you will not answer," he stated, "then I will not ask any more questions." She stiffened, and he smiled. She would answer his questions. The giant wanted to get a hold of him. That much he could see. Answering questions would allow her to find him. Jimmy knew it as well, but he wanted answers. "I do use the bones of dead men for my bread," she confirmed, "but only dead men." "They would be dead for you to have their bones," Jimmy observed. "Do you kill them?" There was a snarl in her voice. "Yes, but it is all right. All things must die. Men as well. And women? They are the same," the giant answered. She regained some of her composure. "Come now, let us discuss this by my fire." "I do not think so," Jimmy replied. "You informed me you were preparing to make bread." Over the heavy drumming of rain on leaves, he heard her grind her teeth together. Yet when she spoke, she poured sweetness and congeniality into her words. "I will not make bread now," she laughed. "Not since you are so clever as to know what ingredients I use." He heard the lie in her voice, subtly hidden beneath her pleasantness. "You are lying to me," he told her, slipping off to the left again. He kept his steps light and spoke only loud enough for her to hear. "I suspect you have not had a person for some time. It is why you came out into the glade." Her head turned toward him, and he froze, suddenly fearful he had given himself away. As he stood, holding his breath, a frown passed over her face, and she shifted her gaze elsewhere. "I am not lying," she responded. "I will not make bread now." He shook his head. "You will not make bread now because I am alive. You will make bread later if you kill me." "You are too clever," she snapped, her words shaking the earth with her anger. "Why are you not coming out here when I have told you to?" Jimmy blinked, confused. "Why should I?" "Every man or woman I speak to does what I say," Elsbeth barked. She opened her mouth and closed it with a snap. Her eyes widened and reflected a bolt of lightning that struck off to the east. "Ah," she sighed. Then she laughed. "Ah, yes, of course. How foolish I am. So eager am I to bake. I have not listened to you." Jimmy disliked the tone of her voice, the sly longing seeping through her speech. "You're still a child," Elsbeth whispered. "A little boy, not quite close to manhood. Oh, if there had not been rain, I would have been able to smell you properly. As it was, I only knew you were a man. And yes, it has been a terribly long time since I had any bones for my bread. At least, human bones. Bears and deer are poor substitutes. Bread only tastes right, with a sprinkle of man in it." She paused, then added, "I would very much like it if you came and sat with me by my fire. I have not had company in quite some time." "I do not wish to be killed," Jimmy informed her. "Nor do I want to be a prisoner for you to fatten up and watch grow until it is time for you to bake." "I will find you," she hissed. "Find you and put you in a cage, you filthy little feral beast. I will keep you with me, and I will sing to you the songs of old. You will learn why all little ones fear us." "I will not," Jimmy answered. She took a step toward the path, her hands clenched into fists. Do you think you will outrun me when I go into my woods to search for you? I have been here 1,000 years, and you cannot run fast enough or far enough to escape me." "Of course I can," Jimmy responded. "I know the other way out." "You cannot!" she shrieked, and he clamped his hands over his ears. The volume of her words sent pain rippling through him. "I do," he continued, lowering his hands. "But I am wet, and the fire does sound nice. I will go to your home. The path goes straight through the glade, though the stones are hidden by the long grass. Once in the woods, the path loops back around toward the water, and it is there where you live." "You have been to my house?" The incredulity in her voice surprised him. "It is common sense," he thought. "Everyone wants to live as close as possible to a source of water." Still, he was surprised and glad that his bluff had worked. Aloud, he stated, "I will see you there. If your fire is burning, well, let us hope you were not lying about that." Jimmy took a deep breath and stepped out from behind the tree, making sure he could be seen and that his footsteps could be heard by Elsbeth. He forced a smile and then made his way to the left as though he was going around the edge of the glade to her home. She let out a shriek of anger and sprang toward his intended route, and as she did so, rushing at where she thought he would appear, Jimmy turned sharply around and sprinted for the path. The sound of his own passage through the woods was hidden beneath the enraged crashing of Elsbeth as she slammed aside tree branches and deadfall, searching for him. It took her less than a minute to understand she had been duped, and by then Jimmy was at the bridge. Behind him, loud cracks told him that Elsbeth was after him, breaking trees as she forced her way deeper into the forest. "She has forgotten these trees," Jimmy thought, racing over the bridge. "They are taller and thicker than she remembers. She cannot pass through them without difficulty. I am lucky." As he reached the other side of the bridge, a tree hurtled past him, smashing into another tree as it narrowly missed him. Shattered branches and rain fell around him, and Jimmy sprinted along the slick stones of the path. He tried to cut hard to the left, but his lack of athletic ability and the water on the rocks caused his feet to slide out from beneath him. Jimmy landed hard on his behind, dull pain erupting in his muscles as another tree slammed into a wide pine just ahead of him. Dirt from the thrown tree's exposed roots showered down around him as he scrambled to his feet, shocked at his luck. "I do not think I will be lucky a third time," he thought. He got to his feet, ignoring the increasing pain in his muscles. Forcing himself to move faster, Jimmy didn't look back to see if Elsbeth was following him. He knew she was. She was screaming, ranting at him in an archaic form of English he had a difficult time understanding. Still, he caught the gist of what she was saying, and it was not pleasant. She howled a moment later, and he suspected she had found a place she could not push her way through. His thought was confirmed when he heard her slamming into trees. The forest floor shook beneath her onslaught, and Jimmy wondered how much longer the trees would be able to withstand her frenzied strength. He had gone no more than another 20 feet when the noise stopped. Shuddering, Jimmy threw himself around another corner and then paused behind a low boulder to catch his breath. He listened and peered between the fronds of a tall fern, seeking out the giant. He saw Elsbeth some distance away, her progress halted by a broad ring of thick oaks. She appeared to be imprisoned, as though the forest had risen up around her to protect him. "Perhaps it has," Jimmy mused. The expression of rage and fury on the giant's face was a sobering sight, and he waited to hear what she might say to him. As he watched her, she smoothed out her dress, checked the skulls in her hair, and then searched the forest with her eyes. He knew she was watching for him, listening for his progress. Neither seeing him nor hearing him, Elsbeth smiled. "I know you're there, little one," she whispered, her smile broadening.
I suspect you're watching me even now. You are clever." The smile faded from her face. "You are not that clever, though. I have your scent now. As you grow older, this scent will become stronger. I will be able to pick you out from 1,000 others. I will know you when I find you, even if it takes 100 years. I am coming for you, little one, and when I do, I'll grind your bones to make my bread. But you'll be alive. I'll make sure of that. I will keep you alive and cut you apart bit by bit, limb by limb. Perhaps when I am done, I'll even put you in a pie." She waited for a response, and when he didn't give her one, she slapped both hands against the trees. With a muttered curse, she turned and stalked away. Jimmy got to his feet, adjusted the straps of his knapsack, and glanced back before setting off. The trees were no longer there, and neither was Elsbeth. Fighting the urge to go and examine the ground where she had been held back, Jimmy turned and ran for home. In his mind, he heard Elsbeth's promise again, and he found himself wondering how she might find him. "It will be interesting," he thought, "to see if that is something she can truly do."
Thank you for embracing the fear and diving into the unknown with us. Your courage and curiosity make every chilling tale worth telling. If you enjoyed this journey into the shadows, we'd love to hear from you. Leaving a review helps keep the nightmares alive and brings more stories to those who crave the macabre. And don't forget, there's always more darkness to discover. Search for Scare Street on your favorite audiobook platform and let us guide you into your next haunting adventure. See you in the shadows.
This has been a production of Night Terrors, Volume 8, written by Nika Jupan, Justin Boot, Kisto Healy, Caleb Stevens, Melissa Berkeley, Stephen Johnson, C.I.I. Jones, S.R. Warman, Bryson Tuckerman, S.E. Denton, Irina Slav, J. Herrera Kamen, and Ron Ripley. Narrated by Johnny Raven and Stephanie Shade. Copyright 2020 by Scare Street. Production copyright by Scare Street.